27. Dohany's well produced 45 to 50 barrels a day, and the Los Angeles oil boom exploded. Mack bought all 5 lots. By February 1893, he'd sold them all, the lowest for $1,850, the highest for $2,775. He repaid the Huttos and 2 other buyers, with 10% interest to each, and Potter got the warrant voided and the charges against him dismissed. Mack inked a line through the 3 names on the master list of buyers, then with his remaining cash bought more lots and held them. Prices were escalating rapidly despite counterbalancing shocks from the national economy. On February 24th, the Great Philadelphia and Reading Railroad filed for bankruptcy. All through 1892 there had been faint drum taps warning of a panic, and now they became 1,000 kettle drums beating doom. On March 4th, Grover Cleveland took office as the nation's 24th president, and he and his vice president, Adlai Stevenson, confronted a nation and a world on the brink of monetary chaos. Belmont, Morgan, and other financiers warned the new president of impending ruin, blaming the Sherman-Silver Purchase Act of 1890, a friendly gesture to the nation's mine owners that now threatened to push America off the stable gold standard. But the warnings came too late. When the World's Columbian Exposition opened in Chicago on May 1st, the crowds rushed in to forget what was going on outside. More railroads failing, brokerages closing, runs on banks, federal gold reserves dropping below $100 million, European investors dumping huge quantities of U.S. stocks and bonds. It was a full-fledged panic. Reacting to it, Los Angeles crude oil prices dropped as low as 45 cents a barrel, but the rush to buy land and sink wells slowed only slightly. Mack set up a desk in a tiny room rented in the Chalmers block. He bought and sold more lots, doubling the value of his original investment, then doubling it again. He also paid back 9 more San Solaro buyers. Potter shook his head, admitted he'd been too cautious, and now executed Mack's orders with alacrity and enthusiasm. In spite of economic disaster stalking across America like a cowled specter, Los Angeles boomed. Daily in Westlake Park, Mack watched crews uprooting palm trees, digging up yards, tearing down cottages, and hauling away the rubble that derricks soon replaced. The smell of gas thickened on residential streets. An oily film quickly settled on hands, necks, and faces everywhere in the neighborhood. Wagons plowed up and down carrying pipe, drilling tools, lumber, their wheels chewing the streets to rutted ruins. Other wagons hauling out barrels of crude from the new wells dripped their poorly sealed contents onto the same streets, softening horses' hooves and filling ruts and holes that caught fire from careless sparks. Often 6 pools burned through the night, turning Westlake Park into a weird landscape of red-lit smoke. It was hell on earth in Southern California. The piano teacher, Mrs. Summers, bought lots and put up derricks. Farmers and storekeepers and pensioners put up derricks. There were nearly 100 derricks by the end of 1893, polluting the eye with their rickety sprawl, the ear with their incessant noise. Some too timid to sink wells huddled in their cottages surrounded by derricks. Oil slicked the leaves of cabbages growing in garden plots, and anyone rash enough to hang out laundry found it polka-dotted with oil mist. The kind of people inevitably attracted by a boom soon showed up along Santa Monica Boulevard. They erected their shanties, boasting pool tables, faro banks, and tobacco counters, and their tents where women sold themselves and didn't object to oil on a man's hands if the hands held cash. Mack sank no wells. The bankers all at once had confidence in him, and they treated him cordially, calling him by his first name when he walked in a new suit to arrange a new deal. He paid off the remaining buyers, inked lines through every name on the list, paid Potter his promised bonus, and banked his remaining money, nearly $38,000 of it. One night, almost a year after the start of digging on the Dohany well, Mack rode out to Westlake Park at dusk. He was mounted not on a horse, but a smart new $18 contraption from Singer, the sewing machine company. Like many other firms, Singer had started a new sideline in response to the craze for the bicycle. The wheel, Americans called it. Max featured the new triangular safety frame and pneumatic rubber tires of equal size. Gone were the hard rubber tires and the huge 5-foot front wheel. The improved design had touched off the craze. Mac liked riding his wheel, which was finished with bright yellow gold paint. Pedaling strengthened his legs. He wore a townsman's derby and spring clips on his trousers to keep them from tangling in the chain and sprocket drive. He pedaled along through the bedlam of thudding tool strings, pumping engines, cursing roughnecks, children playing, Mrs. Summers giving piano lessons. The cratered streets were afloat with standing oil, and the usual noxious haze clouded the air. The derricks loomed dimly against the stars like crouching beasts from prehistory. Several times Mac nearly fell off his wheel. The streets were unfit for bicycles. Wheelmen all across the nation were demanding better pavements, in town and countryside. When he reached the site of the original well, he discovered that Doheny had a new crew working, men he didn't know. Doheny himself had moved on to other wells. He and Mac had parted friends, and Mac's royalty was deposited every week in a special account he kept for that purpose at Los Angeles National. He parked his yellow gold wheel and visited with the new men for 10 minutes. All was going well. He was striding back to his wheel when a voice out of the dark said, "Hey." He spun around, surprised and alarmed. There at the edge of the lot was a tall man, standing still. Strap Vigory. Even as he shot his hand under the tail of his coat, he thought, "No, absurd." That was fortunate. There was no holster riding on his hip. He didn't carry the shopkeeper's Colt when he dressed like a businessman. The man in the dark stepped forward. He wore a black hat and long frock coat, the same color, with a brilliant green bandana streaming out in the hot night wind. Lanterns on the well illuminated his face. "Johnson! God almighty! Don't sneak up on a man that way." "That's the way I come and go. Quick. Saves trouble with sheriffs and jealous husbands." "You scared me. For a minute you looked like the Reaper himself standing there." "Sorry," Hugh Johnson said. It was his entire apology. "Potter told me you was out here. I hear you're doing good." "Doing fine." "I wore out Kern County. I could use a square meal. Nobody cooks as good as you." Mac smiled. "You back to stay?" "Till the itch to drift comes again. I'm ready to go partners if you are." "San Solaro?" "San Solaro." "Yes, sir," Mac said, breaking into a grin. "Let's have a drink and talk about it. Got a horse?" "Course I got a horse. You don't think I'd ride a sissy thing like that, do you? My God, you're getting as crazy for new gadgets as the rest of these Californians." Mac packed away his city clothes and put on dungarees, strapped on his pistol, and, together with Johnson, rode over the mountains to Bakersfield. Johnson had seen a second-hand water well rig in storage at the Heron Rickards Supply Company. They bought it and hauled it back to San Solaro. At the Newhall lumber yard, they put in their order for rig timber, having decided to save money by building the derrick themselves. They located 2,000 feet of drilling cable and sand line in Los Angeles, and a supply of casing pipe in several sizes at an iron merchant's. Then, with Mac's cash almost depleted, they called at the Vines Coal Company. Vines, a rabbit-toothed man with a defensive air, showed them a price sheet. "Right there, same for everybody. In town here, $22.50 a ton. Delivered to your site, it's $32. "Jesus J. Christ," Johnson said, smacking the price sheet on the counter. "Is this here a coal yard or the headquarters of road agents?" Offended, Vines said, "It's the freight charges. You don't think the SP will cart to Newhall for nothing, do you?" Mac said, "I don't know a lot about your business, but I know your price is too high. You've got more in the freight than you do in the coal." "Is that a surprise?" Vines said with a sneer. "You run a big company, the SP gives you preferential rates. Small operations like this," he tapped the price sheet, "the customer pays." Johnson picked a fleck of tobacco from the corner of his mouth, then wiped his hand on his long sea blue bandana. He had a whole rainbow wardrobe of them, Mac had discovered. It was Johnson's only vanity. "What do you think?" Johnson asked. Mac figured in his head. "We can afford 2, maybe 3 loads." To Vines, "We'll haul from here and save the extra. We have a wagon." "Loading hoppers out back." The partners left the office. Mac thought of C.P. Huntington dining in the opulence of his palace suite. He thought of Leland Stanford's vast ranch. It had passed to his widow when he died in June. He thought of Walter Fairbanks's fine clothes and fine airs. All of it infuriated him all over again. "You know," he said as they climbed up opposite front wheels of the wagon, "I calculate that over the next couple of months, 3 big loads of coal will run us clean out of cash. My royalties don't mount up fast enough to cover big outlays. Potter'll advance you something, won't he?" "Potter carried me once. I don't want to ask again." "The banks, the panic's dried up loan money, especially loans for wildcatting. I went to Los Angeles National last week. Went to Security Loan, too. They weren't so friendly. When we burn the last load of coal, there won't be any more. Somebody ought to fix those railroad gougers." "One of these days we will. Drive." In the light of a cool, misty morning, January 1st, 1894, they finished nailing down the derrick floor and framed in the belt house. They had sighted the well at the bottom of a hill where a 10-foot pool of brea showed. Lumber, pipe, coils of line, and the tarp-covered coal wagon littered the work area. Johnson sawed a board and Mac painted the black letters, "Chance Johnson, No. 1. They nailed it to a post and stood back. Winter sun pierced the mist and brightened the steep hillsides of the dead, silent valley. Most of the lot markers had rotted or blown away, and except for the distant depot where they lived, there was no sign of human habitation. "Mighty impressive," Johnson said of the sign. "Name has a fine, proper ring to it." Mac grinned. "That it does. Since it's New Year's Day, I suggest we open a jug, fry up some oysters, and celebrate. We won't be taking holidays once we start spudding in." "One thing I feel bad about," Johnson said as they walked toward the depot. "I ain't putting much into this deal." "Your experience, your sweat, your company? You don't think I'd stay out here and do all this alone, do you? Listen, just so's you understand, I'll take wages if we hit, but I don't expect anything more. I don't care what you expect. You get 1/3 of anything the oil company earns. I'm a big man with percentages. That's how I got this place, on percentage. You're a crazy bastard. Maybe that's why I like you." This time Mac kept the logbook. January 9th. 8 5/8" casing, down 88 feet. Winter rain streamed over the page and blurred the words as fast as he wrote them. He crouched in the lee of the belt house, eyed the turbulent sky, and shivered. January 22nd, 376 feet cased. Hard drilling. Many crooked holes. Hours dissolved into days, days into weeks, darkness into daylight, sunshine into cloud and back to sun again. Unspoken between the partners was the need for a roughneck to spell them, but they couldn't afford an extra man. So instead of quitting at the end of a tour, they walked until their eyelids fell shut, or their muscles burned with blowtorch pain, or they began to forget details and stagger into things when they walked. Many a night they never returned to the depot, simply fell under a blanket on the derrick floor and snored. February 13th, 1,338 feet, through the oil rock, sulfur water showing. The little steam engine broke down. Johnson repaired it. February 27th, Pumping fifth day. Still sulfur water, but also 2 barrels oil. At 1,672 feet, Southern California's unpredictable geology undid them again. They drilled into another black slate layer, pushing on through 100 feet of it, 200 feet, 300. The cable broke, the tool disappearing into the depths. After 3 days of fishing, they snarled and yelled at each other for half an hour, walked off in opposite directions to sulk, walked back when they calmed down, offered awkward apologies, and thought about what to do next. March 10th, 1894. Chance Johnson 1, abandoned. Filthy with grease and mud, the partners manhandled a suspended bit over a new hole, Chance Johnson number 2, half a mile from the first site. It had taken 2 weeks to salvage timber and erect a new derrick. Then some muscle in Mac's back seized up. Working now, he was in constant, exquisite pain. Johnson grimaced as they struggled. "I got a feeling about this one, a good feeling." April 9th, 94. Abandoned. Lost 200 feet, 8 5/18 inch casing. Mac looked up from the logbook as Johnson returned from the coal wagon. The walking beam shunted the number 3 tool string up and down, up and down. Spurred by the balmy spring weather, both men had taken most of their clothes off. They worked in greasy long underwear unbuttoned to the navel. Johnson tossed something that glittered in the sunshine. Mac dropped the logbook to catch it. It was a lump of coal. "Last load's more'n half gone. Our luck damn well better improve quick." May 1st, 94. Another dry hole. Abandoned. Mac had a strong feeling about number 4, punched down near the canal. It was the same kind of feeling Johnson had had about the second duster, a baseless confidence that this time they'd hit. Only a quarter of the original load of coal remained, but Mac was wildly confident, maybe because they were desperate. May 17th. 1,055 feet, water, some oil. Have not seen anybody but H.J. for 3 weeks. "Don't think this one's going to pay out," Johnson said at 10:30 the following night. They'd worked since 5 in the morning. "Shut up," Mac said. He was splicing sand line. Johnson stiffened, glared, then folded his arms and left. May 18th. 1,106 feet. Rock again. Son of a bitch. He scratched out the intemperate note, but he'd written it large and it stayed visible under the horizontal slashes, accusing and further discouraging him. It was 10:40 p.m. 6 hours later, under the feeble glow of lanterns on the derrick, Johnson mopped the sweat accumulated in his scraggling beard. Neither partner had touched a razor for days. Both smelled to heaven. The night was still, every chuff and squeak and thud of the well machinery magnified. A sticky, evil haze blurred the stars. Johnson stared unhappily at his bandana, one of his good ones, buttercup yellow, ruined by oil and sweat. With an oath, he threw it in his hat lying nearby. "These damn underground slate beds got us whipped. Ain't an oil man west of the divide who can tell where they are except by busting or losing tools." He yawned, then groggily sat down on a barrel, getting an oil stain on the drop seat of his union suit. "It must be almost morning. Let's give it up and sleep. This here's just another dry hole." Mac stared at the well with a fixed, almost frantic expression. "No, we've been drawing some oil for the past 2 hours. I have a hunch about this one." "Lord, you're persistent. Must be because we're starving to death out here." Dawn came, pale and still. The gas smell had thickened steadily. The walking beam lifted and dropped the drill line, lifted and dropped it. Mac and Johnson sat watching the equipment, fatigue-glazed eyes, not really seeing anything but some inner vision of failure. Suddenly, a different sound at the wellhead brought Mac to his feet. Mud-brown water burbled from the casing. "Johnson," he whispered without looking around. The little engine chugged with maddening persistence. Then, deep in the earth, he heard another sound. A subterranean rushing. Mac gigged his partner with his bare toe. "Johnson." Filthy, dirty, and complaining, Hugh Johnson finally struggled up. He heard it too, the rushing that deepened to a rumble. He stared at Mac, his green eyes full of warring hope and skepticism. "I wouldn't want to get too excited, because if it ain't—" Liquid spurted from the wellhead, quickly rising under pressure to a 3-foot column. The muddy brown flow changed to black, the rumbling becoming a roar. It shot up to a 6-foot column and then exploded at the sky, rising like the black barrel of some enormous howitzer aiming at God. Above the derrick's crown block, the oil spread in a great fan and fell back. "Gusher!" Mac shouted. "We got a gusher, Hugh!" "Jesus God, I think so!" Johnson shouted over the roar of the 100-foot-high column of oil. It slicked the boards under their feet, dotted and then blackened their union suits. Johnson ran his hand through his hair and stared at them, black as patent leather. He threw his head back and crowed like a rooster. Mac tilted his head and opened his mouth and spread his hands and let the oil soak his skin, his forehead, his eyelids, his tongue. May 19th, 1894. Number 4 pumped 27 barrels crude. May 20th, 62 barrels crude. May 21st, 114 barrels. Next day, the steam engine stopped and the pump fell silent. The coal was gone. The single lump Johnson had brought in lay between them on the depot desk, seeming to mock them with its rough, glistening beauty. Johnson speculated aloud. "We can sell the crude in the storage tanks and buy more." "No," Mac jumped up, pounding the desk. "Not another penny. We buy coal from Vines, we're pouring cash into the railroad's pocket. I'm tired of enriching those bastards." "Well, I reckon we can always lift the oil out by hand, 1 teaspoon at a time." Mac ignored him. "There's got to be a better way." "Good luck, then. I'm going to catch a snooze." Johnson wandered off to his cot in the back room. Mac flung the front door open and leaned there, chewing his knuckle, staring at the lemon-colored evening sky above the steep hills. He stared at the silent derrick farther back in the tract, stared at it and through it to the larger problem. All at once his brow puckered up. "Johnson," he said in a tentative voice. "Hugh Johnson, come here a minute." Grumbling and scratching, Johnson shuffled from the back. Mac spoke slowly, testing the idea that had hit him. "Maybe we're overlooking the obvious. I told Ed Doheny that poor people around here burned Brea because it was cheap. I told him the oil market had to be expanded with a product other than kerosene and axle grease." He paused. "Fuel. What we're pumping in that well is fuel, just like coal. Why the hell can't we burn it instead of coal?" "Yes, sir. Why not? I'll tell you why not. Got to have some contraption to make it ignite proper. A special, I don't know, special design firebox, maybe." "Well, you're the mechanic," Mac said. "Build it." Johnson talked a Newhall hardware merchant into selling him a kerosene burner on credit. Quickly finding that the heavy crude clogged it too badly for combustion, he rigged a metal pan with rocks in the bottom and a nozzle to drip a steady flow of oil onto them, but that didn't work either. Next, he snipped and hammered and jerry-rigged a special nozzle, wide and flat, which diffused the crude into something approximating a spray. There was a momentary flame when Johnson touched a match to it, then it fizzled out. He was ebullient. "If I can get a spray under pressure, don't you see, a steady, fine spray, I think we can get a flame in that there kerosene burner. I need tools and more coal. You got to ask Potter for a loan." Mac hated doing that, but he did, and he ate some more of his pride and bought enough coal to run the engine for a short period. On June 12th, Johnson was ready. Mac fired up the boiler and started the little engine. Apprehensively, Johnson crouched over his contraption. He struck a match, then turned a valve, and oil hissed through the line into the special nozzle, now concealed within the housing of the cleaned-out kerosene burner. When Johnson slipped the match to the burner ring, a loud bang and a spurting flame threw him back on his heels. "Valve it down!" Mac exclaimed. "Thanks, I never would have thought of that," Johnson snarled, fingering his left eyebrow, which the blowback had burned away almost totally. He twisted the valve. The flame settled to a constant level above the burner ports. Johnson jumped to his feet and covered the burner with a ventilated housing of battered metal, then stepped back, awaiting congratulations. "You did it, Hugh," Mac said with an enormous grin. "That's a hell of a burner." The pale green eyes danced. "Say, that's a hell of a name, too." Mac didn't get it. Hellburner Johnson. "Hello, Hellburner. So long, Hugh." He certified his approval with a rebel yell. Chance Johnson No. 4 pumped 825 barrels a day. Soon all the wooden storage tanks were full, and Mac signed a temporary agreement with Lyman Stewart's 14,000-barrel capacity refinery in Santa Paula to take all the crude. Stewart personally inspected the burner Johnson built. Enthusiastic, he dickered with Mac for 2 hours over a licensing agreement before they came to terms. The following week, Stewart's machine shop started construction of 40 burners, Mac taking 10 as part of the payment to Chance Johnson. Stewart was elated over the burners and visited San Solaro again to report that he had his shop draftsman working to modify the principle for a locomotive firebox. "I'm going to install one aboard a Southern Pacific locomotive to show those gentlemen they never need coal again. Think of the market if that happens." "I've thought of it," Mac said. "Will you go with me to sell them?" "No, I won't." He didn't explain, and Lyman Stewart didn't press. Macklin Chance had a reputation as a peculiar hermit-like maverick. Of course, now, with No. 4 a gusher and the capital coming in to punch new holes all over San Solaro, overnight Macklin Chance had become a man with money and prospects. The foibles of a man like that could be forgiven. "Hold still," cried the photographer. Wearing their best, they posed on the derrick floor of No. 4 while the well pumped away. The photographer raised the flashlight holder and the powder exploded. Mac and Johnson bear-hugged each other while the reporter from the Los Angeles Tribune hastily finished his notes. Gentlemen, one thing. Ours is a family organ, you know. I'm not sure my editor will allow the words Hellburner." Johnson daggered him with those leaf-green eyes. "One word. Hellburner. You tell him he better allow it or I'll pay him an unfriendly call. Hellburner's my name, boy. I'm proud of it." They bought tanker wagons in teams, hired drivers, drillers, tool dressers, roughnecks, a cook, built new storage tanks and shored up the old, put up dormitory tents, opened a machine shop, punched down new holes, put fresh paint on the depot, and enlarged one side for a bigger office. They deepened Wyatt's original water well, started framing in a cottage, a permanent house for the owners. Mac sited it on the canal, with the porch beside the dry bed. Putting it there was an act of faith. One day the sounds of flowing water would soothe whoever sat on that porch. Mac had never been so busy, never felt so good. Everything was going well. Then came a letter soaked in orange blossom scent. "I'm back, my dear. Yours, Carla." 28. A man had days of good luck and bad. The day he thought of burning their own crude for fuel was one of the good ones. Long afterward, he counted the day Nellie visited as one of the worst. and it had started auspiciously. It was October, cool, bright, pleasant. Nellie drove the buggy through the Iron Arch shortly before noon, having taken the train out to Newhall and hired the rig there. Reining the horse by the large signboard erected on Grande Boulevard, she smiled at the gaudy lettering, though she was impressed by what it represented. Chance Johnson Oil Company, San Solaro Field. 7 wells were scattered through the tract, all pumping noisily, and the number of workers swarming on the property amazed her. "Mac?" She knocked at the office door. He was cranking up a wall telephone. "Nellie, what are you doing here?" Slapping the earpiece in its hook, he ran to hug her. He looked fit and prosperous in a checkered vest and clean white shirt with cuffs turned up. A thick gold chain hung from the watch pocket of his trousers. Breathless, she threw her arms around him. He lifted her 5 inches from the floor and set her down. "More harbor hearings," she said. "I planned to skip them till I saw a copy of the Tribune in San Francisco. An article about you and your new partner and your gusher. There is one?" "Yes, indeed. Number 4. Mac was unexpectedly emotional at the sight of her. "You must meet Johnson. He's in Santa Paula this morning. Rode over with a caravan of tank wagons. Here, sit down." She took the chair he dusted for her and inspected the office. Thick ledgers, files, and papers were stacked everywhere. 2 walls were covered with tacked-up maps, charts, reports, and plats. One huge schematic showed all of San Solaro, with various points labeled producing wells and others marked new wells. She counted 11 of the latter. "You've done so splendidly," she began. Then, on a corner of his desk, she recognized the embossed cover of The Emigrant's Guide to California and Its Gold Fields. She smiled. "You finally struck it, didn't you?" "Yes. Promised you I would." "I'm happy for you. Happy and proud." She covered the sudden surge of emotion by taking off her lavender gloves and fussily folding them in her lap. Mac sat back in his walnut chair. He couldn't get enough of gazing at her, realizing how much he'd missed her, how much he cared for her. "Are you staying in town?" "The Pico House, as usual." "Let me go back with you and we'll have dinner." And afterward, he thought with longing and a sudden consuming fear of rejection. Afterward, could there be something more? He hoped so. Now that affairs at Chance Johnson Oil were settling down, he and Hellburner Johnson worked a mere 12, 14 hours a day. He should be thinking about things other than money. Starting a family, for instance. "There's a hearing scheduled for tonight," she said. "Important?" "I'm not sure." "Then forget it." She saw his intent and blushed, breathing a little more quickly. "All right." Again, with effort, she composed herself. "I have a piece of news about Diego Marquez. He's turned up in the valley. He left the church, as you know, but he's still preaching to the field workers. This time it's a different gospel, much more militant." Mac unlocked a drawer with a small key. From a cash box, he took a packet of bills and counted off 10 of them. "Can you get that to him?" he asked, handing them to her. "As a donation?" "I'll certainly find a way." She counted the money. $500? Mac, can you afford this with so much overhead?" "Let me worry about that." She put the money in her reticule. "You're a generous man. It's a side I've never seen before." "Never had the wherewithal to be generous before. My pa used to say that if you were lucky enough to get rich, you ought to give some back by way of appreciation." "Not all your ideas are moss-backed, Mr. Chance." "Thanks, ma'am," he said with mock politeness. Suddenly he thought of Yosemite, and the memories overwhelmed him, as did the warm brown eyes that found his and held. Mac flung himself out of the chair and reached for her. He pulled her up to his chest, and she raised her strong chin and waited with a frightened doe expression. He tilted his head, put his mouth lightly on hers, and felt the rush of her warm breath, the uncontrolled trembling of her slim body. Then he heard a buggy drive up. Nellie drew back with mingled dismay and relief, patting her hair with nervous little motions. "Visitors, Mac?" Mac went to the door and was stunned at what he saw. The phaeton with yellow wheels. A man Mac had never seen before helped Carla Hellman alight. "Darling, darling!" Carla threw herself on him with hugs and squeezes and breathless exclamations. Mac dutifully embraced her in return, all the while watching Nellie. Her reaction to Carla's show of emotion was not good. "How marvelous you look! After I came back from the continent, I spent 6 weeks in San Francisco. They were talking of nothing but your success down here." "I doubt that." He wondered about her high spirits, given the circumstances under which she'd left the country. Beavis had recovered from his stab wounds, and at the behest of family members pressed no charges against his wife. Her lawsuit had mysteriously dropped from view, and she and her husband were reported on a second honeymoon in the Greek islands. "Oh, yes, even Walter mentioned how well you're doing," she said. "Fairbanks? Do you see him a lot?" "Of course, at social functions. He won't leave me alone. It's a beastly bore." The mention of Fairbanks pricked him with irrational jealousy. He knew Carla's gushing must be for Nellie's benefit. "I want to see all these oil wells that are making you so much money. I want a personal tour. I have a proprietary interest, don't forget." Mac's mouth drew tight. "I'd have settled the debt before this, but I didn't know where to find you." "What a dear man. Promise you'll show me everything." "Yes, certainly," he said, resigned. "And my friend, too. This is Clive Henley. Clive Macklin Chance." At last Mac got a proper look at Carla's companion. He was Mac's height and about the same age, but a little heavier. His skin was the color of fresh milk, though relieved by a facial ruddiness that suggested an active life outdoors. His hair was yellow and combed straight back, flat to his head, his eyes a mild gray. He carried himself in a relaxed way, and the immediate impression was of affability and good manners. He was stylish, too. His flannel coat and trousers fit perfectly. He wore a straw boater with a band striped in burgundy and white. His bow tie matched, as did the ribbon on his lapel, at the end of which dangled a monocle. "Very fine to meet you, sir," Henley said, with a marked accent. His handshake was firm. It surprised Mac because of the man's paleness. "Mr. Henley, you're an Englishman." "I am, sir, though a permanent resident of California now." "Clive grows citrus," Carla said, "down in Riverside, the area they call the Great Orange Belt and Sanitarium." "Actually, Oh, excuse me," Henley said, almost in a stammer. His eye rested on Nellie, whose cheeks were nearly as red as his. Mac rushed to her. "Nellie, I apologize for the confusion. Miss Hellman, Mr. Henley, Miss Ross from San Francisco." Henley tipped his boater, bowed, and murmured the right pleasantries. "I know Miss Hellman by reputation," Nellie said with perfect politeness and unmistakable double meaning. She extended her hand. She'd put her gloves on again. Carla clasped the hand and held it briefly while they took each other's measure. Their eyes exchanged secret messages. Each had instantly sensed the other as a rival. Mac offered chairs, but no one moved. In the strained silence, the pounding of the derrick seemed louder, and the emotional temperature of the room shot up several more degrees. Mac said to the visitors, "Miss Ross is a journalist. She writes for the Examiner under the name Ramona Sweet." "Of course, the Sob Sister," Carla said. "I've read a few of those sensational stories. What an unusual way to spend one's time, mingling with the dregs, so to speak." "All in the job," Nellie said. She was simmering. Henley tried to turn the conversation onto an innocuous tack. "What I started to say was that I don't actually raise oranges. I merely own the groves. Mexicans do all the hard labor. When my father sent me over here 5 years ago, I discovered that a man could be an orchardist and a gentleman at the same time." Henley beamed. Mac suspected the man didn't mean to sound like a pompous idiot, but he did. Carla swept off her little tweed hat. In her matching full skirt and jacket, high-collared silk shirtwaist, and smart buttoned forest green gaiters adorning brown Oxfords, she was very much in the French mode, and very much more stylish than Nellie. "Clive's father is a baronet," Carla said to Mac. "14th of his line. Where is it again, dear?" Hindley was tolerant of her flippancy. "Fontana Hall, Oxfordshire." "Oh, yes." She gave Nellie a sweet smile. "But it's you who fascinate me, Miss Ross. Frankly, I've never met a woman who is, how should I put it, in trade." "Put it however you choose, Miss Hellman. I'm sure you will anyway." Carla flashed her a hot look. "Do you like this crude sort of life?" "I wouldn't do anything else, except perhaps write novels." "Even more bohemian. I'm just overcome. I've simply never known a member of our sex who worked for a living, though I've heard of some who get arrested regularly." Equally hot now, Nellie said, "Prostitutes and journalists. It's all the same to you, is that it? Well, for your information, Miss Hellman, you'll see more and more women, respectable women, working in the future. You will, that is, if you ever care to spend a few minutes in the world of real people." This was going all wrong. Mac couldn't stand by and let them spit at one another like cats with their fur up. He stepped in and grasped Nellie's arm. "If you'd just excuse us a moment." A slight pressure got her moving toward the door, though her eyes flashed angrily. She was not merely unhappy with Carla. "I want to discuss dinner," Mac added. By then they were outside. He said the word dinner quietly, but Carla had chased them to the door and overheard. "Yes, we must have dinner and get even better acquainted," she said with venomous sweetness. "There's a charming little inn that opened recently on the road to the coast. The chef is Belgian. We could all drive over and—" "Thank you so much," Nellie said, with a poisoned smile of her own. "I'm afraid I can't. I have to cover a hearing in town. Just a common working girl of the streets." Carla reddened and vanished from the doorway. "You said the hearing wasn't important," Mac growled under his breath. "It wasn't until I saw that I was keeping you from your company." "You were pretty nasty to Carla." "I was nasty? Good God, what's got into you? Unfortunately, I'm afraid I know." "Nellie," she pulled her arm from his hand, her brown eyes brimming with hurt and anger. "Goodbye, Mac." She hurried to her buggy. Snatching the long whip from its socket, she switched the withers of the horse 3 times, and then she was gone. "Damn you," he thought. "If that's how much you care, yes, goodbye." The buggy's dust plume rose slowly and elegantly in front of the new signboard for Chance Johnson. Mac squinted at it a moment, then spun and stomped into the office. Clive Hindley had gone out the other door and could be seen walking up and down and fanning himself with his boater while he surveyed Mac's property. Carla was removing her gloves and straightening her white silk collar. She didn't look at him. There was no need. They both understood how the contest had come out. "Oh, Mac, it's lovely to see you again. Did you get my note?" "I did. It took me by surprise. What exactly happened with the Beavis lawsuit?" Before she could answer, pink-cheeked, Hindley returned and immediately began to chatter. "I say, old fellow, this does look like a going enterprise. Carla wasn't exaggerating. Half of California is talking about you. The young Midas of the oil fields. They speak of you in the same breath with that Irishman Doheny." "And you're much better looking," Carla teased. She slipped her arm through his, on the side away from Hindley, and pressed him with her bosom, her dark blue eyes conveying invitation. "Papa says Mr. Doheny has a reputation. There are whispers that he killed a man in the Southwest." "I don't know anything about that." "You sound cross. Is it Miss Ross? Did I interrupt something important?" "I haven't seen her for a while, that's all." "You've not seen me either, my dear," she said tartly. "I tell you," Hindley put in, "if you're looking for a place to invest your oil profits, you couldn't do better than Citrus. Come down to Riverside and I'll show you." "Thanks, I might. I have some problems to solve first. We're freighting our crude to the Santa Paula refinery on a temporary basis, but I'd like to ship it all the way to Ventura on my own. If I sold it there, I'd make a bigger profit." Carla swept between them, seizing the arm of each. "Tell us about it, my dear." A heated look flushed her face. Nellie was gone. She'd won the day. She was reveling in it. Johnson returned at 4:30, and they drove to the inn Carla had mentioned. Everyone drank too much wine, but Carla drank the most. The Englishman and the Texan spent almost the entire meal talking to one another. The faster the Merlot flowed, the more boisterous and incoherent their conversation became. At the end of the meal, while the two new friends continued to shout genially at one another, Mac and Carla had a chance to talk with a degree of privacy. Again, Mac raised the question of the Beavis lawsuit. Carla was matter-of-fact. "After Swampy got through cursing me up and down, he hired Stephen White's law firm in Los Angeles. One of White's young attorneys, a genuinely tough little fellow named Earl Rogers, persuaded Gladys Beavis to drop the suit. Gladys had her own string of lovers in years past, and Rogers promised that would come out. She withdrew the suit, Mr. White cabled the news, and I came home. Of course, I felt terrible about Buddy being hurt that way. I suppose he said something about me to start the quarrel, but the truth is we'd broken off months before." Her shrug struck him as callous. "Carla, the man nearly died because he fell in love with you." "Who said that? Swampy?" "Calm down. Everybody who's read about the lawsuit knows it. I just don't understand how you can get rid of a sense of responsibility so easily." She glared. "I can't. Why do you think I go through the days with a glass in my hand?" "Well, you shouldn't. It isn't good for you." "Oh, shut up. Just shut up and put something in this glass." Reluctantly, he poured more wine. She took a sip, then leaned against his arm. Her brief anger passed. "I want to sleep with you so badly," she mouthed silently. Mac stared into the dark blue eyes. Her beauty was overpowering as ever. Clive Henley whooped and rocked back in his chair. "That's rich, Hellburner. Oh, my dear fellow, that's choice." Mac poured a little wine in his own glass as Carla carelessly drank the rest of hers. Some of the wine ran down her chin, like the flow from a wound. Under the table, she began to caress his hand. His head was buzzing. "Hell with you, Nellie," he thought, and reached for the bottle. With a headache, a churning gut, and a bitter remorse born of sobriety, Mac took the train to Los Angeles the next day. He'd been a fool. He meant to undo it, but he got no farther than the back of the Pico house. "No, sir, Miss Ross is no longer here. She left for San Francisco early this morning." The following day, Mac rode over to the Hellman Ranch on the Santa Clara River and gave Carla a bank draft for $1,173. She pleaded for him to spend the night, but though he wanted to, he invented a problem with one of the wells. Their visit consisted of a sumptuous luncheon, full of her lively chatter, any number of double entendres that made him chuckle, frequent praise for his accomplishments, and several references to Walter Fairbanks. These were intended to remind him that he had competition, that if he wanted her, he must be aggressive. He was in awe of her feminine skills. In pursuing him, she goaded him into the role of pursuer. But he stuck by his determination to leave. As he cantered from under the portico, a strong inner voice said, "You'd be better off staying away from that woman." On the road to San Solaro, he tried to analyze the reason for his feeling. He decided a part of him wanted Carla badly because she was so womanly and warm, and many other men would have sacrificed almost anything to have her. Beavis had almost died because he couldn't. But another, perhaps deeper and saner side of his nature clung to Nellie. She had walked out, though. He might win her back as a friend, but he wasn't so certain about winning her as a wife. Their ideas were too different, their natures too conflicting, their ambitions too strong. At any rate, she was gone again, and without her he felt vulnerable. And now he harbored a deep fear that at some weak or impulsive moment he might give in to Carla completely. 29. Mr. Ezra Plassman wore a stiff collar and a stiffer expression. As the Newhall freight agent for the Southern Pacific, he recognized his own importance. "Our price to ship from our depot to Ventura is $1 a barrel, gentlemen." It was November and still balmy and dry. The creak thunk of the wells drifted into the office. Johnson reacted to Plassman's statement with an outpouring of obscenities. The freight agent was righteously shocked. He was a church elder, but he wasn't intimidated. "That is the published rate approved by the railroad commissioners." Johnson propelled some dark fluid into a spittoon. "3 crooks in Sacramento, all in your pocket, I don't doubt." Plassman sneered at the remark. Mac cleared some papers encroaching on the corner of his desk reserved for T. Fowler Haynes. He wanted to punch Plassman's oatmeal face, but in the most reasonable tone he could manage, he said, "It doesn't cost this company anything like $1 to get 1 barrel out of the ground." Plassman shrugged. "I can do nothing about that. However, businessmen to businessmen, I certainly don't want to be unreasonable. Occasionally, we do grant more favorable rates in the form of rebates." "Occasionally? I thought it was standard practice." "You're astute, Mr. Chance. As astute as your partner is rude. Yes, rebates are certainly standard for any shipper whose volume is large enough." "Large enough by whose measurement?" "Ours. I can easily determine whether yours is sufficiently large by examining your books." Mac couldn't finish. Johnson's boot heel fell off the corner of the desk and hit the floor. "Books," Plassman repeated. "I'd have to take them with me. I will return them in a day or so." "The books of the Chance Johnson Oil Company are private." "The information will be treated confidentially, but we must see the figures before we discuss any rebate. That's standard SP procedure. Many other shippers, larger and more prestigious than you, have willingly and gratefully allowed us to—" Like a snake rising to strike, Mac came out of the chair. "Get the hell out of this office. Get off our property." Plassman snatched up the file he'd brought from Newhall. "You may get satisfaction from displaying your temper, Mr. Chance, but you'll get nothing else. Not from us. The railroad is friendly to those who treat it as friends." Johnson slid the peacemaker from its holster. "You heard my partner. You better run 'fore I put a bullet in your ass." Something, at last, shattered the composure of Mr. Plassman. He nearly fell retreating down the office steps. From the safety of his wagon, he called, "I certainly wish you luck in your search for another rail line to handle your oil." The buggy raced away. Johnson seethed. "I should have plugged that toad. The goddamn gall, demanding our books. I heard they do it all the time. I didn't believe it. Just like I said at the coal yard, pack of road agents. They're worse than that. The law can catch up with road agents. The SP owns the law in California. It's also an unbreakable monopoly. But Mr. Plassman isn't unbreakable. I'm going to figure out some way to make him eat his rate schedule." He kicked the desk. "Wait and see." The wind blew across the open porch and lifted dust in the bottom of the canal. Daylight was fading in a brilliant display of red radiance and purple cloud. Johnson worked at an eternal job of removing invisible rust from the silvered barrel of his gun. Mac sat in a rocker and gazed out at the dry canal. Issues of a scientific journal were stacked up beside him. One lay open on his lap. "Must be a fascinating magazine," Johnson remarked. "You're ready to fall asleep." "No, thinking." "What is that rag?" Mac showed him. The masthead said, "The Irrigation Age." "Looks about as exciting as watching my grandma darn socks." "It's a pretty influential journal in the West. A man named William Smythe publishes it. Smythe's convinced that scientific irrigation could make the land in this state bloom like Eden. So are a whole lot of stockmen and farmers and engineers and town builders. Several hundred of them held a congress at the Opera House in Los Angeles last December. I didn't know a thing about it. We was otherwise occupied. Here's an article about irrigation development in Kern County, for instance. Here's an advertisement for a tour of model communities around Redlands. And here's the piece that interests me." He handed Johnson the magazine, open to an article full of schematic diagrams. "Pipelines, huh? For water. Maybe that's our answer for the oil. It works for Stewart. Why not for us?" He jumped up. "You can handle things here for a week. I think I'll take a little prospecting trip." The Capitol Rotunda in Sacramento was a fine, airy space, flooded with sunshine and ringed by massive marble columns, and buzzing with the voices of legislators, clerks, lobbyists, farmers and ranchers coming and going. Discreetly shielded behind a column, Walter Fairbanks III conducted a conversation on behalf of the SP Political Bureau. Fairbanks's auburn hair was precisely parted and his mustache neatly trimmed. He wore a sedate black suit with a gray cravat and gray spats over black shoes. His gray eyes veiled his contempt for the legislator from Zamora, Yolo County, a man with greed written all over his lumpy face. "I'm glad to know you look favorably on Santa Monica for the harbor site, Senator Lemoyne." "That's my present thinking, yes, sir." "You'll continue to be under tremendous pressure to change your mind." "Already am." "Stand fast, and Mr. Huntington, Mr. Herron, and all the rest of us at the SP will be most appreciative. By the way," he drew some plain sealed envelopes from an inside pocket, "here's your annual pass, good on any of our routes." Lemoyne snatched his prize. "I noticed envelopes like this here on all the desks in the house. Wondered when I'd get mine." The wretched provincial was fairly slavering over his bribe. Fairbanks smiled. "Because of your seniority and your record of friendship, you get a little something extra. There's a letter in the envelope presenting you and your family with a complimentary week at the Del Monte Hotel. It's a splendid resort." I know. Nothing but the best people." "Quite right. We built it originally to help fill our southbound trains from San Francisco. Now we use it to reward friends." "Count me one of those, Mr. Fairbanks. Yes, sir." Lemoyne jammed the envelope in a side pocket and held his hand over it, as though fearful of meeting someone as dishonest as himself. They shook hands, and Lemoyne left. Fairbanks wiped his fingers on his trousers and stepped from behind the pillar. And stopped. Like a rock in an eddying sea, Macklin Chance was standing in the center of the rotunda. Despite the noise and bustle, Mac saw Fairbanks immediately. The lawyer looked hale and prosperous as he sauntered over. Although Mac put on broadcloth, neat and respectable, it was rag compared to Fairbanks's superbly cut black suit. "Well, Chance, what a surprise to see you." Fairbanks didn't offer his hand. "I'm trying to locate Otto Hellman." "He's here. The Railroad Commission rate hearing." He gestured to some chamber behind Mac. "I hear you're handling oil instead of champagne these days. Well settled in Los Angeles, too." "Not permanently. I have business in San Francisco one of these days. A few accounts to settle. There's a detective in the police department, for instance. Coughlin's his name." Fairbanks showed not a ripple of surprise or recognition. The self-possession probably made him a good lawyer. "There's Hellman," he said, raising a hand to signal. Hellman saw him and changed course. A young clerk got in his way, and Hellman shoved him aside with a curse. He was as large, untidy, and bumptious as ever. Unexpectedly, Mac was glad to see him. Fairbanks fiddled with his pearl-gray cravat. Nervous? Mac wondered. Then he guessed the reason. Hellman's daughter. "Hello, Walter. My God, look here. It's the champagne man. Now he's the oil man. How are you, Johnny?" Hellman pumped Mac's hand with genuine warmth. "Fine, Swampy." "I don't like that name." "I don't like Johnny." That's right, I forgot. Ha ha. His raucous laugh disturbed the rotunda, where any crime was tolerated so long as the perpetrators maintained decorum. Hellman slapped Mac on the back like a lodge brother. Under his wrinkled jacket, Mac was astonished to see the holstered Smith & Wesson. Fairbanks said, "Otto, how is Carla?" "How should I know? She don't tell me much. She just wires for money." "She was fine when I saw her 2 weeks ago," Mac said. "Shall I give her your regards?" "You see her often?" Fairbanks asked coldly. Mac stared him down. "Often." "Then please do. Otto, your servant." Fairbanks stalked off, livid. Mac permitted himself a smile. Hellman drew him to the side of the rotunda. "Is that true, Johnny? You see my daughter a lot down there in Ventura County?" "Some," Mac hedged. There hadn't been another encounter since his ride to the river ranch. "She has a regular friend, a Britisher. He owns citrus groves in Riverside." "Oh, that one." Hellman plucked a cigar from his jacket. With a look to see whether anyone was watching, he bit off the end, leaned over, and spat it behind the pillar. "You know Henley?" "Yeah, sure, I met him. Remittance man." "What's that?" "Somebody whose family sends him regular checks. Either they don't want him back or he can't go back. Henley's old man, Lord Who's something, he packed him over here a while back. Maybe Clive put his Schwartz in the wrong little girlie. Maybe he insulted the Queen. Maybe he killed somebody. Who knows and who cares? We all got our little secrets. There's a whole bunch of limeys like him down Riverside way." "He and Carla seem to like each other." Hellman waved his cigar. "Won't last. Carla's still got a yen for you. But like I said before, you hook up with her, you're in trouble. Well, Johnny, nice to see you. Guess we both better tend to business." "You're the reason I'm here." "What? How's that?" "I telegraphed your San Francisco office, and they said you were in Sacramento, so I took the train up here to see you." "Make it fast, Johnny. I gotta get back to the hearing. Sometimes those 3 idiots on the Railroad Commission forget who their friends are. If I ain't careful, they're liable to give everybody who ships wheat the same rate I get as a favored customer. Then who'd be dealing with me because I sell cheaper? Nobody. I gotta look after my interests here." He chewed his cigar. "What is it you want?" "Money." Hellman's eyes lost their geniality, and he scratched his potbelly. 2 undone shirt buttons showed his fish-white chest. "From everything I hear, you got plenty." "Yes, but I have a big overhead. I have a 70-man payroll. I've built new storage tanks, bought a fleet of tank wagons. I'll pay them off soon, but I need capital right now." Hellman chuckled. "Impatient cuss." "All my crude oil is going to Lyman Stewart for refining. He's tough. He does no favors on price. I can get a better deal selling on the pier at Ventura. The problem is moving the oil to the coast. I want to build a pipeline, San Solaro to Ventura. 47 miles, 8-inch line, bigger than Stewart's." "You've got faith in the oil business down south, huh?" "I have faith in everything I do. Sometimes it gets a little worn around the edges, but I never lose it." Hellman chewed his cigar harder. "What's the matter with the railroad to Ventura?" "Screw the railroad. They want to crucify me with their highest rate. Look, Swampy, you loan me the money to build the line, I'll give you a royalty on every barrel I move through it for 5 years." 10 years. Mac drew a long breath. "Maybe." "You want cash? There's no maybe. Anything else?" "I'm going to trench and bury the line. Stewart's line is suspended above ground. Looks like hell. Ruins the landscape." "Sensitive, ain't you?" "This is a beautiful state. If we rip it to pieces, we'll never be able to repair it." "You got some damn radical ideas, you know that?" Mac kept quiet. "How much you need?" "At least 250,000. "I keep that around in shoeboxes." The rap of a gavel in some distant room started a rush in the rotunda. "Send me a proposal." "Where do I find you?" "Here, there, someplace. You're hungry enough, you'll find me." He waved the cigar and waddled off, leaving Mac with mingled amusement and exasperation. Suddenly Hellman thought of something and turned back. "And remember what I said. Stay away from you-know-who." By the end of 1894, the Chance Johnson Pipeline Company had acquired its right-of-way by purchase or lease and sent survey crews through the hills to the coastal plain. Ezra Plassman of the Southern Pacific paid a hasty visit to San Solaro. "We're informed that you're building a pipeline to Ventura, Mr. Chance." "True." "You know that's a completely unnecessary outlay of capital. The SP's Special Pricing Committee discussed your situation only last week. Even without, access to your corporate books, it's evident that Chance Johnson is rising fast. A potential power in the oil business. Enormous volume. The Pricing Committee reviewed the matter thoroughly, and I'm happy to say the SP has granted you substantial rate concessions." Mac leaned back and touched his fingertips together. He smiled like a small boy with a new jackknife or pet frog. "I thought they would, Mr. Plassman." Then Mac threw him out. Through his lawyers and bankers, Swampy Hellman handed Mac money the way lesser men handed out change for a daily newspaper. Mac quickly learned the simple but astonishing lesson Nellie had tried to teach him in San Francisco. The problems in obtaining and handling $10 or $1 million were essentially no different. Only the numbers were different. He finally believed it, and he knew he'd taken an enormous step forward. In 1895, Chance Johnson started the pipeline. A crew of 125 men would trench it, and a follow-up crew of the same size would then lay the pipe sections and connect them with threaded collars. Still other crews would build the pumping stations along the line, where steam would heat the crude and reduce its viscosity to keep it flowing. On an auspiciously clear and sparkling day in February, Mac and Hellburner Johnson took part in a brief ceremony outside the Gateway Arch. Together with the follow-up crew, they gathered beside an open trench that contained pipe stenciled Chance Johnson Coastline. Mac held a bottle of Mum's aloft. Sunlight flashed from the green glass. With a smile at his partner, he wound up and hurled the bottle into the trench with the speed of a fast baseball pitch. As the bottle smashed, champagne foamed and ran down over the pipe. Johnson tore his peacemaker from the holster and emptied it in the air, howling his familiar rebel yell. The crew yelled and whistled and waved small American flags and pennants decorated with the company initials. "Cover it up," Mac said. The shovels flew and the dirt poured in. Mac felt like a man in a small boat teetering at the summit of a great falls. Things were moving fast, faster than he'd ever dreamed. In terms of property, if not cash, James Macklin Chance was a rich man. He was 26 years old. The partners traveled down to Wilmington on San Pedro Bay. At a pierhead, they inspected La Jolla de San Diego, a small coastal steamer with a chain across her gangway and padlocks on her cabins. Gulls sailed lazily in the sultry spring sky. A fishing smack chugged by, laden with mounds of mackerel and rock cod shiny as coins. "I brung you down here 'cause it seems to me we're already in the business with both feet," Johnson said. "So we shouldn't ought to be at the mercy of the damn shipping companies if we take a notion to send our crude to San Francisco or San Diego, even round the Horn. We need our own vessel. I ain't much for numbers, but I'm learning. I did a rough workup." The paper was yellow foolscap, scribbled in pencil. Mac took it. "How much will she carry?" "I had some engineers figure it. Once she's refitted, about 7,000 barrels. "How much for refitting?" "About 50,000. "How much for the steamer?" "Asking 75. Lawyer says they'll take 60. We should do it, Mac. Honest to God, we should." Mac was amused. "You really like this business." "What I like is getting rich without sticking my pistol in someone's face." Mac took about 2 minutes to survey the abandoned La Jolla de San Diego. Her decks were warped and in places rotted out. Hatches gaped without covers. He saw barnacles on her hull and cracked glass in every pane of the wheelhouse. "Buy her." The breathless promoter gestured to the map. "The land's currently in wheat. That doesn't mean you'd be restricted to that crop. Without hesitation, Mr. Chance, this is the finest ranch in the San Joaquin." "I read the prospectus. Go on." "The foreman, a top man, agrees to stay on for 2 years." He hovered expectantly. Mac waved. "Draw up the contract for my attorney in town." Mac and Enrique Potter drove out to inspect a 900-acre tract in the Cahuenga Valley. They passed a few homes, neat and solid as Midwestern burgers, yet with an air of sunlit destitution for all that. But the citrus groves and the fields of watermelon and bell peppers were thriving. In the shade of a huge pepper tree, they stopped and peeled off their coats, and Mac said, "I came here when I first rode into Los Angeles. I remember the Hollywood tract. It's never taken off as it should. It seems logical to me that as Los Angeles grows, it'll certainly grow this direction, toward the ocean. This tract has everything. Flat land down here for cottages and farms. Up there," he indicated the mass of the Santa Monicas, where a few isolated small houses clung to the foothills. "Spectacular sights, and there's access to Cahuenga Pass over to the San Fernando." He picked up the reins and turned to Potter, who looked more affluent these days. "Buy it. Buy yourself another new suit while you're at it. Buy Elena a silver bracelet. Buy those youngsters a sack of toys. Put it all on this bill." Enrique Potter fussed with his perfectly tied cravat and indicated it would be a pleasure. "You've studied scientific geology?" Mac said. "Yes, sir, at Yale," said the young man in the visitor's chair, a fresh-faced, bespectacled fellow with red hair full of cowlicks. "With a name like mine, you have to go in for something unusual, wouldn't you say, sir?" "I would." Mac felt ancient compared to the applicant, Mr. Haven Ogg of Stamford, Connecticut. Haven Ogg was a mere 21, according to a reference letter in the file on the desk. Ogg was nervous, anxious to please, and kept clasping and unclasping his hands. Mac reached under some ledgers for a square of cardboard. "We need to put this company on a scientific footing. I sketched this." He showed a crude layout for an advertisement. "Chance Johnson, Gas, Oil, Asphaltum. Finest machine and illuminating oils. This isn't the company I'm running. It's the company I want to run. Any comments?" "Yes, sir. Illuminating oils. The days of white kerosene as a significant product are finished. It's all electricity now." Mac slashed a line through the offending words and tossed the cardboard in Ogg's lap. "Think you could do the rest of it? Set up a refinery? Everything?" Ogg clutched the cardboard to his chest like a precious possession. "Yes, sir. What I don't know, and I'm sure there's a great deal, I'll learn. Developing the company might take 10 years, but with capital for the proper equipment, I'm certain it can be accomplished." A lot more hope than experience in this young man, Mac thought. He liked him. "Not 10 years, Mr. Ogg. I'll give you 5. "I'll take it, Mr. Chance." On horseback, Mac, Johnson, Clive Henley, and an agent climbed a gentle road to Arlington Heights. Mac was hatless, and his forehead had developed a dark mahogany patina. He wore fine riding trousers, English boots, and the shopkeeper's colt on his hip. It was a glorious morning, the air smelling of oranges and eucalyptus. The agent's name was Moses Warwick. He never stopped talking. "Riverside is a fine, prosperous community, devoted almost exclusively to citrus. Colonel North, the man who founded the colony in 1870, bought up large sections of the old Rubidoux and Jurupa ranchos. He envisioned a thriving silk industry. It didn't work out, but now we have something much better." Henley threw an amused glance at Mac, as if to apologize for the agent's enthusiasm. A flat, sunny mesa stretched behind them, running past the Santa Ana River to the mountain barrier in the north. From the shade of the groves on either side of the road, sweating Mexicans and mestizos in dark smocks and flat sun hats watched the quartet of well-dressed riders pass in a cloud of dust. There was a certain rage for citrus even before the Tibbetses planted the original naval cuttings from Bahia, Brazil. The cuttings were sent out here by someone from the agriculture department. That's why we call them Washington Navals. Old-timers will tell you that Mrs. Tibbets watered the young trees with her dishwater. They rounded a bend and came upon a for sale sign bearing Marwick's name. Rows of trees with lustrous dark green leaves rolled away up the hillsides of the property. The agent swept off his white sombrero. "There you are, gentlemen. 200 acres of the finest citrus in the new subdivision, all from the original Washington cuttings and guaranteed to be completely above the frost belt. The soil is largely decomposed granite with excellent drainage. A Progressive Mutual Water Company sees to your irrigation needs. What's more, this grove is established and producing. No waiting 5, 6, 7 years for the first crop." Mac leaned over to an exceedingly sour-faced Johnson, who was mopping sweat with an orange bandana. "What do you think?" "I think you can do anything you want, but I ain't tending no fruit." Mac reared back, laughing. "Don't worry, I'll hire someone else." He turned his frisky saddle horse off the road onto a dirt track. "Show us around, Marwick. I'm interested." An hour later, he signed the offer to purchase. The agent left them and rushed back to other appointments while the three men rode to the far southern limit of the property. Here the land rose to a magnificent round hill, bleached golden brown by the summer sun. Up on the windy summit, Mac dismounted. "What a beautiful place. The air's as sweet as a perfume shop." "Old chap will be delighted to welcome you as a new resident." Clive Henley dropped gracefully from his saddle and popped his monocle out of his eye. "We have 2 clubs you'll enjoy, and you must be my guest at both. There are a number of British chaps in the membership, but many of your countrymen also. Gentlemen orchardists, every one." Henley had grown chummy very quickly. Mac didn't mind. He liked the polished yet puppy-like remittance man. It was hard to envision him committing a crime serious enough to get him banished, or handling Carla, whom he referred to as a friend. "If you enjoy horseback riding at the Riverside Golf and Polo Club, I can introduce you to a fast, rough game some of our lads brought from India." "What game's that?" Johnson asked. "Why, exactly what the club name suggests, H.B." Henley's monocle flashed as he waved it. "Polo." "Never heard of it." "Perhaps not, but your seat's excellent, I've noticed. We might enlist you as a player." "So long as I don't have to tend no damn fruit." Mac laughed again. "Before I start doing that, I'll have to design and build a house. A big house." He strode across the golden summit with orchards below, the California sky above, other hills and orchards sweeping into the hazy distance. At the hill's highest point, he raised his arms. "Right about here, I'd say." They stayed overnight in Riverside, completed the papers, and returned by train to Los Angeles and then Newhall the next day. They were nearly at San Solaro by dusk. Mac felt well rested and excited about his purchase, and looked forward to settling in Riverside County at least part of the year, building a new California-style residence, learning about citrus. Maybe he'd even investigate that game Henley mentioned. A grand, opulent house in Riverside, and a lifestyle to go with it, might lure Nellie away from her busy life with Hearst, and especially from the temptation of New York. He wanted that. He hadn't heard from her in some months, and he missed her constantly. Johnson was dour as they rode along, scarcely saying a word. Perhaps things were moving too fast for him. Or maybe he wanted to go roaming again. Mac didn't ask. He was enjoying the balmy evening, the panorama of the busy derricks, with their winking lights and rhythmic machinery, sights and sounds he'd grown to love. They turned from Grande Boulevard onto a side street leading to the cottage beside the canal. From 2 blocks away, Mac spied a man sitting on the rear stoop, smoking. A block from the cottage, he stood in the stirrups, hoping the twilight had tricked him. But no, the man rose laconically. He was thin as a stick, clearly undernourished and shabbily dressed. There was a familiar cockiness to his wave. Johnson scowled. "Who in hell's that?" "My former partner, Wyatt Paul." A bleak, wintry feeling settled over Mac. They rode up to the back stoop and reined their horses. Wyatt's raven hair had a dirty, dull cast, his clothes little better than a tramp's, but his blue eyes blazed with that familiar merry innocence that charmed so many and masked so much. "Hello, Mac. I heard you were making a pile of money from San Solaro. I came back from my share." 30. Mac introduced Wyatt and Johnson. Then he asked Johnson to vacate the cottage for the night. "Wyatt and I are going to be talking business." Johnson, visibly unhappy, protested that it was his cottage, too. He had heard a few stories about Wyatt, most uncomplimentary, and he didn't like being dismissed. "Wyatt's part owner of the land leased to Chance Johnson. We have a lot to discuss. It's personal." Mac fairly barked it. He could tell Wyatt was enjoying his visible discomfort. "Do me a favor. Don't argue. Bunk somewhere else." Johnson stared at his partner. "Shit," he said, and squirted some spit between his teeth. He turned his horse back up the road. "Inside, Wyatt," Mac said. "You aren't staying long." Wyatt put a match to a cigarette, a form of tobacco Mac never touched. He flipped the match into the yard, amused. "We'll see." He held the back door. "After you, partner." Mac could barely contain his anger. Just when you held 4 high cards and your luck was running and the pot was the biggest ever, the dealer handed you a losing tray. He wanted to take hold of Wyatt's grimy collar and toss him out. Only conscience restrained him. Conscience and a certain animal wariness. Wyatt Paul wasn't like other men. He couldn't be counted on to act rationally most of the time. Usually, Mac took off his holster when he came home. Tonight, he didn't. Wyatt said he was thirsty, and Mac uncorked a large jug of red table wine. It was a mistake. An hour later, with darkness settling, Wyatt was guzzling from the jug, and they were still going round and round, the same arguments. "I'm telling you again, Wyatt, I stuck by the bargain. My lawyer in Los Angeles is holding the paper and the dollar I owe you." "I disappeared, but it was only temporary. Partner." "Stop chattering that word like a damn monkey." Mac stormed to the end of the porch and pointed to the derrick lights. "You didn't contribute anything to all that. Not 1 dime, and not 1 ounce of sweat. Did that ignorant cowboy contribute? A lot. What's he get out of it? His fair share." Wyatt tilted the jug over the back of his arm, dribbling wine into his mouth, then wiping his chin on his sleeve. "I contributed. Whose land are those wells built on, Mac?" "How many times do you have to hear it? You disappeared. You abandoned San Solaro. You took cash belonging to buyers who trusted you, and you damn near landed me in jail because of it. Now you walk in again as if it never happened, and you won't even say where you've been, for God's sake." "Mexicali, Catalina, Hawaii. Nowhere important." Light in the neatly furnished parlor struck Wyatt's eyes, giving them that opaque sheen. "I have a bad impression from this conversation, Mac. An impression that you want to push me out. I guess I had the wrong idea about you." A pause. "I once thought you had a conscience." Mac bolted at him, then checked himself. Wyatt stood his ground, laughing. "Thought that'd get you?" He slapped his thigh. Mac stalked off the porch and walked over to the edge of the canal. Rubbing his palms over his face, he could feel the grit of the long day's travel, the frustration, the anger. He quelled it and thought hard. Would the original agreement with Wyatt hold up? Yes, Potter had assured him it would. Then there was an answer, an old and trusted one. Percentages. "All right," he said in a hoarse voice, approaching the porch again. "I'll cut you a new deal. I'll give you 10% of the net profit of Chance Johnson." "Don't insult me, partner." Wyatt swigged. 12.5, goddammit. "Am I upsetting you, partner? You're cursing a lot." "No deal." 15, Mac said with pained reluctance. Wyatt thought it over, then smiled. 17.5. All right, on one condition. You collect your checks at a bank in Los Angeles. You stay away from here. The silence was enormous. Wyatt set the jug on the porch with a loud thud, then stumbled down the steps into the starlight. His voice, much lower, carried real enmity. "Why?" "Because this is a business, a profitable and well-run business. If I keep it that way, we'll both make money." "Are you saying I wouldn't keep it that way?" "Drop it, Wyatt." "No, get it all out." Silence. "Get it all out, Mac." They stared each other down. "San Solaro is producing income now. Big income. It's going to produce something else if I can bring water in here, the water you lied about to our real estate customers. It's going to produce a town, a real town, not the one you dreamed up on paper, no steamboats on a bogus canal. Stores, homes, schools, churches, real streets, real people. It's called progress, Wyatt. It's entirely unrelated to a free ride, a free lunch, or a fast dollar. But it won't happen if you're around here to beat up any banker who says no to a loan, or any contractor who happens to question an order." "I didn't know you had such a low opinion of me." "For God's sake, stop it. You have a lot of talent and charm, but you let it run wild. You don't harness it." Wyatt ran to the porch, seized the jug, and smashed it to pieces against a porch pillar. "When are you going to understand? I didn't come to California to climb into a fucking harness." "Shut up, damn it. You're ranting." "No, sir. No, I'm going to say this. You've been pretty fucking candid tonight. Well, you listen to this, Mac. Candor can be dangerous. Sometimes it poisons a friendship. Poisons it forever. You understand me? If that's some kind of threat, the hell with you. Do you want the 17.5% or not?" "I want it. I'm entitled to it." "Then collect it in Los Angeles. My attorney's name is Potter. He'll settle the arrangements." "We'll settle it together. I'm staying right here." Mac was shaking. He wanted to pull his peacemaker, but pulled something from memory instead. "What does the name Stearns mean to you?" "Don Isidor Stearns, Rancho de la Bahia." Wyatt stood absolutely still. His voice became reasonable again, and very faint. "I don't know the name Stearns." "Well, that's peculiar. After you left, I found a long news cutting about Don Isidor Stearns in your desk. About his murder down near San Diego. Someone killed and robbed him of a lot of money." Mac swallowed, dry-mouthed. He toed an invisible cliff that would either hold or crumble and carry him into an abyss. "About as much money," he continued, "as it took to buy this land, I figure. They never found the murderer. Damn funny that you'd keep a clipping about a man you didn't know." "Are you saying—" "I'm saying it's funny, Wyatt. And I'm saying you didn't get the money from Otto Hellman. That was a lie. Never mind how I know. That's all I'm saying. Right now." 10 seconds passed. The night breeze carried the rhythmic pumping of the wells, and an owl hooted back in the hills. Without warning, Wyatt started for Mac, and Mac instantly snatched the Colt off his hip and cocked it. "Don't make this any worse." "I want the clipping." "No, it's locked up in a bank vault." "What do you want, then?" "I want you to get out. Potter will take care of you. Just don't come back here." Wyatt stood so that the lamplight from inside fell on half his face. Mac watched the charming grin slide back, the charming, smarmy, insincere grin. There was no humor in his eyes, only china blue malevolence. "Whatever you say, partner. I'll sleep on your couch, and in the morning I want you off the property now. I'll find a man to drive you into Newhall." Wyatt thought it over, then lifted one shoulder casually to consent. It was so easily done, so relaxed and pleasant. Somehow it frightened Mac more than Wyatt's ranting. "Sure, I'll go. I don't expect we've seen the last of each other, though. In fact, you can count on it. Let's find that driver, partner." 31. The southbound Overland Express slowed down. Mac snapped back the lid of his gold pocket watch. A few minutes after 1 a.m. on a Friday in June 1895. He put his tablet aside and leaned toward the window. Black out there, not a light showing. He sat back and reflected on the irony of traveling on the line he hated. The accommodations were comfortable enough. He was riding in a first-class Silver Palace sleeper similar to those of Pullman's. A powerful 90-ton 280 pulled the train. He'd observed the locomotive carefully before he boarded. It was one of those manufactured in company shops at Sacramento and had a straight stack, coal-burning, and the name Red Fox handsomely painted on. Too bad the men who financed Red Fox lacked the plain, solid honesty of their engine. The elderly conductor came tiptoeing through. The other passengers had retired into curtained berths, but Mac had asked the porter not to make up his space, 2 seats facing each other, into a berth. He didn't plan to sleep. The conductor was a paunchy man with yellowing bags under his eyes. He noticed Mac peering out the window. "There's heavy fog tonight. We slowed down for the Tehachapi Loop." Mac nodded, and the conductor passed into the dark. The Loop was one of California's engineering marvels. 10 miles north of the 4,000-foot pass and the start of the descent to the Mojave, the line twisted through the mountains on 5 levels. At one point, a train chugged into the tunnel for which the loop was named and came out directly below the point of entry. If the train was long enough, passengers could watch part of the same train going the opposite way. Mac's shirt collar was open, his vest unbuttoned. On the seat opposite lay his reading material, John Muir's new book, The Mountains of California, several issues of The Irrigation Age, the latest number of Land of Sunshine, a new illustrated magazine promoting Southern California, Overland Monthly, a literary journal Mr. Bitter Bierce called the Warmed Overland Monthly, the Fresno Morning Republican, headlining the Supreme Court's decision upholding injunctions against Eugene Debs, the railway labor leader who'd brought America's rail traffic to a halt the previous year until federal troops broke the strike. Mac had laid them all out and hadn't picked up one. He was struggling with a letter. He tore his 6th attempt off the tablet and applied his pencil to a clean sheet. "Dear Nellie, writing to you on the trip south from the Central Valley. Just bought more farmland there, a fine tract of 14,000 acres near Fresno. The promises of that old guidebook are finally coming true. I am striking more kinds of gold than I ever imagined." Air brakes hissed and iron squealed on iron. The passenger train was slowing again, perhaps for a station. A series of stop-and-start lurches shook the car. Behind an upper berth curtain, someone muttered fretfully, "But what I really want to tell you is that I'm sorry your last visit ended the way it did. I am not involved with that woman you met." Frown lines cut into his brow. He hated lying. Was Nellie worth it? Yes. "And never have been in any serious way. Can you please get away from Mr. H for a few days? Come down and discuss it? I want to show you a certain place I have picked out to build a new—" More lurches and rattles. The train crawled forward. He scowled and peered out. A few distant lights sprinkled the dark, diffuse, misty lights. The fog was soupy, all right. Suddenly a ferocious lurch fluttered the low-trimmed wicks of the kerosene lamps mounted above him. Other passengers awakened and began to ask questions of each other. The car smelled of dusty carpet, bed linen, the kerosene in the lamps. From the shadows of the vestibule, the conductor called out softly, "Tehachapi Summit. The station is Tehachapi." Mac decided to stretch and take the air. On his way out, he passed the berth of a Scandinavian couple who were traveling with their daughter. He heard the wife. "What do you see, Nels?" "Blasted fog, that's all." Yawning, Mac clambered down the steps to the platform of a Spartan passenger station. Electric lights inside were muted by the cold, wet fog, the thickest he'd ever seen. The station was empty. He gazed through the pane at the silent telegraph key. Why was no agent on duty? The baggy-eyed conductor trudged back from the engine swinging his bull's-eye lantern, its tilting beam slicing the fog like a broadsword. "Can't proceed till this fog thins out," he said. "It's a real hazard up in these mountains. The engineer hopes it will be clear in an hour or so." Passengers in robes or rumpled clothing poked their heads from the first and second-class cars. One man climbed down and cornered the conductor. "We're on the main line, aren't we? Shouldn't we wait on a spur?" "Only one line through here. There's no other trains at this time of night." Mac spied something at the end of the train, something that sent a nasty tickle of worry up his spine. Beside the track, the lens of a two-sided signal lantern shone green. "Conductor, even with no trains, shouldn't that signal be red?" The Scandinavian couple appeared, the stocky wife wearing a hairnet heavy enough to catch trout, and the husband attired in a fine satin robe, nightshirt, and pointed Turkish slippers. Mac was watching the conductor. Something was wrong, and the man knew it. He tried to cover it with hasty assurances. "Oh, it's some mechanical problem, that's all. I'll have the brakeman see about—" A train whistled in the dark. Loudly, stridently. Mac's heart hammered. The train was behind them, chugging rapidly down the grade. "Jesus and Mary," the conductor whispered, crossing himself. The passengers began to mill about and exclaim, consternation soon changing to panic. "That's a downbound train! On this track! Scatter!" "Kirsten," called the wife. "Nels, Kirsten's asleep." Her husband's thick Scandinavian speech lapped hers. "Others too." "Get them out of there, conductor," Mac yelled. Pop-eyed, the conductor raised his lantern and stared at Mac, his mouth working soundlessly. The roar and chuff of the unseen train grew louder. Nels, the husband, ran toward the rear, waving his arms. "Stop! Hold up!" He lost one slipper, then the other. "Stop!" A broad white beam slashed around the last curve before the station. Intensified by its mirrored reflector, the headlight flooded the platform and the standing train with a glare as brilliant as a burst of lightning. The train itself appeared with a crescendo roar. Mac had a glimpse of the balloon stack of a wood burner. Shoving the paralyzed conductor aside, he ran up the steps and kicked open the door of the Silver Palace car. "Everybody get out, right now!" The engineer of the downbound train signaled the impending calamity with a screaming whistle. Mac ran along the car, shaking curtains, shouting, "Wake up! There isn't a minute to—" Impact. Crushing, crashing, hurling the car and the train forward with a violent motion. The lamps over Mac's seat shattered. Hot oil splashed from the broken reservoirs and ignited. A woman poked her head from her berth, saw the fire, and began screaming. Mac struck her with an open hand. "Be quiet! Get out! Save yourself!" He heard another terrified yell behind him. Then he felt the car start to tilt off the rails. Everything was leaping flame, writhing shadow, the snap of breaking timbers, the yelp of bending metal. And above all, there were the screams. The shrillest came from the berth of the Scandinavian girl. Evidently she was trapped. He fought toward that end of the car, a hopeless effort because the car was falling over. He lost his balance and tumbled into the open seat he'd occupied. Muir's book and all his other reading were afire. Mac smashed down against the outer wall, now the bottom of the car settling on its side. His head slammed the frame of the broken window, and he almost slashed his throat on jagged glass. Flame from the burning cushions ignited a shirt cuff and his vest. He fought to stand up, slapping out the fire. Passengers, bloodied and screaming, crawled or stumbled toward the ends of the car. Up and down the train the screams multiplied. The worst was still the girl's. What was her name? He roared it. "Kirsten!"
"Here! Who's that? I'm caught! Help me!"
He had trouble reaching her. Choking smoke filled the aisle. He had to crawl and clamber over the berths that now formed a floor for the car. Tearing the curtains off the girl's berth, he found her huddled in tangled bedding, hands jammed to her throat, blue eyes round and wild. He yanked the covers until he unsnarled them, freeing her. What had really imprisoned her was her own fright. "Reach up, arms around my neck, quick!" She obeyed. Coughing, he lifted the girl out of the berth and teetered there, trying to decide. The end of the car? No. Fire from his seat had leaped across the aisle. He found the partition separating the girl's berth from the next. "Kirsten, hold on to this wall."
"Don't leave me here. Oh, please don't."
"I won't. Be quiet." He ripped down the curtains of the berth across the aisle. It was now above him. He braced himself, then crawled up into the berth and beat at the window with his elbow. Turbulent red smoke almost hid the girl beneath him. He struck the glass again. 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 The window broke and he shielded his eyes and face, but not in time, the glass slashing his cheek and opening a long cut on his forehead. A fleck lodged under his left lid, a needle point of incredible pain. "Oh, Christ!" He blinked and blinked, felt tears well in the eye. Then, mercifully, the needle was gone. Fire spread rapidly now, brightening the car's interior. "Kirsten, take hold. I'm going to pull you up and boost you through this window." She saw the ragged glass all around the window frame and cowered. "Come on," he yelled, and grabbed her wrist too hard, hurting her. Never mind a broken bone. This was a question of her life. He wedged himself in the berth and somehow dragged her up. Then he put a hand under her hip and shoved. "Somebody out there, help this girl." Voices, then heavy footfalls. A man running along the side of the overturned car. "Yes, coming. Here, girl." In a moment, Kirsten was safely in the man's arms out there in the fire-lit murk. Mac gulped sweet, damp air, listening to a bedlam of questions. The crackle of fire, the wailing of the frightened or injured. He reached through the dangerous glass-toothed opening to find a hold and lift himself to safety. He heard a voice, a feeble male voice, someone else trapped. "Save yourself," something said to him, but he didn't listen. He dropped back inside. The smoke was acrid, almost opaque. Covering his nose and mouth with his handkerchief, he heard the faint, plaintive voice again. "I can't move. I think my leg's broken." Mac's face poured off sweat. The cry came from the other end of the car, from a berth beyond the flames that created a hot barrier across the aisle, just where he'd been sitting. "I don't want to do this," he thought. He knuckled his eyes, dragged a blanket from a berth, folded it, and wrapped it over his head for protection. Then he held his breath and ran toward the fire barrier and through. Mac rested in his double bed in the cottage. He'd designed the room with a wide window beside the bed. That way he could always wake to the sight of the derricks pumping money from the ground. His arms and shoulders were dressed with cotton batting over a paste of oxide of zinc and ground acetate of morphine, the latter for pain relief. Roller bandages held the batting in place. He'd been lucky. No burns worse than first degree, and those over a limited area. A smart young doctor up in the mountains had minimized the burn damage by soaking him in cold water in a horse trough, then applying household molasses. His eyelids tended to droop. That was the opium tincture the local doctor prescribed for pain. Mac was ashamed to lie helpless in front of visitors. Sickness was unmanly. Nellie sat on a chair, Bierce behind her. They'd shown up with no advance warning. Nellie looked tired and uncharacteristically pale, but Bierce was his elegant self in a spotless ivory suit and vest and a flowing bow tie. Bierce laid a small book on the coverlet. "That might amuse you while you recuperate." Mac picked it up. Tales of Soldiers and Civilians. "Yours?" "Yes. The usual portions of Grue and vitriol. Read it when you hate the world." "Not right now," Mac said. His tongue felt thick and clumsy. "I'm thankful to be alive." "You're a hero," Nellie said. He'd rescued the girl, Kirsten, and then the man trapped in his berth. Nellie's tone conveyed her pride. "If you don't think so, Uncle Willie's minions will make sure," Bierce added. "Are you two down here to write about the wreck?" "Naturally," Bierce said. "Rushed to the scene by another special train from the beloved SP. Frankly, it's a relief. For weeks I've been flogging the crime of the century, as our proprietor christened it. A sleazy little Sunday school superintendent at Emmanuel Baptist did away with 2 of his female pupils. I can find nothing else sensational or titillating to say about the undergarments of the deceased. We came on from Tehachapi to see how you were. Tender-hearted Nell insisted." She reddened, embarrassed. Bierce ignored her. "That was an unscheduled work train, you know, with an inexperienced engineer. Further, when word of the train passed down the line by telegraph, there was no one at Tehachapi to receive it. The agent was malingering in some deadfall." Mac hitched higher against the bolster. "I noticed the station was empty. I also saw a green signal that should have been red." "They still don't give a damn about the safety of passengers. We'll roast them with our usual crusading verve." "Not that it'll do a lot of good," Nellie said. "Fairbanks is already paying off the passengers. The one man who was killed worked for them." "The conductor," Mac said. "Yes, he was crushed when the cars overturned. His widow filed a damage suit in San Francisco, but we had a telegraph message this morning saying she's withdrawn it." "Why would she do that?" Bierce sighed. "What a naif you are, Mac. I expect she realized that silence and a pension are superior to justice and poverty." "Bastards." Mac stretched to take Nellie's hand. "I've said it before. I'll help you nail them one of these days." She kept her hands just out of reach. After a nervous glance at Bierce, she cleared her throat. "I hope to be able to do a much better job of that in New York." Mac's stomach twisted. "You're going?" "Not immediately, but I've made the decision. Mr. Hurst is off in Europe with Tessie. Before he left, he sent our business manager, Charlie Palmer, to New York for preliminary negotiations. There are 4 newspapers for sale: The Times, Advertiser, Recorder, and the Morning Journal. Mr. Hurst plans to buy art objects in Europe and then come back and buy one of those failing papers." "Oh, the Journal, by all means," Bierce declared. "It's so cheap and racy. They call it the chambermaid's delight. Onward and upward with the bright banners of journalism." "When is this likely to happen?" Nellie said, "Before the end of the year, I should think. Mr. Hurst wants me to be the sob sister and keep an eye on Mr. Huntington's tricks. At the moment, Huntington's other priority besides the harbor is the railroad's debt to the government. It goes back to the days of construction in the 60s. Huntington wants Congress to cancel the debt or reduce it drastically. That would be fraud on a mammoth scale. It's disgusting." "It's the dear old Southern Pacific." Bierce patted his various pockets one by one. "Here a legislator, there a legislator. Soon you have exactly what you want." "Ambrose," Mac said, "would you leave us alone?" Surprise erased his sardonic smile. "I beg your pardon?" "I need to speak to Nellie privately." "Certainly. If I hear any sounds of unbridled lust, trust me to remain discreet." He turned away. Nellie watched the back of his jacket with visible desperation. She didn't want to be alone with Mac. Humming, Bierce closed the door. Mac wasted no time on polite preliminaries. Nellie, forget New York. She dabbed at her stubby little nose, a nervous, unnecessary gesture. She wasn't a woman given to showing anxiety, but he saw it in her eyes now. And do what, Mac? Marry me. I bought a fine piece of land in Riverside. More property? She laughed in a hollow way. You've become a spendthrift. I'm rich. I'm making investments. Don't change the subject. The property is beautiful, up on a hill in a subdivision called Arlington Heights. Orange groves cover most of the acreage. I'll show it to you when the doctor lets me out of this damn bed. She folded her hands and sat still, gaining control. What is it? He said. Carla Hellman? Would I be proposing if she meant anything to me? Nellie shook her head. Afterward, I was so ashamed of what I did. I only flared and walked out because I do care for you, deeply. Your proposal is tender and lovely. A man covered with white goo and doped with opium isn't tender or lovely. A pause. But he means it. She struggled for her next words. I know what I'm about to say will offend you. No, stronger. You'll probably despise me. I'm truly sorry. I have to be honest. When you ask me to marry you, you're asking me to be less than what I can be with Mr. Hurst. I'm offering you my life, damn it. Yes, but in exchange for taking mine. Well, that's a hell of a way to look at love. I think, her eyes flooded with tears of confusion, something else completely unlike her. Oh, I think if you really understood me, if that was part of your love, you wouldn't even ask. My God, no. I don't understand your crazy ideas. Who put them in your head? Who? The shout brought her to her feet, red-cheeked. The world, Mac, the world. This is almost the 20th century, not the Dark Ages. He fought his temper. Stop it. All that matters is this. I don't love anyone else. I never will love anyone else. Nor I. But you love your own ideas, too. They're grotesquely old-fashioned. You love what's in that wretched little book you worship. Look at you, running wildly up and down the state, snatching up farms, orchards, spending as if you're going to die tomorrow morning. He sat up straight in bed. It hurt, but no more than his anger over the way this was degenerating. What the hell's wrong with ambition? I know people who admire it in a man. Carla, for one. Nothing's wrong with it, Mac, unless it comes before everything else. Unless it builds a wall. What about your ambition? What about New York? Her rueful smile said he'd hit a fair target. 2 walls. She gave a sad little shake of her head. I don't know, Mac. We're right for each other, absolutely right, and at the same time all wrong. Nellie, don't do this. She rushed to the bedside and bent to give him a kiss. The moment their mouths touched, he seized her shoulders. She fell sideways, her hip on the bed, bracing her leg and surrendering to the embrace. Oh, you'll hurt yourself. As he kissed her more fiercely, she shuddered and closed her eyes. The deliriously emotional kiss went on, sweeping away all the arguments and objections. But not for long. As Nellie pulled back for air, Mac saw the lifted chin and determined eyes he remembered from that first day on the pier. He released her and let his hands fall. I'm sorry, Mac. The city desk. She rose. They're expecting telegraphed copy tonight. Ambrose and I have a meeting with the sketch artist. Come see me in New York. Mac's hazel eyes held hers, and the stoniness of his stare said it would never happen. Mac, please. Nothing. Nothing but that stare. She left the room quietly, and he heard her murmuring with Bierce, then the front door. Shortly, the clip-clop and rattle of the buggy faded away beneath the familiar sound of pumping derricks. He turned to the sunlit window, blind now to the sight of the wells. He'd never felt so unwanted, miserable, furious, defeated. 32. Early in July, Hellburner Johnson returned from a month of roaming the Baja down in Mexico. He rode in through the arch and found his partner in the expanded office section of the depot. Amid the usual desk litter of ledgers, reports, contracts, and memoranda stood an open bottle of Kentucky whiskey. An inch of the liquor shimmered in a shot glass. Johnson slapped dust from his striped pants, staring from the whiskey to his partner. "This time of day?" "This or any other time of day, what about it?" Johnson clicked his tongue and left. In talking to a few men around the field, foremen and roughnecks, he found there was no secret about it. Ever since Mac had gotten out of bed, he'd been at the bottle, heavily. Lieutenant Colonel Harrison Gray Otis paid a call. Mac received him in the office in the afternoon. Otis carried a Malacca swagger stick, and in his lapel he wore a military rosette of some kind. Some years before, he'd edited the GAR Journal, and he was still active in that organization of Civil War veterans. The colonel was disconcerted by Mac's unshaven, unkempt appearance. To someone accustomed to alertness and discipline, such a foggy expression was displeasing. "Unexpected pleasure, Colonel." "You're a long way from Los Angeles, sir. A difficult man to find. Have we perhaps met before? There's a certain familiarity." "It's possible." Mac wasn't yet so drunk that he'd forgotten the altercation when he drove Marquez to the Times office. "Join me in a drink?" "No, sir, but you have one if you wish." "Yes, I'll have another." He opened a drawer and uncorked the bottle. Otis tapped his knee with his swagger stick, a march cadence, and Mac regarded him blearily. "I don't always drink in the daytime, you understand, only when I feel like hell." The heavy humor failed to move Otis to smile. "You were injured in the Tehachapi wreck. I hope you have recovered." Mac raised a full glass. "Works wonders." "Mr. Chance, if this is an inconvenient time—" Mac's wave said no. Some of the whiskey spilled on papers on the desk. Otis's disapproval grew more apparent. "I traveled out here, sir, because you have made an impression upon the Los Angeles business community. You are proving yourself one of the most astute entrepreneurs in the region. Further, from what I read in Mr. Hearst's execrable San Francisco rag, you comported yourself heroically at Tehachapi, though you are no partisan of the railroad." "Almost everywhere in California, the SP has a monopoly. I don't like that kind of stranglehold." "Precisely. The very reason I'm here. I want to enlist your support, personal and financial, for our continuing war against the railroad's machinations to secure the harbor for Santa Monica. I invite you to join the ranks of the Chamber of Commerce. I ask you to lend your energy to the creation of a greater Los Angeles, a greater Southern California, free of the stinking infection of communist trade unionism." Mac set his glass down. His eyes seemed to clear, and his speech, too. "I'm not opposed to all trade unions. Owners and workers should support and encourage each other, not exploit each other. That way everyone makes money." Otis stiffened as though Mac had whipped his face with a glove, Prussian style. "I find those sentiments repugnant, sir. Look at the riot and rebellion last year during the Pullman strike. The minions of Gene Debs subjected Sacramento to mob rule. Governor Pardee had to send regiments of militia up the river on steamboats to prevent anarchy, arson, and mass murder." "Come on, Colonel, it wasn't that bad." Bad enough, though, Mac had to admit. The strikers had weakened a railroad bridge and a train had plunged off, killing the engineer and 4 soldiers of the 5th Artillery. "Bad, sir? It was heinous. It was treason against the principles of free commerce. Any man who employs union labor, deals with union labor, or even sympathizes with union labor, as you apparently do, is an enemy of the decent citizens of Los Angeles." Mac was just drunk enough to forget this man's power. He leaned on the desk corner, squinting in what he hoped was a truculent way. "I have a friend, Colonel. Marquez is his name. Diego Marquez. Is he your enemy?" Otis acted as though Mac had invoked Satan. "Marquez the priest? Marquez is nothing but a mangy yellow dog of a socialist. He betrayed his sacred oaths, his church, the Almighty himself. A few years ago he attempted to infiltrate the Citadel of the Times, but I repelled—" Otis sucked in a breath. "Wait, that's where I saw you, that night with Marquez." "Correct, Colonel." With a smirk and another toast with a shot glass, Mac drank down the whiskey. Otis snapped to his feet. "Your reputation deceived the business community. I'll set them straight. Before we leave the subject of Marquez, who burned down his rancho when he supported the printers? Friends of yours?" Otis flung up the swagger stick. "I wouldn't try that, Colonel." The stick shook, as did the freckled, veined hand grasping it. Harrison Gray Otis fought the stick down to his side. "I withdraw my invitations, Mr. Chance. And I withdraw my tolerance of you. Get out of here." "Happily, happily." Otis quick-marched to the door. A moment later his buggy rattled away. Well, Mac thought, now I have enemies in Los Angeles, too. He slopped another full measure of booze into the glass. That afternoon the wind shifted, blowing from the east, hot and parched, and by evening the sky was red as the heart of a steel furnace. Mac sat on the cottage porch with a fresh bottle at his feet. He stared inward at the certainty that Nellie was lost to him, at a growing awareness of what little was left. About 7:30, Johnson strode around the corner of the house. He gave Mac and his bottle a disgusted look as he stomped up the porch steps. A clump of uprooted weeds sailed by. "Santan," Johnson said. Mac drained his glass. The wind reached inside him, rubbed and grated and bloodied his nerves. The Santan was the wind of murder and madness. When it blew, people lost control. He was losing control. The Texan sniffed. "I don't smell supper." "Fix it yourself." Mac threw the empty glass in the yard and started for the road. Johnson grabbed him. "Where are you going?" He flung Johnson's hand away. "Where I belong." 33. Mac's horse tore along the road with its mane standing out, lather streaming off its flanks and thighs. When Mac pulled the reins hard to the right, the horse balked and almost threw him. But after an impatient kick, it lunged up the dirt track past the crooked sign saying Hellman. Dust clouds blurred the outbuildings. A vaquero ran for shelter with both hands clutching his sombrero to his head. The wind tore a spinning weather vane from the roof of a barn, spiraling it upward into the heart of the cloud, where it vanished. In the same barn, maddened horses neighed and kicked their stalls, while vaqueros shrieked curses in Spanish. Under the portico, Mac jumped down, the wind snapping his coattails and tossing his hair, while little veils of sand trailed from his trouser cuffs. He didn't bother to tie the horse. The stallion was too frightened to run off. He hammered the huge ring knocker down twice, then kicked the doors open. "Carla!" He slammed both doors. One failed to catch and crashed against the wall. Cyclonic wind rushed through the high, dim hall, causing an ornamental gourd to fly off its peg and break on the tiles, loud as a rifle shot. "Carla, where are you?" He climbed 3 stairs to an arch which led to a huge living room. A jutting adobe fireplace dominated one wall, with colorful, broadly striped blankets decorating the others. Dark, polished chairs stood along the walls like straight-backed soldiers, and leather cushions and an enormous divan created a horseshoe near the fireplace. In a second archway opposite the entrance, the Indian woman hovered, wide-eyed, taking in Mac's disheveled state. Whatever she meant to say died in her throat, and she fled. He overturned one of the chairs, a ferocious clattering. "Carla, answer me!" The wind roared through the open front door, and he could feel it whipping and eddying in the room. Every shutter in the house was closed against the storm. Appearing in a third arched entrance, this one opening into the wall opposite the dark hearth, she took in his agitated state, and her smile tightened. "I hardly expected you, my dear," she said. "So I surprised you. What have you got to drink?" "From the sound of it, you've had quite a lot already." "Does that mean I'm not welcome?" She came down the short stairs slowly and licked her lower lip. Although she wore no lipstick, it was red, as though bitten. "I didn't say that." He staggered to the divan and sprawled, arms spread to either side, head lolling. Carla watched from the foot of the stair. She wore a translucent wrapper of white silk, and beneath it, her corset, pink brocaded and frilled with lace along the scooped bodice line. The corset fit over a chemise of linen with the hem trimmed in lace. The rolled tops of black stockings showed below. Her blonde hair tumbled over her shoulders. She touched the silk. "I was undressing for my bath, hardly prepared for visitors." "You look fine, gorgeous as a 50-cent whore." "God, you're stinking drunk." She was amused, though. "I'll not quibble. I've finally got you where I've wanted you, all to myself." He waved toward the arch. "I saw your Indian woman." "I'll take care of her." She glided over the cool tan tiles in her stocking feet. "What would you like?" "Champagne." "I have it. Dom Perignon. I have a cellar full." Carla smoothed her hands down the underside of her bosom. "I have enough to last all night." Soon she returned with the champagne and 2 crystal flutes. "I sent Inez to her quarters. She's happy to lock herself in for the night. The wind's frightful. You can scarcely see 3 feet outside." She held out the bottle. "Will you open it?" Mac took it from her and struggled with the cork. He couldn't loosen it. Pushing her back, he stepped to the jutting corner of the fireplace and smashed the neck against it. Champagne foamed over his hand and dripped to the floor. "That's one way," Carla said. She held out the flutes. He filled both, then, seizing his glass, he drained it before she finished a first sip. He was weaving on his feet, his hazel eyes crawling over the deep round cleavage her corset made. Carla licked the rim of her glass. "My, it isn't difficult to tell what's on your mind." "You don't like it?" She licked the goblet again slowly, tongue sliding to one side, then sliding back, leaving wet traces. "Did I say that?" Mac threw his flute in the hearth and pushed against her. One hand circled her waist, the other closed on the swell of her lace-covered breast. She dropped her glass and sagged in his arms and said, "Oh, my God," in a voice both excited and frightened. He kissed her. She opened her mouth, and he tasted her frenzied, darting tongue. Up above them, outside, the santan tore away red roof tiles. It sounded as if someone were shooting at the house. The wind spun the tiles away to smash on the baked earth. Barn siding ripped loose and sailed away. Trees surrounding the rancho creaked and bent and lashed their branches, limbs snapping and flying aloft like missiles from a crossbow. A sharp one gored a mare loose from the barn. She tumbled over, wailing and howling in the wind and darkness. No one heard her die. Carla undressed herself quickly and fell on her back in her enormous bed. Her boudoir was dark, every shutter rattling and leaking wind-blown dust. Mac groped for her, and she guided him. The santan screamed, a wind of craziness. They were both crazed with lust. She struggled and writhed in her haste to take him into her. Carla woke. Her eyes flickered open, drowsy and momentarily bewildered. A bedside candle fluttered on a small table. Next to it was a disorderly mountain of books, a peak in a littered sea of unread newspapers. With a start, she saw Mac's hazel eyes. The weariness had cleared. He sprawled naked beside her, the bedclothes shoved together in mussed ridges and valleys. On his left shoulder, she noticed the imprint of her teeth, and this made her smile. The wind was as loud as ever. Carla brushed a plump forearm across her eyes. Her body glistened, pink and moist from the lovemaking. "What time is it, love?" "Almost midnight." He reached down beside the bed and produced another bottle of champagne, this one uncorked. "Still thirsty?" She made a little animal sound indicating she was. "Here," he said. "Don't take too long." She looked down. He was erect again. She pushed a spill of blonde curls off her forehead. Smiling, she clasped hands on the bottle and greedily sucked at it, then trickled the liquid on her nipples and into the golden nest of her sex. He took the bottle from her and upset it, trying to stand it on the floor beside the bed. There was the sound of the wind, the sound of champagne running out, then the louder sound of the bed creaking and shaking. A match scraped in the dark. He relit the stubby candle a gust of wind had extinguished. Carla woke after a moment, muttering and making soft complaining sounds, her eyes still closed. He left the bed and returned with a fresh bottle of champagne. She drank, then he drank. She grasped the bottle's neck again, caressing it. He laughed, drunk. Somewhere down inside, a little flame of sanity blew out, like the candle. He took this bottle away from her, too. She felt him and uttered a sleepy, erotic laugh. "You're insatiable." She slid beneath him. Out in the dark, a horse neighed and kicked a stall. The night smelled of the dead mayor's blood, and the wind went on. He woke, tasting a cotton layer inside his mouth, smelling champagne and sweat. Carla was sleeping. He touched her breast. Cool. He rolled over as quietly as he could. Slitted light patterned the floor. The bedroom was a mess. Broken glassware, flung bedding, overturned furniture, the disorder of a battleground. A fine old Spanish chair with a thick leather seat was pulled against the foot of the bed. He dimly recalled that one of the times they'd made love, it had been in that chair. He scratched his belly and carefully stood on the cool tiles. His legs wobbled, incredibly weak. There were empty green bottles all over the room. Finding one with a half-inch of stale champagne in it, he drank. He padded to the nearest shutter, careful to avoid broken glass, lifted the metal latch and pulled the shutter inward. Ruddy light struck his eyes, driving him back with a groan. He slammed the shutter and latched it. In the bed, Carla stirred. He fought off a rush of dizziness. Her deep blue eyes opened with a strange, cat-like solemnity. Her skin looked raw from all the kissing and embracing. He touched the shutter. "It's morning." "No, afternoon." "What? Are you sure?" "I was up a while this morning. We've been here nearly a whole day. It's 5 or 6 in the afternoon." She sat up, folding her arms over her bosom. She was heavy as a classical nude in a painting. Great golden thighs, a waist growing plump. The breasts would be heavy with matronly sag before many more years. She was the ideal woman, big and billowy like Lillian Russell. The whole world loved Lillian Russell. Carla rubbed her legs and shivered. "I've never had love like that. Never." She was profoundly shaken. "I haven't either." He wandered through the room till he found a full champagne bottle, then tugged at the cork till it blew. Pop, ricocheting off a ceiling beam. He offered the bottle. "No, I don't want any more. All I want is you. The two of us together always." The dark blue eyes seemed to grow huge and draw him in. "Marry me, Mac." He was silent, stunned. Outside the shutters, the light was fading. There was no wind. "Mac, did you hear me?" He thought of Nellie. but she was gone. He swallowed, then thrust the bottle to his mouth and gulped. With a strange, vulnerable softness in her face, she said, "The least you can do is answer me." "All right, Carla, yes. A man needs a wife. Any man would be proud to have a beautiful wife like you. I'll build a fine new home for us down in Riverside." Triumph flooded her face like a breaking dawn, and her eyes danced. "I never thought I'd hear you say it. I never thought I'd get what I wanted most in the world. Come here, come here." She opened her arms and wriggled her fingers. He swigged again, then put the bottle aside and walked to the bed. As his bare foot touched one of the newspapers, he glanced down and saw the masthead monarch of the dailies. A 3-column headline snatched his eye. "The Tehachapi Tragedy. Southern Pacific Negligence Claims New Victim. Exclusive dispatches by our roving correspondents, Mr. Bierce and Miss Sweet." Forget her. She's gone. He muttered an oath under his breath. "Mac, sweetheart, what is it?" "Nothing." He put his foot on the paper and twisted it. The paper tore. Kneeling on the edge of the bed, he braced both hands above Carla's shoulders, leaned down and kissed her. Her wet mouth pressed hard against his. "Once more, darling, can you? To seal the bargain?" "Nellie, why isn't it you?" he thought. An invisible cliff loomed, and he was on the edge. "Mac, my darling husband, please." Her eyes were closed again, and she made small whimpering sounds of anticipation. Tired as he was, his body responded. Seizing Carla's billowy nakedness, he pulled her against him. As she raised her legs straight up for him to enter, he was gripped by a wild sensation of falling. On July 30th, 1895, James Macklin Chance married Carla Marie Hellman in a civil ceremony in Los Angeles. Hugh Johnson stood up for his friend and partner. The Texan was polite to the bride, but oddly reserved. The state's second-largest landowner gave the bride away. Afterward, at the reception in a hotel parlor, Hellman said, "One more word of advice, Johnny, and this time you better take it. Stay 100 miles away from your wife when she's drinking. She got started too young. My fault, I let her. I was too busy to notice what was happening. When she drinks too much, it makes her a crazy person." "Well," Mac said with a strange smile, "she isn't alone in that." He raised his champagne glass in a toast that puzzled his father-in-law. 5. Gentlemen of Riverside, 1895 to 1899. The orange was blessed with a rich and mystical heritage long before it came to California. Somewhere in the cradle of civilization, legend said, it flourished in a lush garden. Someone named it the golden apple of Hesperides, the golden apple of the sun. Bedouin princes savored the orange, imperial Romans sucked its juice at their banquets, and medieval Spaniards planted and cultivated the trees. Columbus carried the fruit to the New World on his second voyage, and the conquistadors spread it and propagated it. By 1750, most of the Jesuit fathers in California grew oranges on church lands. In this early period, the California orange was thick-skinned, generally sour, and full of seeds. Its enormous value would not be perceived until it had caught the eye of venturesome newcomers. The fruit itself had to change as well. In 1841, a former trapper from Kentucky, William Wolfskill, set out 2 acres of Mediterranean sweet oranges on some land at Central Avenue and East 5th Street, Los Angeles. Though his neighbors ridiculed his agricultural adventure, Wolfskill steadily expanded his grove to 70 acres, and by the 1870s the old trapper began to boast of profits of $1,000 an acre. That was enough to attract other farmers. New groves started to appear, and then new varieties, more suited to popular taste. But the true watershed was 1873. That year, cuttings from sweet seedless oranges from Brazil arrived in California via the U.S. Department of Agriculture. A Riverside couple, Luther and Eliza Tibbetts, planted and nurtured the cuttings. Like so many Californians, the Tibbetts had started out elsewhere, but they found their home and their life's reward on the Pacific Slope. Before long, everyone wanted Washington navel cuttings. Luther Tibbetts could ask $5 for every bud and get it. In 1876, America's centennial year, Valencia oranges came to the state from Spain. Valencias ripened in the summer, navels in the winter, so citrus could become a year-round industry. All that was needed was a year-round market, and old Wolfskill helped create it. In 1877, he loaded an entire freight car with his oranges and dispatched it to St. Louis. The car was a month in transit, but when it arrived, Midwesterners rolled back the doors and stood in awe before the bounty it contained. Fruit as bright as sunshine, from trees evergreen, in a land where snow never fell. Even after a month, the fruit was still edible and flavorsome. Older sour varieties were improved, and the groves multiplied. The Riverside Redlands area proved the ideal location for navels, while Valencias grew best in parts of the new Orange County. But Southern California was equally hospitable to bright yellow lemons from Sicily and Spain, which did especially well in sections of Santa Barbara, Ventura, and San Diego counties. In 1887, the first California oranges reached New York City, arriving in ventilated boxcars, and by 1889, refrigerated cars were being developed. The railroad, cursed by so many, quickly transformed a local industry into a national one. By 1890, there were more than 1 million orange trees in Southern California. 5 years later, there were at least 3 or 4 million, and tourists were taking special excursion trains to Riverside, Redlands, and the other new citrus towns just to admire and photograph the groves. Gentlemen who never would have dreamed of owning pigs or potato fields found the cultivation of oranges an entirely suitable occupation. They established great tracts and great homes, and a tradition summed up by the slogan, "Oranges for health, California for wealth." Thus, once again, the golden apples of the Hesperides grew in a magical garden in the West. 34. On the hilltop, the gentleman orchardist built a mansion of 26,000 square feet. The house crossed a Tuscan villa with a California mission and was designed by the San Francisco firm of Arthur Page Brown in the fall of 1895. Brown was the high priest of mission revival, the neo-Franciscan style that looked to California's roots for inspiration, having given the style its most perfect and popular realization in the California State Building at the World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago. When complete, the new Southern Pacific Ferry Terminal in San Francisco would be another. Charles Loomis, editor of Land of Sunshine, promoted the style vigorously. The SP was designing many of its local depots to resemble missions, and individual homeowners followed the trend, building their own personal shrines to California's past. Mac joined them enthusiastically. The 38-room house would command a magnificent view of the heights, the town, Mount Rubidoux, the Santa Ana, and the flatland groves of lemon trees and hardier, more frost-resistant Valencia oranges. Mac and Carla's bedroom was to measure 40 by 60. Mac's office, with its various storage crannies and book spaces, 20 feet more in each dimension. The plan blended warm tan masonry with exposed beams, decorative tiling, and a red roof to create a structure with a distinct aura of lightness. Even on the rare gray day in winter, the house would appear sunlit, the architects promised. There would be lavish touches throughout. Mac insisted on solid masonry arches, not hollow ones of plaster and lath. For an additional $22,000, he proposed to bring electrification to the hilltop. The architects specified decorative tiles imported from Mexico and Italy, not imitations manufactured in Los Angeles. They protested his demands for an outside rear staircase. It would spoil the design and serve no purpose, they said. But Mac felt that among people of wealth and station, no home could be considered a mansion without an outside staircase. The staircase was added, with a lot of joking behind his back. An iron gate inspired by the one at San Solaro would welcome the visitor to a winding foothill drive, a full 3/4 of a mile long. For the gate as well as the house, Mac designed an oval cartouche framing the initials JMC. He conceived it as a way to show his pride in his accomplishments, and could see nothing vain or foolish about this, though Hellburner Johnson dismissed it as just another cattle brand. "Sometimes you're too blasted frank, HB. You don't like it, I can always mosey. You will anyway when you get ready." "That's true. Just stay away from me with your damn brand, here?" In Charles Dudley Warner's best-selling book on California, Mac read these words: "It lies there, our Mediterranean region, on a blue ocean, protected by barriers of granite from the northern influences. Our Italy." Taken with the comparison, he decided to name his new house Villa Mediterranean. He didn't consult Carla or anyone else, simply presented her and the world with the accomplished fact. He was by now determined that he would make only his own mistakes, no one else's. The mansion was a huge, ambitious undertaking, and it went up slowly. Until it was ready, projected to be the autumn of '96, Mac and Carla occupied a gingerbread castle they rented at the end of Magnolia Avenue, Riverside's fashionable address. At this home on Magnolia Avenue, Mac drank a little California wine with evening meals. He had touched nothing stronger since the hour he proposed to Carla. It was a happy period, those early months following their honeymoon in Hawaii. Carla was ardent in bed, affectionate at other times, and laughed often. Except for an occasional and guilty memory of Nellie, Mac had no cause to regret his marriage. He had many interests that moved forward on parallel tracks. Dealing with all of them cost him enormous energy and hours of work, but he didn't mind, and he assumed Carla didn't either. She'd encouraged his ambition. Once again, the guidebook occupied a special corner of his desk. He believed in its promises more strongly than ever, and felt that minute by minute, task by task, he was giving life to the dream that had brought him to California. Indeed, there were many more dreams than one to be realized, he discovered. As soon as one hope was fulfilled, one goal reached, another revealed itself. Coupled with Carla's warmth and good cheer, this gave life a magnificent zest. Mac never lost sight of his intention to return to San Francisco. To this end, he kept track of the political situation there and throughout the state. In the city, some strong anti-railroad alliances had formed. Klaus Spreckels, the sugar magnate, joined with Adolf Sutro, the populist who had been elected mayor in '94 on an anti-SP ticket, and together they spearheaded organization of a new railroad, the San Francisco and San Joaquin. This was the so-called People's Road, free of the control of Huntington and his henchmen. Construction began at Stockton in 1895. Mac bought $250,000 worth of shares. Down on the flatland, he picked up 4,500 acres of established Valencia orange trees. Since they ripened in summer and the Washington navels in winter, the purchase put him in the citrus business year-round. He needed 2 workforces, one for the orchards, the other to brush, wash, sort, pack, and box the oranges in his packing sheds. In this connection, late in 1895, he received a visit in his office from a Mexican gentleman. On the desk lay an end panel from an orange crate, which bore a crude black stencil: Washington Navels, Chance Orchards, Riverside, Cal. Mac didn't find this too imaginative and was struggling for something better. Little sketches and scratched-out names covered a tablet lying under the stenciled wood. His collar was slender, deeply sunburned, and unctuous. He introduced himself as Alfonso Vicente Blas. "Es un gran honor conocerlo," he said. "Igualmente," Mac said. His Spanish was by this time serviceable. Blas sat down without invitation. He crossed his sharply creased trouser legs. He wore a white suit, some sort of statement about his importance, and informed Mac that he might call him Fonzo. In reply, Mac said, "What can I do for you?"
I hear you are in need of men to work in your groves.
Yes, I've hired a few, but I can use many more.
I am your padron,
Blas exclaimed with enormous good humor.
Comprador. Mr. Boss, you deal with me. I will get you all the men you need.
I'm doing my own hiring, Senor Blas.
No, Fonzo.
His smile was a little stiffer.
You deal with me. One contract, no trouble.
Why should I expect trouble?
You hired the wrong kind of men? It happens.
Mac had heard about these labor contractors. Crooked, most of them. They charged the growers too much, paid the labor too little, and pocketed the difference. Do you mean to say someone makes it happen, Senor Blas?
There were fires in '93, you know. Much rioting and anger. Now we have Mexican labor that takes care of itself. Goes home to Mexico in the off-season. You never have to worry.
I'm not worried about anything except my time, which you are wasting. Excuse me. Blas uncrossed his legs. His smile hadn't disappeared, but now it had a fixed, hard quality.
This is foolish of you. I am an important man.
Get off my property, Mac said. To find the workers he needed, Mac went personally to Riverside's small Chinatown. Blas had referred to the troubles of '93, when white men had driven the Chinese out of many of the groves. The Chinese in Riverside were eager to come back, especially when they heard what Mac was offering to pay. Johnson had agreed to act as temporary foreman. He and Mac learned the business together. To his surprise, Johnson found that he liked citrus growing. It was hard, demanding work, but it kept him outside, and the Valencia and the Washington Naval were the aristocrats of trees. Orchardists were the aristocrats of the agricultural world. If this wasn't so, why did so many tourists ride the Santa Fe to Riverside to view the groves? After 6 months of marriage, Mac and Carla's relationship began to change. Their lovemaking grew less frequent, and her ardor diminished. She smiled less often, becoming increasingly remote. When she did address him, she was usually cross, complaining about his long absences from Magnolia Avenue. On one such occasion, he flared. "You're the one who praised ambition and encouraged me to work hard." Her smile had a faintly nasty air.
Do you always believe everything I say, Mac?
She kicked her skirt behind her and walked out of the room. The word bored re-entered her conversation. She showed no interest in running the household. Her earlier attempts had been a pretense, he decided. The staff fended for itself, following his general orders. To escape the rising tension, he worked even longer hours, and she went off on shopping expeditions, with never an advance word or note of explanation. He was aware of the servants replenishing the liquor supply more often. When they dined together, she was listless, uncommunicative, sometimes openly sullen. He began to actively seek ways to occupy himself elsewhere. If there was a pause in the work in the groves, he filled the spare hours by closing himself in his office and going through stacks of newspapers and periodicals, both popular and technical, hunting for bits of information he might use. He was aware of the cycle that was perpetuating itself. He was busy. Carla grew bored and drank. The more difficult she became, the more he sought to absent himself. It was a disturbing trend, and one he felt he couldn't discuss with anyone, not even Johnson. He harbored a melancholy and unreasonable hope that if he didn't acknowledge what was happening, it would go away. But he saw evidence of Carla's malaise everywhere, even in situations that should have been pleasant. Clive Henley's good offices gained the two of them immediate entry to the social life of the British colony, as Riverside was sometimes called. Accepting an invitation to join the Casablanca Tennis Club, Carla tried to learn the game but didn't play well. The stoutness that made her attractive to men hampered her, and she soon gave up, preferring to sit in the canvas pavilion at courtside, gossiping and drinking the fine English tea served between matches. Mac tried not to recall her father's repeated warnings, but given the sudden veer and drift of the marriage, he didn't have much success. Clive Henley sponsored Mac for the Riverside Golf and Polo Club. Initiation dues for a polo membership were $10. Hindley taught Mack and Johnson rudiments of the ancient game and was impressed by Johnson's horsemanship and innate ability to hit the ball. Something to do with hitting a man with a bullet? Johnson told Mack he was as taken with polo as he was with the orange groves. He was surprised that he liked what had struck him at first as a sissy sport. Clive Hindley revealed that back east on Long Island, certain teams were already paying experienced riders. "I have heard they also do it up north at the Burlingame Club," Hindley added. Johnson pondered this for a couple of days, then demanded a small salary. "But my dear H.B.," Hindley said, "we only play games amongst ourselves. We have yet to challenge another club. Fact is, there aren't many in California." "Don't matter. I'm a professional. I don't ride a horse for free unless I'm going somewheres. $1 a month." The club members agreed, took a collection of small change, and laughed about it. Soon it became a matter of some pride that Riverside's team included a genuine Texas cowboy. Gradually, Mack acquired 6 polo ponies, the minimum a rider needed for a 6-chucker game. One of them, Fireball, was 15 years old and couldn't live up to his name. Another, Jubilee, was Mack's pride. She was a small Spanish horse, 14.5 hands high, fast, strong, and smart. She cost $4,500 at the breeders in Pasadena, while the other ponies had gone for less than $500 each. The club agreed to provide Johnson with ponies, but he bought 2 of his own, Fullo Gin and a fleet, wicked-tempered little black horse he named Sam Houston. Mack joined the Southern California Fruit Exchange, a nonprofit cooperative that had sprung from earlier groups and had been organized to get around independent agents who charged gouging prices for packing and shipping oranges and lemons. The exchange provided services at cost and maintained offices in Los Angeles and Riverside. Because it shipped in volume, the SP in Santa Fe gave it favorable rates. Growers such as Hindley made no secret of their enthusiasm for the railroads. Rail shipments to the east had dramatically expanded the citrus market and enabled California growers to compete with Florida. Mack also attended meetings of the Riverside Horticultural Club and donated several $100s to the club's research into the problem of orchard heating. Busy as he was, however, there was time for a relaxed social life, and he tried to interest Carla in it. Once a week they dined at the Anchorage Hotel or at Frank Miller's Glenwood Inn. At the Loring Opera House, Mack took a season box. They saw a traveling troupe perform The Gondoliers. Gilbert and Sullivan were idols in the British colony, and a production of Camille starring Helena Modjeska, the Polish expatriate who'd fallen in love with California and lived for a time at the artists' colony at Anaheim. When James O'Neill came to town in his signature production of The Count of Monte Cristo, Mack arranged a post-performance reception at the house on Magnolia Avenue. O'Neill favored the guests with a ringing recitation of Poe's Raven. Only Carla drank more than the actor. In March of every year, Riverside held a citrus fair in the pavilion at Main and 7th Streets. It was here in 1896 that Carla told Mack she was pregnant. He remembered the moment exactly. They were standing in the broad aisle beside the booth where Clive Hindley was exhibiting his fine Eureka and winter-maturing Lisbon lemons. Carla told Mack, then, wildly excited, hugged and kissed him in front of dozens of fairgoers. At the start of her 3rd month, she miscarried. "Oh, Mack, I'm sorry," she said when the doctor first allowed him to see her. "I know it disappoints you." "Doesn't it disappoint you?" "Yes, I suppose." She was wan and her voice weak. It strengthened when she clutched his hand and said, I hurt terribly. I don't like that." Perhaps she wasn't so sorry after all, Mack thought, and was instantly stricken with guilt for thinking it. The doctor insisted that Carla rest in bed for 15 days. Hellman paid a visit to see how she was getting along, and that evening after dinner he said to Mack, "Listen, I got a question. Does Carla ever talk about me?" Mack was silent. "Come on, tell me. This ain't no street peddler asking. I'm your father-in-law. Family. Well, Yes, she does talk about you. She says she wishes you loved her. She says it goes back to her mother." He stopped, frowning. Go on, Hellman demanded. Mac didn't have an easy time telling him. "She says you thought her mother was immoral." "You mean a whore. That's what she said, isn't it? Whore?" Mac didn't deny it. "She says you think she inherited a lot of her mother's disposition. Look, I didn't want to say this." "Never mind," Hellman snarled, and then his brows pulled together and his voice dropped so low that Mac could barely hear him. "I don't discuss Carla's mother. Far as I'm concerned, she don't exist. You want to stay friends? Never bring up the subject." "You asked the question, for God's sake." "So I excuse you this time. This time only. I'm going to bed." Hellman stood up and left the room. Mac sat a while, wondering about the old man's strange reaction to discussing the mother Carla seldom talked about. Hellman was surely suppressing some bad feelings about the woman, and they carried over to his daughter, or so she thought. Perhaps it was a clue to Carla's behavior. He didn't fully understand it, but it prompted him to be as tender and attentive as possible during her recovery. But Carla didn't respond. She seemed completely indifferent, and when she was on her feet again, she no longer bothered to conceal how she felt about Riverside. "The place is contemptible," she said one night at dinner. She was at the far end of the enormous refectory table, her wineglass in hand as usual. "Contemptible, provincial, and dull as a church. Take away Clive's accent, and what is he? A farmer. The same goes for the rest of them." "And me?" Mac growled. She shot him a look as she drank. Red-faced, he pushed his plate away. "Carla, you've made it clear 100 times that you'd be happier somewhere else. But what the hell am I supposed to do, leave?" "Why, of course not, my dear," she said with a sweet smile. "You have your business. But maybe one day I'll leave." "Christ, spare me the cheap threats," he said, and walked out. The young geologist Haven Ogg did a superior job with Chance Johnson Oil. The assets under his management now included 192 miles of pipeline, large storage tanks at Newhall, Santa Paula, and Ventura, a small refinery at Ventura, 3 tanker steamers, 90 railroad tank cars, and 35 6-mule tank wagons for local delivery. Chance Johnson owned producing wells not only at San Solaro, but in the newer Summerland field southeast of Santa Barbara, in Whittier, and in Coalinga, Fresno County, in the shadow of the Diablo Range. Soon Ogg would personally lead an exploration crew into the low hills near the Kern River at the eastern edge of the San Joaquin. Mac read the company's profit figures with amazement, and in mid-1896 he promoted Haven Ogg to general manager, giving him a munificent salary increase that allowed Ogg to marry and build a house in Newhall. Oil fever still consumed Los Angeles. The derricks of more than 500 wells made the town dirty, noisy, and ugly, but those getting rich didn't mind. One of these was Mrs. Emma Summers, who now drilled her own wells and had expanded into brokering crude oil, her piano pupils long since forgotten. People called her the Oil Queen. The petroleum market was growing. Smooth black asphalt paved many Los Angeles streets. Lyman Stewart had convinced the SP that oil was the fuel of choice, and its locomotive fleet was undergoing gradual conversion from coal and wood. As a result, Mac was selling refined oil to the railroad. He felt that he was dealing with the devil and compensated for it by purchasing more shares in the People's Road. Oil was important to Mac, but citrus was his job. He spent hours with the Orchardist's Bible, The California Fruits and How to Grow Them, by Professor Wickson of the University of California at Berkeley. Mac annotated the book so heavily that some pages grew illegible, and he had to buy a second copy. He educated himself about bud stock and refrigerator cars, climbed ladders along with his Chinese workmen to prune his windbreak trees, and learned to watch his trees for signs of cottony cushion scale, the terrible insect accidentally introduced from Australia in the late 60s. The egg sacs of the insect had once covered whole groves with a snowy mantle that yellowed leaves, shriveled fruit, and ultimately killed the stock. In the 1880s, the scale had threatened to wipe out the industry. Then, in '89, a Department of Agriculture scientist sent to study the problem in Australia made a serendipitous discovery. A ladybird beetle, Vidalia cardinalis, devoured the scale insect. Imported beetles saved California citrus, though the scale was only held at bay, not eliminated. And then there was frost. Up on the hillsides, the so-called frost-proof belt, the oranges were supposed to be safe. Clive Henley and others warned Mac not to be caught short, however. If a sub-freezing night arrived and heat was needed, there was no time to order equipment and fuel. Mac bought and warehoused hundreds of 2.5-gallon sheet metal heaters, storing barrels of Chance Johnson crude oil to burn in them. It was an enormous, wasteful expense, but it couldn't be avoided if a grower was realistic about the improbable but not impossible night of cold that could kill. One morning before it was light, Mac slipped from bed without waking Carla, put on old clothes, thrust a clasp knife and a wad of cash in his pocket, and left the house on Magnolia Avenue. He had an early breakfast meeting with several growers at a cafe. A drummer passing through town was going to demonstrate a new design orchard heater. Outside the rented house, he paused to look at its mass of turrets and gables, black against the first radiance of dawn. He'd never imagined he would live in such a handsome house, let alone the one he was building. He didn't often stop to relish some of the rewards all of his work and his money were bringing him. In the cool, sweet air, he strode on down the avenue with his thoughts turning to the subject of his own life, of the amazing things that had happened to him since he met Doheny that night, and of all the numbers, sums, wealth, that followed as a consequence of his determination and that accidental meeting. How much was he worth now? He spent some time turning pages of a ledger he kept in his head. One page for San Solaro, red ink. One page for Chance Johnson, pages for real estate, citrus, stock and bond investments, and so on. He'd always been quick with figures, so he had no trouble arriving at a total. At present he was worth $5.5 million, give or take a few $100,000. But it kept growing, which raised another question. How much was enough? Money was the yardstick with which he measured his success. So how much was enough? The question had a bearing on the rest of life. He was pondering this when he realized he was within a block of the cafe, whose windows gleamed yellow in the dawn. Nearer, on his side of the street, the marvelous yeasty aroma of warm bread came from the open doorway of Frontier's bakery. A little girl with her head covered in a ragged shawl stood there, her face pressed to the window. She heard Mac's boots on the walk, turned, scrutinized him warily, then smiled. He was taken aback, not solely because the girl was just 7 or 8 and ragged as they come, but because she was striking. She had the perfect oriental features, but skin the color of dark chocolate. He had never seen a person with that kind of mixed parentage. It lent her an exotic and fragile beauty, which would probably be scoured away by years of poverty and toil. But this morning she was smiling, hugging herself and inhaling the yeasty odors coming out of Frontier's open door. "It smells so good," she said to Mac, who had stopped. "Like heaven must smell, don't you think?" He nodded and pointed to some of the fresh loaves already heaped in the window. "I like Mr. Frontier's rye bread best." She studied the dark brown loaves. "I've never had any of that. I've never had anything from this shop." "Why not?" "I haven't any father. He died. There's only my mother and older brother working for the 6 of us." Impulsively, Mac pulled the roll of cash from his pocket and peeled off the top bill. "Buy yourself some bread for breakfast," he said, handing it to her. The girl smoothed the crinkled bill between 2 fingers. She was a little less sure of him all at once. "Why are you giving this to me?" "Because I get pleasure out of it." "But I know how much it is. $10." He smiled at her misreading of the $100 on the bill. "That's all right, take it." A thought came suddenly. "Money's like bread. I can always make more." Wonderment broke over her face then, and she rushed into the bake shop before he could change his mind. A buggy rattled into view and stopped at a hitch rail in front of the cafe on the other side. The grower emerging from it waved, and Mac cut across the street. He was satisfied that he'd answered the question that had occurred to him. Maybe not in the happiest way, but certainly in the inevitable way. How much was enough? For a man like him, enough would never be enough. Mac and Carla moved from Magnolia Avenue to the Hilltop early in November 1896. On Thanksgiving Day, they invited 300 people from Riverside and the outlying area to an enormous buffet feast. Japanese nurserymen who had no special feeling for the American holiday were planting palm trees and Italian pines along the winding drive as the guests arrived in their coaches and carriages. Mac thought the marriage of palms and pine trees a curious one, but the landscape architect assured him the effect was completely Californian. Villa Mediterranean was an enormous success from the first moment. The owners themselves were enormous successes. They were rich, and Mr. Chance was a popular and enthusiastic gentleman orchardist. Ladies enviously examined the silver plates embossed with the J.M.C. cartouche, and the linen Mac had allowed a smaller cartouche with the initials C.H.C. Gentleman with monocles pumped his hand and told him it was all jolly good. So it was, from the standpoint of the table. The guests sampled blue points and green turtle soup, boiled California salmon, and sliced wild turkey, roasted with chestnuts. There was goose, quail, and venison, sweetbreads smothered with mushrooms, orange fritters, and croquettes of oyster. There was celery and lettuce from some of Mac's own fields in the Central Valley. There were 5 varieties of potato and giant bowls of starchy vegetables. There were French champagnes and California wines, Edam and Roquefort cheese, Malaga grapes, mince and pumpkin pie, Charlotte russe, and, of course, English plum pudding with brandy sauce, as well as heaps of fresh oranges. Mac had no time to cook lately, and he longed for that. He wished the sprawling, noisy house contained a few friends today, instead of all these acquaintances. Johnson mingled for a while, eating and saying little. Then he struck up a conversation with a buxom young widow. She left soon, smiling. 20 minutes later, Johnson followed. Mac and Carla circulated separately. She was flirtatious with several of the Englishmen, and it irked Mac, but he said nothing. He noticed she drank large quantities of champagne, and then equally large quantities of claret. At 3:30 in the afternoon, she disappeared. He didn't bother to look for her. He knew she was drunk in their bedroom suite. He hoped she was asleep. That night, after the guests had driven away down the hill and the only sounds in the mansion were those of the household staff clearing and cleaning, Mac found Carla in her silk wrapper, muzzy from her nap, and a fresh glass of claret in her hand. "Why did you do it, today of all days?" "Because I was bored. Those silly, vapid people bore me to death. Riverside bores me. This stinking huge house bores me." "This new house, this bores you?" Yes, completely." Over the raised glass, her deep blue eyes defied him. She drank all the claret in gulps. So, with interwoven strands, the tapestry of the first year and a half of their marriage completed itself on the Riverside loom. Mac felt that he grasped and manipulated the individual threads, but had no sense of a larger pattern. He continued to fill his hours with work, reading, physical sport. He saddled Jubilee and galloped up and down the polo field on Jefferson Street, practicing back and tail shots with his mallet and the cork ball. He hiked alone in his groves for hours. He shadow-boxed, remembering his friend Corbett, the heavyweight champion. He wondered what to do about Carla's ennui, expressed in increasingly strong, blunt language. He tried not to recall that Swampy, who seldom visited, had predicted exactly this outcome. Matters came to a head on New Year's Eve, 1896. 35. A north wind blew all day. Even at noon it breathed out cold air, shaking the lustrous leaves and ripening fruit of the groves on Arlington Heights. The temperature had been falling for 24 hours. In the hilltop grove, Mac worked alongside Chinese in coolie hats and heavy quilted coats. They all shivered as they hauled the sheet metal burners from mule-drawn wagons parked in the lanes. Johnson was down in the flatland groves, supervising the same work. Teams of workers filled burners from a barrel of crude. 2 seized each burner and ran with it, placing it according to a regular pattern, 1 between every 2 trees. In the cold shade, their eyes glistened white as they cast anxious looks upward. A few thin cirrus clouds trailed away east. Otherwise, the sky was clear, blue-white, like new pond ice. Mac tried to forget his obligation for that evening, but it nagged him as he stalked up and down the lanes, helping wherever he was needed. Where he saw a weak point, he told the men to set out additional wire baskets filled with soft coal or kindling. Freeze damage meant more than the loss of the season's crop. If severe enough, the freeze would destroy the stock. Trees worth hundreds of thousands of dollars could be lost, requiring a wait of 5, 6, or 7 years until new stock bore for the first time. Throughout the afternoon, he drove himself, and the workers too. By 5 o'clock, all the burners and baskets were lit. Mac dragged himself into the saddle of his Morgan and walked the horse up the winding road to Villa Mediterranean. Winter's pale light was slanting from the west. Long, sharp shadows lay on the heights. He overtook 2 wagons laboring uphill, stacked high with oil barrels. Would the fuel last? How low would the temperature fall? Mac had made his decision about the evening, and he was braced for trouble. He changed clothes in the wardrobe adjoining his office. At his desk, he tried to study the December cost and production reports. It was impossible. He couldn't concentrate. He heard the wind gusting over the roof tiles and raised his head and stared at the dark ceiling beams. Although Mac was not yet 30, horizontal streaks of gray showed in the hair over his ears. Tonight his eyes had a sunken, fatigued look. He heard her coming, her pumps rapping the floor in the hallway. It was hard wood, not the soft fur of the homes of poorer people. She swept in without knocking. He had to admit she was breathtaking. Why not? She'd spent the afternoon bathing and dressing. Her princess gown was black satin and favored her golden complexion, with decorative ribbons of gold velvet falling from either side of the bodice all the way to the hem. Black aigrettes adorned her hair, and black suede gloves reached above her elbows to puffed sleeves of black lace net over satin. She carried a painted and tasseled fan in her left hand, and on the 4th finger of her right hand, outside her glove, she wore a $15,000 emerald, rectangular and scissors cut, in a gold mounting, his wedding gift. "Mac, is it necessary for me to remind you that it's New Year's Eve? Supper starts at 7. We must leave in half an hour. Maria laid out your evening suit." I wish she hadn't gone to the trouble. Carla kicked her voluminous skirt behind her, and the garments under her dress rustled in a way he found very feminine and seductive. "What do you mean by that remark?" she asked. "I mean I can't go. I have to stay in the groves. We're going to have a bad freeze. Those oranges are my livelihood." "Ridiculous. You can buy 10 more orange groves tomorrow." "It's the livelihood of the men, too. I need to be there, not abandon them." "This is the best country club dance of the year. Clive told me so. Everyone will be there." "The only people who'll be there are a few who have no investment in citrus, and the chefs, the waiters, and the orchestra. You won't have many partners." "I'll find a man to dance with. Don't worry." It implied that he, perhaps, was not a man. Frowning, he crossed in front of her. He caught her heavy orange blossom scent, and then, underneath, whiskey. He switched on the 2 elaborate ceiling fixtures with trumpet flower glass shading the electric lamps, and, above them, gas mantles, necessary because the power company often shut down without warning. Are you going to ignore me completely, Mac?" Remaining angrily silent, he unlatched the shutters on the windows overlooking Riverside. The sky was a cold, dark blue. Lights winked below, lovely jeweled patterns. How strange that millions could be lost on such a pretty night. Wind pushed at the windows, setting up a humming vibration. The windows were the finest antique glass obtainable, full of visible waves. Each had a decorative border of leaded red glass rectangles. That was yet another sign of wealth. Red glass was made with ground gold. "Mac, I'm waiting. I insist you take me to the club." "No, I'm staying." "My feelings aren't important to you?" "Of course, but
If I'd known when I married you that you'd act like this—"
you knew exactly what I was. If you wanted some other kind of man, why did you want to marry me?" A sweet smile.
"You screwed me into it, darling."
My God. He fell into his favorite leather chair and tossed a scarred boot onto the ottoman. "You're a beautiful woman, Carla, but sometimes you're a foul-minded drunk, too."
"Oh, aren't we righteous?"
She kicked her skirt again, stalking him.
"Aren't we good?"
A blood vessel stood out on his left temple, and he closed his hand on the chair arm. "I'd still like to know, why did you marry me?" She leaned forward, spat the words.
"It was something to do."
He glared. "I believe you."
"Why did you decide to marry me? Because you couldn't get a tumble from that little newspaper slut?"
He jumped up.
"Oh, I saw how you looked at her. I've no illusions, and you have none about me. A foul-minded drunk, isn't that what you said?"
"Carla, I'm sorry." He tried to appease her with outstretched hands. He felt helpless. She was mercurial and unreasonable when she drank. "I'm sorry I lost my temper. Please, go ahead to the dance."
"How generous."
Ah Sing will drive you and bring you home."
"I don't want a damn ignorant chink for my escort. I want my husband."
The blood vessel rose up thick as rope. Outside, he heard a horse on the winding road. "I'll watch for the coach coming back. We'll open a bottle of champagne." He walked toward her. "Please, have a good time if you can. I'll make it up to you some way." He started to kiss her cheek, but she pulled back, withholding herself. The whiskey odor engulfed him. She gave him another of those sweet, vicious smiles.
"Good night, darling," she said.
"See you next year, then."
"Who knows? Let's hope so."
She kicked her skirt back a third time and sailed out, her dancing pumps rattling on the hardwood. Then that faded beneath other, heavier footsteps. Johnson's boots. He walked in with uncharacteristic long strides that spoke of agitation. He wore dirty jeans, a leather vest, his usual long bandana. This one, ironically, was bright orange. "All your burners going?" Mac asked. "Yep, every one we got. There ain't enough by half to take care of the Valencias." "What's the temperature?"
"Around 30, falling."
Mac snatched his broad-brimmed brown hat from the desk, and Johnson trailed him down the faintly lit hall. "Something wrong here, Mac? Carla was dressed up purtier'n a queen, and she looked like she could spit bullets." "Nothing's wrong. She's going to the dance alone." "Listen, it ain't gonna warm up just 'cause you hang around. Climb into your fancy suit and go with her." "I can't do it. Not tonight." He clattered down the hardwood stair. Johnson followed, an even deeper frown carving the deep lines of his face. The north wind blew relentlessly and constellations sparkled, the veils of cirrus gone. As they tethered their horses, Johnson took notice. "Not a cloud, not a blasted one." A cloud blanket would have moderated the effect of this wind that felt frigid as the North Pole. In the hilltop grove, groups of Chinese huddled near the burners. Mac could smell the strong crude oil as he and Johnson walked under the trees. He checked every burner and adjusted the drafts of some. To supplement the burners, the men had lit torches, sooty smudge pots, and more soft coal and kindling in the wire baskets. Smoke drifted and stung the eyes. "Wind's too strong," Mac said. "It'll dissipate the heat." "Not much we can do about that," Johnson said. Mac slammed his hands in the pockets of his sheepskin coat and eyed the winter sky. By 11, he was stretched out beneath a tree, Johnson dozing next to him. All across the horizon in the foothill belt, you could see the glow of burners and coal baskets, the watchfires of the gentlemen orchardists. Mac wondered if Carla was having a good time. In another hour, a new year would begin. Would their relationship be better? Not unless he did something about it. Something other than pleading for understanding. She was incapable of that. Johnson woke, checked a tin pail by his side, then held it out. "Cerveza?" Mac drank some. "Hell, the beer's the only thing warm tonight. What's the temperature?" Johnson consulted a thermometer tied to a branch. 26. "Wind's down, though." It was true. The smudge pot and coal basket smoke no longer dispersed immediately. The burner could be felt. "It'll go hardest with the lemons down yonder," Johnson said, squatting again. "Up here, maybe we'll make it. You should have gone to that shindig." Mac didn't respond. They heard some workers arguing softly and then the click of gambling tiles. Mac thought of Mao Key. It made him feel worse. Johnson finished the beer. "Tell me something. You've been married most of a year and a half now. You happy or not?" Mac's hazel eyes caught the blue-white flicker of the flame in a burner. "I should tell you it's none of your damn business." "Just asking as your friend." Mac blew on his hands. "If being happy is making money, then I'm happy." "Not exactly what I meant." "Anything else I'm too busy to notice." The pale green eyes fixed on him. "I can understand you fretting about the oranges. Still, women do take some noticing now and then. I ain't ever been tied up in matrimony, but I learned that much." "Sure, I know, but—" Suddenly he was tired of dissembling. He needed to confide in a friend. He sat up straight. "It's more than a fight over a dance. Carla's slipping back into her old ways. She was fine for a few months. Now, when I try making up to her with little gestures, suggestions, a horseback ride in the country, a picnic, she isn't interested. She's bored. She wants something else, a party, a trip, always something else. Swampy warned me." "Seems pretty clear all she wanted tonight was what both of you'd planned on." "And I was the one who balked?" "Uh-huh. You got reasons for what you did, pretty good ones, but you still stayed home. Don't put all the burden on Carla." "Thanks for the lecture." Johnson sighed. "You can be a mean bastard when you're riled. That's good in a fight, but it don't do much for a marriage." He paused a while. "Listen here. We get through this night, I got something to say to you." "Something else? Say it now." Johnson ignored the sarcasm. "In the morning, if we ain't wiped out. 'Scuse me." He sank down on his haunches, his back to the tree, snapped his hat low over his eyes, and went to sleep. Mac watched patterns in the coiling smoke. He stood and held his hands near the burner. It warmed his flesh, but not his soul. He didn't know how to handle a rich, spoiled woman like Carla. His intentions were good, but his temper and her whims canceled that out. At midnight, someone in a distant grove fired a volley to welcome 1897. That was the extent of the celebration. He expected Ah Sing would bring Carla home in an hour or two. The cold, lonely night chastened him. Johnson was right. Carla's bad behavior didn't excuse his own. He bore half the responsibility. In the morning, he'd try to make it up to her. Mac woke. The ground was frigid under his legs, the tree trunk hard on his spine. He didn't remember falling asleep. The rasp of Johnson's snoring penetrated his sleepiness. Johnson hadn't budged from the tree, though his hat had fallen off. In the east, the morning light was breaking. Mac's breath plumed when he exhaled, mingling with the burner smoke rising in scores of straight columns, as though the grove hid a whole subdivision of row houses with fuming chimneys. One of Mac's best men, a young Chinese named Kim Lu, opened the door of a burner to check the oil supply.
Almost gone, Miss Chance.
Better refill them. Feels like another cold day. Kim Lu nodded and hurried away. Mac stood up, stretching and flexing out the stiffness in his knee joints. He checked the thermometer. 24 degrees. He plucked down an orange, wiped it, pierced the skin with his thumbnail, and sucked the juice. He nudged Johnson with his boot. I think we made it. Johnson yawned and complained. After a few minutes, Mac decided his foreman was sufficiently awake. Now, what was it you wanted to tell me this morning? Getting restless, that's all. You mean you want to traipse off again? I think so. In the spring, maybe. The polo club won't be happy. We need you. I'll never play as well as you. You're our strongest rider. They were still making up teams exclusively from their own membership. Mac looked forward to playing another club someday. Johnson chuckled. Yeah, and I gotta admit I like the applause from the ladies on the sidelines. Like getting paid, too. Just never figured a dirt poor Texas boy would take to a fancy pants game like that. Still, I do get these hankerings. You know I depend on you, Mac said. But it's always been conditional. You've always been free to go. Still are. What about all this? I'll promote Billy Biggerstaff till you get back. Will you get along all right if I go off for a while? Sure, absolutely, Mac said with a quick nod. Could his friend tell that he was lying? Half an hour later, Mac trudged up the hill to Villa Mediterranean. The great house was still and chilly. He felt grubby and exhausted as he climbed the stairs to the master suite. He took care to open the carved door quietly. The huge room was dark, all the shutters closed. He listened. Silence. Anxiously, he walked toward the bed. The pegged flooring gave off small creaks. "Carla," he whispered. "Happy New Year." No breathing. Nothing. At her side of the bed, he ran his hand over the spread. The bed was perfectly made. Empty. He went downstairs for a cup of coffee. In the kitchen, the household major domo, an old haughty Mexican named Rodolfo Armendariz, showed him a bottle of Mum's standing in a silver bucket. Water filled the bucket to a depth of 6 inches. "Here is the champagne, senor. I set it out at midnight as you requested." Mac had completely forgotten. He'd spoken to Rodolfo before going to the Groves, preparing for a little celebration when Carla came back. "The ice is melted, senor." "I see. Someone else can drink it. Anyone. There won't be any celebration this morning." Mac slept for 3 hours, then ate breakfast. It was another clear, cloudless day, but the wind had died and the cold felt less severe. He checked his pocket watch. 10:15. Walking down to the lower limit of his property, he inspected the new barracks. 2 stories, closed in and roofed, but not yet painted. The building was tucked out of sight behind a windbreak. He'd built it to provide clean, comfortable living quarters for some of his workers, the young bachelors like Kim Lu, who could not yet afford a bride from one of the Chinatowns or the home country. He walked the groves a while, talking with the tired men refilling the burners. There was some defoliation from yesterday's wind, but no sign of the split bark caused by sap freezing in the cambium layer. He leaned against a tree. It felt like the end of the afternoon. He pulled out his watch again. 12:30. Looking down the winding road, he saw only 2 of his Chinese on foot. He wandered aimlessly for more than an hour. Finally, up on the summit, he walked into the dirt yard in front of the carriage house. A Chinese boy with greasy hands was using a wrench to tighten the front hub of Mac's new safety bicycle. He saw the owner and smiled. "Got her all fixed, Mr. Mac. We'll run good now." Thanks. The cycling club's going on a 20-mile ride on Sunday, and the rattle of a coach on the hill interrupted him. Thanks, he shouted enthusiastically this time, and ran. Ah Sing halted the team, avoiding Mac's eyes. When Mac opened the coach door with the gold-leaf JMC cartouche blazoned on it, Carla regarded him with puffy eyes. She was still in her New Year's Eve finery. Long party. It's after 2 o'clock. I got a little drunk. Some friends put me up. What friends? Oh, I'm now accountable to you, am I? Her clothing looked mussed, and all her lipstick was worn away. He fought a jealous anger. No, Carla, and you never have been. She jerked the door shut and thumped the front of the compartment. Ah Sing, goddamn you, go on! Ah Sing shook the reins. The sudden forward lurch of the coach flung her against the cushion with a pained cry. She pressed her palms to her temples, eyes squeezed shut. The coach passed and left him standing in the dust. After dark, the temperature dropped below 32 again, but the night was windless. Mac stayed in the grove until midnight, then made a bed on the couch in his office. In the morning, he saddled up and rode down to the flats. Damage was spotty, and most of his oranges were unharmed. Clive Henley's lemon grove was different. It had the blasted, wasted look of a war zone. Work crews wielded axes and saws, cutting off defoliated limbs, in some cases all the way back to the trunk. Teams of dray horses with chains pulled other trees right out of the ground. Mac hated to see it. He hated for living things to die. Besides, the grove struck him as a suitable picture of his marriage. 36. He slept in the office again that night. Next day, Carla offered a half-hearted apology and asked him to come back to their bed. He did, but she refused his good-night embrace, and he slept on his side, turned away from her. At the end of the following week, she packed and left to visit her father for several days. Meanwhile, Mac took the Santa Fe into Los Angeles. In his suite at the Pico House, he talked business with Potter. Then, on the second afternoon, he walked briskly to the Phillips Block at Spring and Franklin, where the Southern California Fruit Exchange kept offices in rooms 77 and 78. On the way, he saw sign painters putting up new shingles for 3 doctors. He'd read an editorial in the Citrograph proudly proclaiming that California already had more doctors in proportion to its population than any other state. Quite a contrast to Wyatt's claim that doctors were few because no one sickened or died. Doctors wanted to practice here because they had so many patients. Otis and his cronies at the Chamber of Commerce brought them in by hawking the climate like a patent medicine. To potential new residents, the Chamber advertised Los Angeles as the world's greatest sanitarium for years to come. In the rooms of the exchange, about 24 growers from the region gathered for a meeting. The only one Mac knew well was Clive Henley, who'd taken an early morning train. The hottest topic of the afternoon was the cost of a citrus crate. The price had risen from 11 cents to 12 in the past year. Total production price of a crate of oranges from most groves, including Mac's, was about 50 cents. If crate costs went higher, so would that figure, and no grower could afford it. "It's the cost of box shook," one grower said. "We're helpless. We have to pay what the market demands." "We wouldn't if we had our own timber," Mac said. "You mean the exchange should go into lumbering?" "Exactly. We should own everything that's necessary to produce a finished product." There were mutters and scornful exclamations, almost universal disapproval of the radical idea. Mac shrugged. "Well, you gentlemen think whatever you want. This morning I authorized my attorney to buy 10,000 acres of prime timber up in Lassen County. I'll have my own shook supply in a year." After the meeting, they crowded around him, wanting to know how the exchange could make an arrangement. Mac and Clive Henley rode the early evening local back to Riverside, discussing the new president-elect, McKinley. Mac and Clive were Republicans and had voted for McKinley over Bryan. Clive and most other Riverside Republicans thought Mac far too liberal, however. Mac speculated about the coming title fight between Corbett and Bob Fitzsimmons, a serious contender. It was scheduled for March at Carson City, Nevada. They talked also about Cuba and the nationalist revolt against Spain. Both Hearst and his New York rival, Joe Pulitzer, were ardent supporters of the rebels. Many critics flayed Hearst for warmongering for the sake of circulation. And inevitably, being Californians, they discussed the railroad. Only a few days earlier, Congress had settled the debt issue, actually handing Huntington a huge defeat by refusing cancellation or remission of the debt. Governor Jim Budd, a Democrat, had declared a state holiday in celebration. Clive, always more friendly to the SP in Santa Fe, resented this. He brought up the familiar arguments about the railroads creating prosperity for citrus growers by opening eastern markets. But what does it have to do with the debt, Clive, or the holiday? I sent Bud a telegram congratulating him. Through all the talk, Mac had a feeling that Clive had something else on his mind. The Englishman wasn't his usual relaxed and affable self. His mild gray eyes had a guarded look. The conductor announced Colton. Mac said, "We'll be in Riverside soon. I think you'd better get down to the real topic." The red rose straight up in Clive's face. "Oh, God, I'm a terrible dissembler, aren't I?" Mac smiled. "Yes, you are. Come on, what is it?" "Well, I was asked, appointed, actually, to speak to you, because we're friends, teammates." "You said appointed. By whom?" "Oh, some of the other chaps, growers, Riverside." It had a strangled sound. Clive popped his monocle out and polished it furiously on his white linen sleeve. "What are you supposed to discuss?" "Your, labor force." Now Mac began to understand. "My Chinese?" "Yes, old fellow, exactly. You know of the, trouble 4 years ago?" "I know that mobs of fruit tramps, white men, threatened and intimidated a lot of the Chinese in the groves because they wanted their jobs." "Indeed, but it was worse than that. Celestials were robbed in the streets, beaten, driven out of their little houses and shops. A mob burned down the Chinatown in Redlands. We had state militia on patrol and 200 special deputies. We don't want to go back to that sort of thing." "No," Mac said, and waited. Clive coughed and wriggled in his seat. "But, Mac, it's the consensus that white men deserve the jobs in your groves also." "Because they're white, or because they'll work for half of what a Chinese worker demands?" "Yes, there's that. 75 cents a day and board against $1.40 or $1.50 is a significant difference, old boy. The greasers and those half-breed Indian blokes, they'll accept the lower wages too." "I want the best workers, not the cheapest. The Chinese and Japanese are born agriculturists. Look at the Orange County boglands a few years ago. Nothing there but drifter camps and poor people digging tule roots because they couldn't afford potatoes. Then a couple of enterprising farmers hired some Chinese to experiment with celery growing. Now they ship thousands of carloads of celery out of the bogs every year. Land that was $15 an acre goes for $500 and $600. The Japanese work the same kind of miracles with California asparagus, cantaloupes, lettuce, sugar beets. Orientals have a touch, a feel for the earth and for growing things. I want workers with that touch." "But when you pay high wages, it's bad for the rest of us. It leads to agitation and unrest. Perhaps we will be forced to pay more." "Hire anyone you want, Clive, and pay them anything you can get away with. I'll stick with the men I've got." "But, my friend, I told you that this isn't merely my position. I'm stating it for the entire community of Riverside orchardists." "You mean I'm out there alone?" "Yes, nearly," Clive said with a hangdog smile. "Tell me this. If I refuse to change my ways, will it cost me your friendship?" This released a gush. "Oh, my dear chap, no. I only spoke with the utmost reluctance at the insistence of the group. We remain friends always. Actually, I thought I might be doing you a service. There are still fruit tramps in the district from time to time. Yes, I've seen them camped along the roads. They're hungry. They might not be inclined to accept your position peaceably. Then, of course, there's Blas. Fonzo Blas, the contractor? Yes, he called on me. And me. It was over a year ago. I threw him out. Blas called on me last week. He's very intolerant of you. He suggested that matters might, degenerate into a renewal of the trouble of '93. Clive Henley was pleading with his eyes, his posture, his whole earnest, gentlemanly demeanor. God, I don't need this, Mac thought. Sorry, Clive, the answer's no. As for Blas, I don't like him. Nobody threatens me. In his office on a Saturday in late February, Mac wrote an enthusiastic letter to the president of the Los Angeles Litho Company, praising the company's art department and placing an order for a crate label to be printed by chromolithography from stone plates in 6 colors. After struggling to find a name for his citrus and an illustration idea, and rejecting everything that came to mind, he'd woken with an idea at 3 a.m., 2 weeks before. He'd had a terrible, loud fight with Carla over her drinking and general indifference before bed, and in the middle of that miserable fight, the perfect label design had popped into his head. A gaudy watercolor rendering of it lay near the guidebook. It showed an old California prospector, bearded, tough, and slyly smiling, offering succulent oranges in a miner's pan. The label said, Cal Gold Brand Washington Navels. How often did good ideas come out of bad times? He didn't know, but the label was perfect. He quickly finished the letter. Later, he was expecting Swampy for one of his rare overnight visits. Hellman came down by train from the ranch on the Santa Clara. A hired rig awaited him at the Riverside Depot. His son-in-law had offered to meet him, but Swampy said no. Wealth conferred the benefit of independence, and Swampy enjoyed it. He did, however, always travel with his S&W, his Jesse James pistol, in his Gladstone bag. California was still full of wild cowboys, sinister greasers, yahoos, and other undesirables. A beautiful white cattleman's hat shaded Swampy's eyes against the winter sunshine. His white suit, custom-made and brand new last Thursday, already showed stains and wrinkles. He slowed the buggy horse to a walk as he approached Mac's boundary stone on the left side of the road. A lot of Chinese were hard at work in the groves. Industrious little buggers, Swampy thought. He relished the sight of industry, especially industry that enriched an owner. About 50 yards ahead, on some wooded land to the right side, he saw something less pleasing. A bunch of yahoos, 20 or 30 of them, camped among eucalyptus trees. A scrawl of smoke from their cook fire stained the sky. Lounging by the fire or sleeping under dirty blankets, they all had the same ragged, unshaven appearance. As Swampy's rig approached, 3 of them strolled down to the road shoulder. Directly opposite, at the end of a windbreak, several Chinese were putting up ladders to prune the trees. Swampy itched his lumpy nose. He didn't like the look of these yahoos, especially the 3 pointing and making remarks about the Chinese. The workers paid no attention, 2 of them scrambling up ladders with pruning saws. As he clucked the nag to speed up the buggy, one of the tramps by the road picked up a stone and lobbed it to the other side, hard. It whacked a ladder and startled the Chinese climbing up. The man almost fell, but caught himself. "Go ahead, jump, you little bastard," one of the tramps yelled. "Maybe you'll break your neck." His 2 companions laughed. One of them pulled out a big clasp knife and, after unfolding its 4-inch blade, began to scrape under his nails in a way the Chinese couldn't miss. Swampy's buggy drew abreast, and he gave the yahoos a stare. He could smell their dirty clothes. Phew. The tramp with the knife said, "What the hell are you looking at, Grandpa?" The long blade caught the sun and flashed. Swampy halted the buggy abruptly. "You, mister, stay away from my son-in-law's property."
You mean the Grove? We ain't on it. We're over here. This is free land."
Hearing the exchange, other tramps drifted toward them. Swampy pulled his Gladstone closer with his boot, but they made no further move toward him, and he shook the reins. Soon he was through the iron gate and into the winding drive. When Swampy arrived, Mac wanted to show him the label, but the old German had other things on his mind, a glass of peppermint schnapps and the fruit tramps.
"Ugly-looking bunch, Johnny."
"They've been camped there for 3 days." Mac crossed the living room and found the schnapps. He hated the stuff, but he kept it for his father-in-law.
"What the hell they want?"
"One of them came over and asked for work. I told him I had all the men I needed. He made some threats. Until they move on, I keep a man on guard by the main road every night, with a rifle to sound an alarm."
"Coming out of Riverside, I seen a bunch of guards in the groves. No rifles, though."
"Those are posted to keep the tourists out so they don't steal souvenirs from the trees. The tourists are worse than a plague of locusts. I don't have that problem up here in Arlington Heights. Not yet."
"Those yahoos got some special reason to pick on you?"
"They hate the Chinese, and I had a run-in with a labor contractor whose services I wouldn't use. I expect he spoke a word or two when this bunch drifted into town. Let's forget about it. Bring your drink to the kitchen."
"What's for supper?"
"Bonito."
"That's a mackerel, ain't it?"
"Tuna, brought up from the coast yesterday."
"Will I like it?"
"You better. I'm going to cook it." Swampy chuckled and waddled after him, sloshing the schnapps around in his glass. Some of it stained his white suit cuff, but he didn't notice.
"Where's Carla?"
"Napping."
"She going to eat with us?"
"I don't know," Mac replied in a flat voice. Swampy sniffed. He smelled trouble on another front. In this case, it didn't surprise him. They dined at the long refectory table, Mac at the head, Swampy at the foot, Carla between them. Overhead, 36 candles burned in a great ring chandelier of hammered iron suspended by chains. It was 100 years old, and the only fixture in the house not equipped for gas and electricity. Mac liked its mellow light. It gave the vast, cool room the air of an ancient cloister. Carla drank claret from a long-stemmed glass, but left her food untasted. Her father, on the other hand, ripped through his plate of fish in a few lip-smacking bites.
"Good, Johnny. Carla, you should take a cooking lesson from your husband."
His daughter regarded him with scornful amusement. "Really? Why? We have servants."
"Yeah, but it's a woman's duty to cook."
"Leave me alone, Swampy." The nickname goaded him. He leaned toward Mac.
"She never wanted to learn. Can't even break eggs, can she?"
Mac didn't answer. Looking venomous, Carla pushed her chair back and walked to the sideboard, draining the contents of her glass before she got there. Mac rapped his knife on his plate. "Don't you think 4's enough?" His voice was controlled, not angry, just tight. "I'll decide what's enough, thanks." She helped herself. Swampy gave Mac a dismayed look, then sat back while one of the Mexican girls glided up to serve another piece of the grilled fish.
"You know, Johnny, I'm worried about those yahoos. They look mean. A businessman like you, he don't need that kind of trouble. Wouldn't it be easier to hire a few, give 'em some dirty work, and calm things down? You could make room by firing some of the chinks."
"My men don't like that word. I don't use it."
"Oh, sorry,"
Swampy said, rolling his eyes. He grabbed his mug of beer and swigged noisily, then wiped foam off his mouth.
"I don't get you sometimes. Why do you mess with those little yellow buggers if everybody hates 'em?"
Mac tried to control his annoyance. "I mess with them, Otto, because they're fine workers. I'm not going to replace them with white riffraff just because someone tells me to. The Groves would go to hell. Besides, it wouldn't be right." Mac was all too aware of Carla still at the sideboard, drinking with her back to them.
"I still don't get it," Swampy said, slurping more beer. "Why are you all the time so worried about the underdog?"
"I guess because I was born one. Weren't you?"
Yeah, sure, but I came up in the world. That changes things.
They were saved from argument by a distracting noise outside. A second later, Mac recognized it as Hellburner Johnson shouting. The Texan burst into the room. Mac saw his peacemaker tied on his leg, a sheen of panicky sweat on his face.
Tramps all over the place, Mac. They set fire to the barracks.
The shopkeeper's Colt hung on a peg in his office. He ran there, snatched it from the holster, and stuffed it in his shirt. Out in front of the house, Johnson was already in the saddle. Mac jumped up behind him, and Johnson booted the horse down the steep road. Mac smelled the sweetness of the trees and the sharper tang of smoke. He clutched Johnson's waist and cursed when he saw the distant firelight.
Why wasn't there a warning shot? I don't know. What happened to the guard? Quit yelling at me. I don't know. Hang on.
Johnson reined the horse into a turn. They galloped along a side road, a dirt road beside the windbreak. At the road's end, Mac saw milling men silhouetted against a huge fire. Flames already consumed half of the two-story barracks. From the end of the building not yet burning, the fruit tramps dragged struggling Chinese into the yard. Jolting along the road, Mac watched the two tramps shove a Chinese to his knees. The one behind held him and cut off his cue, while the other kicked him in the belly and groin. He cried out, and the tramp behind kicked him 3 times in the small of his back. The Chinese toppled over. Mac pulled the Colt from his shirt. All over the yard, the tramps had the workers outnumbered and at their mercy. They beat and kicked them. Other white men dashed from the barracks with the workers' belongings and flung them into the fire. Johnson reined the horse so sharply Mac almost fell off. A Chinese man ran out of the burning section with his quilted coat afire, disappearing toward the road, blazing in the dark like an earthbound comet. Mac jumped down and hit the ground running. He headed for a tramp holding a worker's throat with one hand while he stabbed him with the other. Mac stepped sideways for a better shot, aimed hastily and fired. The tramp screamed and grabbed his leg. The Chinese man ran away, yelling, the black thorn of the knife bobbing in his arm. Mac didn't risk another shot. Men were running, shouting, cursing, struggling all around him. The glare and the thick smoke made it hard to tell attackers from victims. Johnson understood this. He waded into the melee with the barrel of his peacemaker in his left hand and swung savagely to right and left, clubbing any tramp within reach. He hit one man's jaw, and the man raked his hand down across Johnson's eyes. He jumped back, but the tramp's nails had torn his cheek open. Then the man tried to throttle Johnson with his own bandana. Johnson broke the tramp's nose with a blow of the gun butt. Someone grabbed Mac's arm, jerking it hard. Before he could pivot to fend off the attacker, a rock bashed his temple. He reeled back and sat down hard. The tramp laughed and lunged in, sweat drops shining in his yellow beard. Mac heard a distant guttural shout, but had no time to wonder about it. Before the tramp could brain him again, he fired a bullet into the man's thigh. The tramp's right leg collapsed like a snapped stick, and he crawled away. Mac struggled up, the heat scorching his face. All around, the Chinese were running with whatever possessions they could salvage. A few resisted, but most refused to confront the hate-crazed attackers. Johnson's wild clubbing soon drove all the tramps away from him, and he stood in an open space with his head lowered and blood dripping from his chin. There was a brute gleam in his fire-lit eyes. From the direction of the windbreak, the shouts grew louder. It wasn't English. Mac recognized Swampy's German. Suddenly he spied someone familiar on the ground, the young bachelor Kim Lu, rolling from side to side and holding his gut. Bruises and bleeding cuts marked his cheeks and forehead. Mac ran over and leaned down to drag him out of the center of the yard. Bending, he heard Johnson shout, "Watch your left side!" Turning, he stumbled on Kim Lu's outstretched leg, and as he fell across the young Chinese, the Colt flipped out of his hand. A tramp landed on Mac's back with both knees, and Mac's jaw slammed in the dirt, jarring and dazing him. The tramp raised his right hand like some prophet at a sacrificial altar, and light flashed off the rippled blade of a fish-cleaning knife. The tramp's hand whitened and the knife started its descent. Johnson's bullet hit the tramp between the shoulders. The fish knife flew out of his hand. The tramp fell, and Mac crawled away, retrieved his revolver, and staggered to his feet. As he did, he saw Kim Lu push to his feet and run for the dark road, his cue flying behind. Swampy Hellman pelted across the yard, red with exertion. He brandished his S&W 45. "You goddamn bums! You trash! Get off this land!" He veered to the nearest tramp and blew him off his feet. For a moment, the man actually appeared to fly against the background of the fire. Many of the tramps saw that, heard the man's wild scream as he went down, and it broke their nerve. They tossed away stones and bloody 2x4s and ran for the windbreak and the darkness. Johnson collared one, but the man bit his hand and escaped. Mac hurried to Swampy, who was pivoting this way and that, hunting a target. "You shouldn't have come here. Don't get the wrong idea, Johnny," the old man was gasping. "I did it for you, not them chinks. Sit down before you fall down." There was an ominous purple tinge rushing into Swampy's cheeks. "Sit," Mac yelled, pushing him. Swampy was suddenly short of breath and pop-eyed with fright because of it. He sat down without protest. Mac stared at the burning building hopelessly. There was no water at hand. The pump platform was burning too, the pump itself already engulfed, and the nearest storage tank was a quarter of a mile away. Mac ran toward the high, bright wall of fire, as if he could somehow extinguish it by the sheer force of his anger. Johnson's arm slammed across his chest. "Stay back. The barracks is done for." "God damn it, I'm not going to stand by and—" "Yes, you are." Johnson stepped in front of him. "Can't do anything else." Much of the noise was dying out, the shouting, the hurt cries, leaving the hoarse roar of the fire. It consumed the entire building now. Mac's shoulders sagged. Johnson stepped away and shoved his peacemaker into its holster. "At least there's no wind. Fire'll just burn itself out. It won't damage the trees." It was true. Spark-laden flames shot straight up, and the large cleared area all around would keep them from spreading. Mac searched for Swampy. Relieved, he saw him sitting like a fat-legged infant, right there in the dust in his fine white suit, the S&W resting on his thigh. He was still panting. Movement near the windbreak drew his eye. He saw 3 Chinese huddled together watching the fire. Mac rushed toward them. "You can come back, they're all gone. Come back, you're safe." When the Chinese saw him, they fled into the windbreak and disappeared. Mac stopped in the middle of the dirt road, all the strength and fight having left him. The fire roared, overlaid with a new and louder grinding sound. He didn't turn around until after the upper floor crashed down. After Mac had posted men to watch in case a sudden wind shift fanned the fire, Johnson came to tell him the picket had been found. Mac trudged after the Texan and gazed down at the young Chinese who lay near the roadside boundary stone, his rifle gone, an empty plum wine jug in his lap. Perhaps he'd fallen asleep. They'd never know, because someone had smashed open the side of his head. Mac had never seen the human brain before. He walked off with vomit in his throat and tears of fury in his eyes. In the morning, a deputy took Mac's statement. Grimy and exhausted, Mac saw the man to the door as Johnson returned. The Texan looked equally tired and dirty. Mac poured 2 cups of coffee, and Johnson sank down on his spine in a deep chair. "I got Billy Biggerstaff cleaning up down there. He took some of the houseboys." "What about the tramps?" "They either crawled off or got carried off. The camp across the road's empty. The tramp I shot was left behind. He had this in his pocket." He handed Mac a folded and stained scrap of paper. Mac's mouth turned to a grim slit as he read the terse message. Someone promised him a cash reward if he got rid of me. Someone who signed himself with the initial F, as in Fonzo. Swampy walked in with his usual mug of morning beer, his color normal again. Mac nodded to acknowledge him and said to Johnson, "How many of our Chinese are left?" "Not one. They all lit out, and I expect they're still running. You blame 'em? It makes me sick. They were good boys." Mac pounded the desk so hard that papers and the guidebook fell off. Swampy took a chair and blew into the beer foam. "Johnny, I got some advice you don't want. You got the wrong attitude for a man of property. You care about the wrong people. Gonna keep getting you in Dutch." After a considered pause, he added, "Could get you killed one of these days." Mac simply stared at him defiantly. Johnson sipped coffee and stretched his legs. "I think it's time I got out of here for a while." Later that day, he gathered his gear, saddled a horse, and disappeared. Carla had slept through the night's commotion. Drunk, Mac assumed. Not that it mattered much. When she woke, her regrets about the barracks were perfunctory. So was his thank you. That afternoon, he strapped on his snub-nosed colt and rode down to Riverside. There, he asked for some directions and then rode west to a small adobe house in a dusty bight of the Santa Ana. He pounded on the planked door of the house. A stout Mexican, middle-aged, answered, and then quickly stepped back, recognizing him. Mac asked in Spanish, "Where can I find Alfonso Vicente Blas, sir?" "Gone," blurted the other as if relieved. "Gone to see his relatives in Mexico City." "He lives here, though." "He does, sir. I am his cousin, Carlos." "Can you get a message to Fonzo?" The heavy man took his hand off the doorframe he'd been gripping so tightly. "Ah," he said with an unctuous smile. "You want to hire some men?" "I want to tell your cousin not to come back to Riverside. If he does, I'll put a bullet in him." Fonzo Blas never returned to the district. A week later, cantering into town again, Mac came upon a half-dozen ragged tents at the roadside. Without thought, he dropped his hand to his belt, but of course he usually didn't wear his pistol. His mouth set in a tight line as he rode toward the seedy camp. All at once, he spied two children rolling a hoop back and forth, and the tension left him. An emaciated old man, beard like snow, skin like milk, shuffled to the roadside and waved a feeble greeting. Mac nodded. The man started to cough. Not a light cough, but deep and phlegmy. He coughed some kind of glistening lump into the weeds. Silent as phantoms, other squatters stepped from their tents. The old man grabbed his belly and kept coughing. The hoop fell over and the children let it lie. They stood quiet and sad-eyed like the older people. Even a yellow hound that padded into sight looked feeble. Till now, Mac had only heard of these tent camps, full of sick people with consumption who had come to California for its curative climate but couldn't afford a sanitarium or a boarding house. How many of them would die, disillusioned and still diseased? The consumptives stood for a long time, silently watching the healthy man ride away. Mac trotted past the boundary stone and up the foothill road. In the groves to either side, new men, white and brown, worked in the sunshine. Billy Biggerstaff had recruited quickly, efficiently, and cheaply. Mac booted his horse into a gallop, his face stony, his eyes straight ahead. Mac traveled to Carson City with Clive Henley for the championship fight on March 17th. Clive was generous with his expressions of sympathy about the fire. "I must confess that your new, labor arrangement pleases the other chaps." "Fine, but I don't really care. I'm in business to make money, not friends." Clive covered his dismay by clipping a new cigar. The outdoor arena, against a spectacular backdrop of snowy mountains, held more than 20,000. They sat behind Gentleman Jim's corner. Mac was excited about the fight, and nearly as excited over 3 boxy cameras set up outside the ring. "Veriscopes," he told Clive. "I've read about this." "What the deuce is a veriscope?" "A camera that takes pictures on a moving strip of film. For the first time, they're going to photograph a prize fight." He pointed to the ring. Along the edge facing the cameras, bold painted letters announced, "Copyrighted by the Veriscope Company." Clive popped his monocle out and shined it. "Wait a moment. They'll be taking still pictures?" "Yes and no." "Come on, my dear chap, which is it?" "The camera takes a series of still frames in sequence, but when the film's developed and run through a peep show machine like Edison's kinetoscope, you see the action. The pictures move, or appear to move. I saw Governor Stanford demonstrate the principle years ago." "Scope this, scope that. Sounds ridiculous, old boy. Ridiculous and useless." The opponents paraded into the ring amid great applause. Corbett had weighed in at 180, Fitzsimmons at 172. Gentleman Jim was favored 10-7 over the Cornishman, and just from appearances it was understandable. Fitzsimmons was balding, knock-kneed, freckled as a schoolboy. While Corbett danced lightly around the ring, Fitzsimmons lurched and shambled. In the first 2 rounds he hardly touched Corbett, who kept hitting him with left jabs. By the end of 5, Fitzsimmons' face was cut and bleeding badly. When he slumped in his corner after the bell, his wife Rose could be heard urging him, "Hit him in the slats, Bob." In the opposite corner, Corbett's manager, old Delaney from Oakland, was smiling and whispering to his man in a smug way. In the 6th, Corbett knocked Fitzsimmons down, but the Cornishman clutched Corbett's legs and the referee didn't start the count immediately. Rose Fitzsimmons screeched, "Get up, Bob!" And finally Fitzsimmons lumbered to his feet on the count of 9. Furious, Corbett shouted that he'd been down for a count of 15. The referee ignored him and the fight went on. By the end of the 13th round, Fitzsimmons was clearly desperate, flinging clumsy punches at Corbett's head and torso, few landing. But in the 14th, Gentleman Jim grew careless for a moment, and Fitzsimmons suddenly unleashed a left hook to the midsection. It flung Corbett to his knees for the 10 count, ending the fight. A solar plexus blow, Delaney called it afterward. Corbett's partisans left the arena shaking their heads. Their man had clearly outpointed his opponent, and had scarcely been touched until the last round. The hotel party, meant to be a celebration, became a wake. Corbett and his second wife, a fair and buxom young woman named Vera, wandered through the crowd like people suffering a sudden bereavement. When the defeated champion saw Mac, he gave him a quick squeeze on the shoulder. "Thanks for being here. It meant a lot to me. I'm just sorry it came out the wrong way." "You gave it everything, Jim." Corbett averted his eyes as if to say otherwise. "Look, when you're rested and feel up to it, I want you and your wife to come for a visit in Riverside." "We'll see," Corbett murmured without enthusiasm. "Thanks again." He moved on, a beaten man. Mac recognized the signs because, lately, he shared the feeling. 37. Hellburner Johnson stayed away 2 months. "Went out to Death Valley," he said the afternoon he returned. "Plenty of gold fever out there. Randburg, Joburg, Atolia. But my God, the desolation. Big spires of this stuff they call tufa. You'd think you was on the moon. Cross it off the list of places you think you need to visit, 'cause you don't." "I hadn't planned to go there, actually." Johnson digested the curt, almost dismissive reply. "How's the wife?" "About the same. She's up in San Luis Obispo this week, beautifying herself in the mud and sulfur baths at Newcomb's Spa. You anxious to go back to work?" "Not so's you'd notice. Anxious to play a little polo, though." "Good. The team needs you. We have an inter-club game Saturday. Carla should be back for it, and my friend Jim Corbett's finally coming down for a few days." "With his missus?" "No, she can't make it. She's packing. She and Jim are going to try New York for a while. He doesn't know what to do with himself since Fitzsimmons beat him." Johnson slipped a plug of tobacco under his lip and worked it around. "Losing the title must be damn hard on him. Losing anything you care about is hard." In his imagination, with keen guilt, he saw Nellie. Mac galloped down the polo field in a melee of noise and dust. From the bleachers he heard the shouts of the partisans of the red and blue teams. He paid no attention, reaching down, straining down with his mallet. He caught the speeding cork ball squarely and hammered the ball toward the red goal. In the sixth and last chukker, Reds and Blues were tied at 4 goals apiece. Mac's dirty face streamed with sweat, the field on Jefferson Street a sunlit blur, with shadows of horses and ponies flickering in the corners of his eyes. How much time left? Only seconds, surely. He booted Jubilee, always the best horse in the last chukker. The ball rocketed on over the trampled sod. Then, with a neat reverse of his mount, Eric Portfield of the Blues hit it the other way. It shot past Mac and Johnson and Clive Hindley and Bunny Bunthorne, the Reds, toward the blue goal. Mac whipped Jubilee's head around and galloped. He passed Johnson, who donned a red bandana for the occasion. The rest sorted themselves out with colored armbands. "Come on, Jubilee," he shouted over the pony's neck. Jeremy Fripp of the Blues advanced the ball and then looked back. He saw Mac gaining and his brows shot up. Mac was a feared player, not so much because of skill as because of a deep-gutted recklessness, especially in tight spots. Mac shouldered Jubilee into Jeremy's horse, a ride-off, and Jeremy and his mount lurched away. Mac now caught up with the ball and windmilled his mallet arm in a mighty backshot that reversed the ball toward the other goal. The red partisans cheered. Johnson, Clive, and Mac all raced neck and neck for the ball. Bunthorne was more timid, lagging. The eyes of the ponies bulged and their manes streamed. Hot wind rushed over Mac's face, and sweat ran out from under his canvas helmet, his only safety protection. Suddenly, Chitwood of the Blues bore down on him like a juggernaut. Mac had to yank Jubilee's head right and veer off. Chitwood, not controlling his pony well, would have run over him. Cursing, Mac rode away from the line of the ball, and Johnson drilled it between the goalposts. Then he stood in his saddle, raised his mallet, and let out a cheer. Mac slowed Jubilee, and the whistle blew. Clive Hindley yelled, "Hip, hip!" Chitwood trotted over, apologetic. "Bloody horse was running out of control. I wasn't trying to foul you, old chap." "Just kill me?" Chitwood looked dismayed. "Forget it." Mac clapped Chitwood's shoulder. He excused the near collision because the other man was a poor rider. Mac tore off the helmet, which he couldn't stand, and shoved it in his belt as the 8 players trotted toward the chalked sideline, exchanging congratulations and jibes. Clive shot out his hand to shake. "Bloody good riding, old friend." The players reached the sideline, where the fashionable ladies and gentlemen of the audience were spilling down from the bleachers into the pavilion of striped canvas. There, other ladies prepared the tea service. "Mighty polite game," Johnson remarked. "We ought to play nasty once in a while. You hear about them clubs in the East. They've been going 20 years and better. Some with a lot of hired players who know plenty of dirty tricks. We ought to be ready for that kind of stuff." "I say, HB, you're not really suggesting we lower ourselves to that level and practice fouling?" The speaker was Portfield, who was a young grower with a starchy disposition but great riding skill. "We're gentlemen. We play polo for sport." "What if we meet a club that doesn't?" Mac asked. "Hellburner's right. We're novices when it comes to rough tactics." "We'll never be in that sort of game," Jeremy Fripp said. "And if we are, we're ready," Clive said. "Grit will always win out, old boy." Mac doubted it, but he didn't argue. He'd heard tales of vicious rivalries on the field, deliberate fouls intended to maim a horse or rider. There were stories of fatalities, too. From the sidelines, polo appeared to be a game of stamina and speed, but little danger. Playing it, Mac found it exciting but also dangerous, full of stunning physical shocks as players deliberately ran their horses into each other to control or steal the ball. So far, there'd been no mishaps at the Riverside Club, but that didn't preclude them. No reason to worry about it this afternoon, he supposed. The Reds had won, and it was time for socializing. He saw Carla escorting Jim Corbett into the pavilion, and he noticed that she held tightly to his arm, so tightly that Corbett couldn't help but feel her bosom. Frowning, he dismounted and patted Jubilee affectionately. She was beautiful, fleet, and brave. He'd rub her down after he enjoyed a cup of tea. Some of the gentlemen were still explaining the game or its history to their female companions, most of whom fluttered their eyelashes and pleaded bewilderment. Nellie would never play-act so inanely, Mac thought, then reproved himself for thinking of her again. Goes back all the way to the Persians, my dear. They played it to train their fastest cavalry. Why, they say even old Genghis Khan's Mongols played it, using the severed heads of prisoners for balls. Ha-ha! Mac unwrapped his mallet strap and walked into the pavilion ahead of Johnson and Portfield. They were discussing the club's new grounds at Van Buren and Victoria Avenues. There, the club had temporarily leased 2 fine large lots, but they were having trouble financing a clubhouse and bleachers. Members argued about whether to raise money by charging higher dues or by expanding membership, which some of the club snobs like Portfield resisted. Carla's blue eyes sparkled as she brought Corbett his tea. She looked fresh and crisp in a skirt and blouse of white lawn. The blouse had a stiff, high collar and a jabot embroidered with tiny orange blossoms. She'd abandoned her straw hat, her pleated summer cape, elbow-length gloves, and silk umbrella, all of them white, too. White became her, flattering her sun-browned skin. Mac worked his way toward his wife and his guest, pausing to smile and acknowledge compliments on the victory. Clive reached Carla and Corbett first. "Mr. Corbett, it is indeed an honor to have the world's heavyweight champion witness one of our practice matches." Corbett looked uncomfortable with the fragile teacup. "I'm pleased that my friend Mac Chance invited me, but it's former champion, remember." "Congratulations, darling," Carla said to Mac. It was her brittle good cheer intended for others, not him. "Thanks." Mac squeezed Corbett's sleeve to buck him up. It had been a sad and difficult weekend thus far. Corbett wasn't the ebullient young man Mac remembered. He was depressed, withdrawn. Mac kept trying to find ways to get him to talk. "Tell us honestly, Jim, what did you think of what you saw?" "I thought it was fine. You should have a match with a Bay Area team. There's an excellent one at the Burlingame Country Club." "Is the club part of that new real estate development in the South Bay?" Carla asked. "Yes, Burlingame Park. Mighty expensive place. Expensive and exclusive. The members brag that their polo field is better than the one in Newport. The team carries 2 or 3 paid players." "Surely none as good as our original Texas cowhand," someone said, slapping Johnson's back. "Jim, it's infernally hot in here," Carla said. "Might we stroll while you tell me more about Burlingame?" She lifted the teacup from his hand, then curled her arm through his again. Corbett wasn't sophisticated, but he sensed the deep currents here, especially when he saw his host's wife watching her husband with a smile so sweetly generous it approached a smirk. He stammered his answer. "I think maybe I'd better see about a train. Don't want to leave all the packing to Vera." "Oh, I'm disappointed. Can't you spare me a few minutes?" "Of course you can. My father's mentioned Burlingame, and a gentleman I know, Mr. Fairbanks, belongs to the club. I must hear everything." She swept Gentleman Jim out of the pavilion on her arm, teasing his cheek with her fingertips while she whispered something. The champion blushed. Bunthorne's wife, Mavis, a notorious gossip, rattled her cup on her saucer to attract the attention of the ladies around her. Mac overheard her say, "To whom is she married, my dears? Mac or Mr. Corbett? A stranger might wonder." "What a performance," he said, livid.
You practically threw yourself at him.
I did not. You're boorish to say I did.
He'd drawn her away from the pavilion, down past the bleachers. The other players and spectators were moving to their buggies and coaches as swift gray clouds darkened the sun. I don't care. I don't like you flirting that way. Everyone saw it. At least they did once Mavis announced it in her megaphone voice. Jim was embarrassed.
He didn't say so.
He's too polite. Corbett had left 10 minutes earlier, driven to the Santa Fe depot by Johnson.
You've been fretting about your friend's state of mind all weekend, Carla said. I was only trying to cheer him up.
It looked like a lot more than that. Jim's a married man. You don't throw yourself at a married man. You were all over him, whispering and touching him. She laughed. Loose, fluffy strands of her hair fluttered in the gusty wind.
You're such a dreadful prude sometimes. I didn't think you'd notice. You hardly notice me any other time.
Is that why you did it? To get back at me for some imaginary slight?
My, such wounded innocence.
For God's sake, Carla, stop this stupid game.
Who's playing a game? You're jealous. Jealous and nasty.
Mac seized her wrist. Carla?
Go to hell, she said,
tearing free and dashing past him along the chalked sideline.
Clive, she called. Clive, dear, wait. I must speak to you.
At 10:30 that evening, Mac left his office. Villa Mediterranean was hushed, the electricity off for the night, the gas mantles trimmed low. At the polo field, while he rubbed down Jubilee and tended to his other ponies, Carla had persuaded Clive Henley to drive her home. She'd been absent for supper. Sleeping, her maid said. Mac walked along the dim upstairs hall to the double doors of their suite. He took his hand from the pocket of his purple silk dressing gown and turned the knob. The door wouldn't open. He tapped softly. Carla? Silence. He knocked again, louder. Will you please unlock this? I was tired after the game. I lost my temper. I know it was just harmless flirtation. I want to apologize. Dresses, shoes, undergarments strewed the bed and the carpet. Trunks and portmanteaus, empty or half-packed, stood about the room. Carla sat on the bed watching the bolted door. Her hair hung in golden tangles, her bedgown of silk and lace pulled apart to show the heaviness of her thighs. With an unsteady hand, she spilled more bourbon into her glass.
A little late, aren't you? You're always so damned wrapped up in yourself, in your polo ponies, your oil, your orange trees, every goddamned thing that touches your life but me. How can I get you to notice? A harmless flirtation, did you say?
She swallowed bourbon. Some of it ran down her chin, between her breasts.
Don't be too sure, sweetheart.
Her voice came through hoarse and thick. He felt sick. She was drinking again. He heard the bottle clink.
Don't be too damn sure, she repeated.
He grabbed the door handle and rattled it. Carla, this is childish. For an answer, he got another extended silence. It produced a rush of heat in his face. I said open the door, damn it. He didn't knock this time. He pounded. Huge, silent tears washed the blacking off her eyelashes, and it trickled down her face.
You bastard. Why can't you love me? Am I so worthless? Is she so much better?
He pounded again. You want me to kick it down? Crying, she lunged up and flung the glass at the door. It burst so explosively that a tiny splinter flew all the way back to her cheek. She gasped and pressed her skin. A perfect jewel of blood formed between two fingers as the last pieces of glass tinkled on the floor and bourbon ran down the carved wood door. At the sound of the glass breaking, he jumped back. Then he slammed his palms against the doors. Carla! Nothing. He pressed his ear to the wood and heard what might have been a mutter or a muted sob. That and the broken glass defeated him.
And, putting his hands back in the pockets of his dressing gown, he walked away down the dark hall. In his office, he lit the gas in the reading nook, a square alcove lined with ceiling-high bookshelves. It was his burrow, his lair, his retreat in place of inspiration. Surrounding the large, deep chair were books of every kind, periodicals, all of the Los Angeles papers for the past 4 days, and copies of the San Francisco Examiner delivered by post twice a week. In one corner, he'd collected articles about steam yachts, descriptions of some of the greatest pleasure vessels in America. William Vanderbilt's Alva, Morgan's Corsair II, Namuna, the 227-foot beauty built and sailed by Gordon Bennett, the newspaper publisher. He had a whole file of engravings of Namuna's period furniture, fireplaces, and elegant carvings and ornamentation. She was a mansion afloat. The descriptions and pictures were slowly shaping his own dream yacht. He'd made sketches and voluminous notes. Another corner overflowed with his collection of stories and pictures about horseless carriages. They were the coming thing, no doubt of it. But inventors and designers still argued about the best motive power. Gasoline? Electric battery? Steam? And what did you call such a vehicle? There was endless dispute in the press, and no accepted name. Sometimes it was automaton, sometimes petrocar, motor rig, Moby, or motocycle. Mac knew only that he wanted one. One of his favorite pastimes was rereading a long news account of the great race held in Chicago over Thanksgiving in '95. Just one day after a bitter blizzard, 6 courageous drivers had raced their vehicles through rutted drifts from Jackson Park all the way up the shore to Waukegan and back. An Electrobat and a Sturgis Electric competed against the motor wagon of the Duryea brothers and 3 German-built Benz cars. After more than 8 hours at an average speed of 7 miles per hour, the Duryea won. Mac sometimes shut his eyes and imagined himself careening along icy roads, gloved hand firm on the steering tiller, his other hand alternately sounding the foghorn or the brass trumpet. He wanted a horseless carriage. New inventions excited him. He yearned to be the first to try them, own them, show them off, and he was beginning to have enough money to make it possible. No dreaming of horseless carriages tonight, alas. A dreary but important legal document lay on the leather chair seat. He turned up the gas light and sat down to read 77 pages of bylaws and articles of incorporation for San Solaro Irrigation Incorporated, a mutual water company formed under the Wright Bill. Mac planned to develop the town site eventually. The articles drawn up by Potter established a community water district to be owned by future residents, 10 shares of stock per building lot. He slogged through the dry paragraphs, his mind constantly slipping away, returning to Carla. Around 1:30 he heard footsteps in the corridor. He jumped up, but his expectant smile vanished in a moment. The stride was too heavy. One of the servants? Following a soft knock, Johnson stuck his head in. "Saw the lights. What's the matter? Can't sleep?" "Work to do," Mac said. Johnson yawned as he ambled in, bow-legged as ever. His knee joints creaked and his beard stubble showed, gray as his crinkly hair and ready for the morning razor. "I was twisting and jumping a bit myself. Decided to stroll a while." He poured 2 fingers of Mac's best Tennessee whiskey. No permission necessary. They were friends. "Drag up a chair." He did, gratefully, then slipped off his boots and sampled the whiskey. Mac poured some for himself. It was his first hard liquor in a long while. "What was you reading?" "The water company charter. Have to get through it, but I'd rather be drawing up designs for the yacht." Johnson chuckled. The gaslight put a convivial gleam in his green eyes. "Swear to God, Mac, I never seen anybody with such an appetite for trying out new gadgets." Mac relaxed and put his feet on a stack of books. "Seems to go with the climate out here." He sipped the whiskey. It warmed his belly, but not his heart. Johnson watched him. Finally,
You're not feeling so hot these days. Mac concentrated on his glass. Ever since the fire... Oh, it ain't the fire. We got that licked. Your pride took a whipping when you had to hire some of them slow-witted white boys, but Biggerstaff and me, we're bringing them along. It's something else. A pause. What? Mac shook his head. You know me a little too well, Hugh. He spoke slowly, uncomfortably. Ever since the day I walked down from the Sierras and looked around and said, by God, I've made it. I'm in California. Ever since then, I've lacked for plenty of things. Sometimes a night's shelter, sometimes food. There was even a day here and there when I feared for my life. But I never lacked for hope. I kept opening that guidebook, and I never lacked for hope. Not until lately. The office clock ticked loudly. Johnson slowly rolled the tumbler back and forth between his hard palms. He figured it would be good for Mac to get it all out, if he would. Things are bad with Carla, Mac began. That's no surprise, I'm sorry to say. No, but I can't seem to untangle them either. Every time I try, I blunder. Maybe that's why you've been so sore lately, like a high-strung yearling feeling a saddle for the first time. You're a candid bastard. Johnson shrugged a lanky shoulder. If all you want is violins and geraniums, I'll go back to bed. No, stay. It's just that, well, it's tough to look at yourself and admit you're failing. Maybe it ain't entirely your fault, Mac. You said Hellman warned you she wouldn't take to marriage. Not very long, anyhow. That's true. She gets bored. I saw it start 6 months after the honeymoon. That the reason she set the house girls to packing her baggage right after the game this afternoon? She bored? Mac sat up, alarmed. She's packing? I had a cup of coffee in the kitchen 'fore I moseyed up here. 'Twas that bosomy little one, Nuncia, the one I keep trying to bed. Nuncia said the Senora is going to Los Angeles in the morning. Plans to be there and shop for a few days. That's the first I've heard of it. Mac felt a rush of relief. For a moment he'd feared she was walking out for good. But the relief was quickly replaced by a feeling of insult, because she'd told the servants and not him. Given the scene at the polo field, he supposed he couldn't blame her. Reckon you could hightail upstairs and put a stop to it? He considered it, then said, No, I'd probably make matters worse. A few days on her own may do her good. Calm her down. I'll wait and then go in town and patch it up. Pour me another drink. 38. On a morning 5 days later, Mac took the Santa Fe to the city. He went first to the Los Angeles Litho Company, where the foreman brought in press proofs of the Calgold crate label featuring the old prospector. There were proofs of the separate plates, red, pink, dark blue, light blue, yellow, and black, and a composite proof of all 6 colors. They discussed corrections. Then Mac, voicing his enthusiasm, signed off on the changes and hurried to the Baker block. There he spent 2 hours with Enrique Potter and the water company papers. When they finished, the lawyer said, That priest you know opened an office in town, only he's no longer a priest. The church excommunicated him. He's got a girl with him. Mac asked for the address. It was a bad block in the south of town. Walking there in the mellow sunshine, he marveled again at the changes since the day he first saw Los Angeles. Most of the adobes and false fronts were gone, raised to make way for taller buildings of granite and brick. Trim electric trolleys with overhead poles shot along shiny rails in the center of asphalt streets. The look was that of a thriving city, not a cow town. It could have been mistaken for an eastern city, were it not for the mountains and, against their sunlit splendor, all of the hundreds of oil derricks pumping away north and west of the business district. They were ugly, Mac had long ago decided, but he liked the derricks. Maybe because their gangly presence symbolized enterprise, money, taking risks, everything California meant to him.
Soon he left the more crowded streets with their eternal wandering flocks of tourists, most of them pale, some of them sniffling and wheezing. He was in the bad section. Anglo and Mexican riffraff eyed him from the cantinas. He took note but didn't worry. The sawed-off Colt rode on his hip, under his coattails. He didn't need it. His eyes and his demeanor kept the sidewalk clear in front of him. Up a rancid stair and down a dark corridor where bugs scurried in the dirt, he found a solid door with a card tacked to it. Labor League of Los Angeles. He tried the handle, but it was locked. He rapped on the door. "¿Quién es?" It was Marquez's voice. "Es el Señor Mac Chance, Diego." He heard footsteps, then the bolt shooting back. "My friend!" Marquez exclaimed and flung his arms around Mac. They hugged and slapped each other, Mac getting a nose full of sweat, garlic, and the stale, musty smell of clothes worn too long. The girl had been hovering behind the ex-priest. She was barefoot, a small-breasted, timid waif with a starved look. She had straight, stringy hair, brown with streaks of yellow, and luminous brown eyes that regarded him with hesitancy or perhaps fear. Her appearance shocked him as much as the sordid little office. 2 rooms, the outer one crowded by a huge, cheap desk. An unwashed window overlooked a yard where 2 cats prowled a refuse heap. Through a half-open door, Mac glimpsed a gas ring, stacks of pamphlets, and a floor pallet big enough for 2. Mac smiled to hide his dismay. Diego Marquez, always a burly man, had gained 30 or 40 pounds, most of it in the belly that rolled over his belt and strained the buttons of his threadbare white shirt. Red wine stains spotted the shirt front. He had also let his beard grow. It was huge, fan-shaped, and shiny black, tipped with white. He wore rope sandals. His toes were dirty. "It's good to see you, Diego." "And you," Marquez grinned widely. "What a sight! What clothes! El Millonario." "Not quite." He glanced at the girl. "Ah, forgive me." To the girl, in Spanish, he said, "Felicia, this is Senor James Macklin Chance, a good man, a decent man, despite his capitalist disguise. Will you run to the corner and get us a bottle of red?" He gave her a coin, and she slipped out like an obedient puppy. Marquez carefully bolted the door after her. Mac dropped his cream-colored rancher's hat on the desk strewn with scribbled notes and some printed sheets headed Manifesto. On the wall hung a state map. Dots, arrows, and cryptic inscriptions in different colors covered the Central Valley and the regions around Los Angeles. "Where did you meet that girl, Diego?" "In the valley, near Fresno. I was organizing the stoop labor. Her stepfather grows melons and treats his workers like serfs. Worse than serfs. Swine. Felicia is 19 years old. The man married her mother 9 years ago and corrupted Felicia herself shortly thereafter. He promised a posse would lynch me if she associated with me, but it was all bluff. She helps me in my work, and she has a better life now than she ever had before. Besides, I was chaste for many years. I have a lot to make up for." A flash of his eyes under his bristly brows carried a warning. "I've said all I have to say, so don't ask more." Marquez offered him the only chair, and out of courtesy Mac sat down. The former priest said he moved his headquarters often, going wherever he felt needed, organizing workers whenever they were courageous enough to risk the firings, threats, and violence of their employers. "I have another roving commission, but a less popular one than before. And you're doing well." "Reasonably. I'm married. Did you know that?" "Oh, yes, I heard. Los Angeles is still a small town, and you are a large figure in the landscape." "I own some orange groves." "Riverside," Marquez nodded. "So now the gold drops into your lap from the trees, while at the same time it flows out black from your oil wells. Remarkable. The day we met, you said that your goal was riches. I congratulate you." There was no mockery or reproof in his tone. Felicia returned with a clay jug of wine. She placed it on the table, put her hand on Marquez's shoulder, and raised on tiptoe to kiss his cheek. With a smile and a murmur to Mac, she went to the inner room and closed the door. Mac didn't want wine at this hour, but he took half a cup and held it. "My lawyer told me you'd set up shop in Los Angeles." Marquez studied the cats prowling in the garbage. "Not a very impressive headquarters for a war, is it? But we don't have much money. By we, I mean the movement. And what we have is better spent on handbills and meeting halls." "Why Los Angeles right now?" The ex-priest snatched up a copy of the Times. "Because in Southern California, there is no greater Satan than Otis. He is the Antichrist of working men. Scarcely a day goes by without some attack, usually gratuitous." He turned the pages, found what he wanted, and read aloud. "The scabrous scum and degraded desperadoes of the communist conspiracy skulk among us again." Mac laughed. He can turn a phrase anyway. "It would be funny if it weren't so despicable, not to say dangerous. He's winning the battle here. Do you know what they're starting to call this bastion of the open shop? Otis Town." Marquez ripped the paper and flung the pieces on the floor. Felicia was softly singing a lullaby in Spanish. Glancing at the inner door, Marquez's face gentled. Mac put his wine cup on the desk and reached inside his coat. "I'd like to give you a bank draft, a contribution to your work." "Why? I'm not in the business of selling absolution to rich men anymore." "That's damned insulting." Mac stood up as if to leave. "Yes," Marquez said, frowning. "Yes, I suppose it is. I apologize. I am so used to every encounter being a confrontation, or becoming one, I've lost my churchly manners." He laid a big hand on Mac's shoulder. "I'll be happy to accept a donation, anonymous or otherwise." "I'd prefer it to be anonymous." That seemed to disappoint Marquez, but he said nothing. Mac wrote the draft for $1,000. "Thank you," Marquez said quietly as he took it. Then he read the amount. "Thank you. Madre de Dios, what a blessing. Be assured that it will be put to good use." He folded the draft quickly and thrust it in his shirt pocket, as though the miracle might vanish. "You are a good man, Mac. I apologize again for the slur of a moment ago. I heard that you defended your Chinese workmen bravely. I guess I was stupid to do it. All the growers were against me because I paid a living wage, and 1893 just repeated itself. I couldn't hire so much as one Chinese after the fire." Marquez locked his hands behind his back and eyed the colored map thoughtfully. "This is a noble state in many ways, full of shining hope and opportunity, but some do not want to share California once they have carved out their portion of it. They especially do not want to share it with people whose color or speech is different from their own. Diego, I must go." Marquez regarded him with unblinking intensity. It was an eerie moment. The priest had come back to life. "You look haggard and tired, my friend. All is not well with you?" He wanted to lie, but somehow the man inspired honesty. "No, I'm losing a small battle of my own." Pain and embarrassment overwhelmed him. "I came to Los Angeles to find my wife. We've been having difficulties." "There is no difficulty finding her. I saw her yesterday, in fact. A handsome woman. Everyone knows her. I believe she's stopping at the Pico house." Again he put his massive hand on Mac's shoulder to commiserate and wish him a successful quest. "Thanks, Diego. Take care of yourself." "And you also. May the Almighty save us from meeting on some field of battle." "You're expecting more battles." "Many more. God go with you." "Yes, sir, she certainly is in the hotel," said the clerk at the Pico house. "She went to the dining room not 10 minutes ago." Mac found himself walking quickly, eagerly toward the elegant headwaiter station near the doorway. Hearing string music, his spirits lifted. He set his mind on pleasing and complimenting Carla, on making her feel good about seeing him and going home to Riverside. Maybe he'd try to interest her in plans for the yacht. She could help with the interiors, choose the furnishings, travel to Europe for them, spend whatever she liked. "Yes, sir, good day," said the head waiter, bowing. "I'm Macklin Chance. I believe my wife's here?" The darting eyes should have warned him. "Quite so, Signor Chance. Will you step this way?" A nervous little cough accompanied his smart pivot, and he marched away between the crowded tables, no longer blocking Mac's view of a cozy table in the corner. Carla sat there, but not by herself. She was dining and chatting with Walter Fairbanks. Mac was immediately less cheerful, but more determined. Carla saw him first. Her annoyance showed only a minute. "Mac, dear, I had no idea you were coming to Los Angeles today." "I had business with Potter." He took off his hat and gave Carla's companion a cool stare. "Fairbanks?" He found himself turning the hat brim in his hands, a betrayal of his tense, angry state. "Hello, Chance." Reluctantly, Fairbanks caught the waiter's eye. "Another chair." The waiter brought it from a nearby table, but Mac remained standing. He noticed a dark green wine bottle in a silver stand. Empty. So were their glasses. It explained Carla's high color. "Well, do sit down," she said. "I certainly don't want to interrupt." The lawyer's cold gray eyes said yes, he was doing exactly that. Mac sat. Walter Fairbanks was as fit and elegant as ever, his mustache so neat and perfect it might have been painted on. His dove-gray hat, matching gloves, and silver-knobbed stick lay on a narrow ledge beside the table. Carla's eyes darted between the two, as if she expected antagonism, perhaps hoped for it. Fairbanks snapped his fingers and ordered up another bottle of Chardonnay and a third glass. The string trio sawed away at The Emperor Waltz. "I'm in town on business," Fairbanks said to Mac. "I didn't expect to bump into any old friends." He transferred his perfunctory smile to Carla and infused it with warmth. "We met on Main Street, quite by accident. Your wife was coming from a dress shop, followed by two nigger boys with their arms laden up to here." He raised his hand above his head. Carla touched Mac's sleeve. "You'll scold me when you see all the boxes from Mademoiselle Claudine's, but not too hard, please." The waiter opened the wine, presented the cork, and poured a little for Fairbanks, who sampled it and shrugged. "It's satisfactory." Mac studied his wife, so unexpectedly bright and cordial. It was friendliness for Walter's benefit, brittle and false. The waiter filled the glasses and left. Each of them took a swallow. Carla, a larger one than the men. Fairbanks said, "I understand you're still throwing money into that foolish railway in the valley." "What's foolish about competition?" "In sports, nothing. I relish it, but when the San Francisco and San Joaquin is finished," Mac interrupted, "farmers and small businessmen won't be stuck paying anything your board of directors demands. They'll have a choice, your road or the people's road." Fairbanks reacted with a superior smile. "What a grandiose name that is. I can understand a crazy foreigner like Adolphe Sutro backing such a scheme, but not Claus Spreckles. He's thoroughly Americanized. He has some pretensions to respectability in San Francisco." Mac laughed. "By God, Walter, you want a hell of a lot. You and your bosses already own 3/4 of the state legislators, and you're tame dogs in Washington. Now you're saying every rich man in California has to kowtow? It's hardly a matter of kowtowing, as you put it. I would expect intelligent self-interest and cooperation from men of a certain class. That's all. Men of substance and good breeding." Fairbanks blurted it. Got him, Mac thought, delighted. He slouched in his chair, grabbed the wine bottle. The waiter darted forward, too late, and refilled his own glass. He contrived to spill some. "Well, as you've known for a long time, I don't meet your qualifications. Never have, never will. In your eye, Walter." And he knocked back the wine, all of it, like a thirsty miner in a mother-lode saloon. While Fairbanks fumed, Carla's excitement made her lean into the table, her bosom crushed against the edge, her eyes large as a spellbound child's. What was it? The excitement of pitting one man against the other? The waiter brought Carla and the lawyer their food, sweeping the silver domes off roasted capons and holding the domes aloft. "Splendid," Fairbanks said without enthusiasm. "Eat, don't let it get cold," Mac said. Carla picked up knife and fork, but Fairbanks didn't touch his. "Carla tells me you play polo." "I do." "With a team that includes a Texas cowboy and some limeys living on remittances." He sighed. "God preserve us, and the noble game. My teammates are damn good riders. Never so good as our Burlingame team, though. Do you ride for Burlingame?" "Yes." "We'd be glad to put your proposition to a test any time you say." "What a good idea!" Carla exclaimed. "Riverside has only played inter-club matches so far. They're eager for a regular game." Fairbanks leaned back, unconsciously smoothing his auburn hair. There was no need. Like his mustache, it was sleek and perfect. "It might be amusing to bring our ponies down here to the cow countries and show you fellows how the game should be played." Deep color flooded Carla's face. "Oh, you must arrange it. The Riverside team's really quite raffish, Walter. My dear sweet husband has a strange fondness for people of that sort." "Why, Chance? Do you feel guilty about your newfound wealth? Or are you still a bit uncomfortable among gentlemen?" Mac's carefully maintained politeness blew away. He pushed back, stood, and shoved the chair to the unoccupied table it had come from. "When you're ready to go, Carla, I'll call a cab to take us to the train." "I'd like to finish my meal, please." There was a characteristic edge in that. He reminded himself of his resolve to make things better. "Of course. Take as long as you want. I'll wait in the saloon bar." His unexpected mildness seemed to please her. Fairbanks produced a learner case, plucked out an engraved card, and offered it between his index and middle finger. "This is the club address in Burlingame. Have your team secretary write ours to set a date." "You can get your ponies down here?" "Oh, I think a special freight car can be arranged," Fairbanks said, as if Mac were a dunce. He wanted to bash the lawyer's face. "I'll look forward to seeing you on the field, then." "No more than I." Fairbanks's voice was ice. Mac donned and tilted his big rancher's hat with deliberate swagger. "I'm anxious to have you home again, Carla. I've been lonesome." "Fairbanks?" A curt nod completed his goodbye. Fairbanks glared after him. Mac saw it when he tipped the headwaiter at the door. Well, why shouldn't the bastard glare? The table talk had carried an unspoken but clear declaration of war. Carla recognized it. She came rushing out of the dining room in 10 minutes, without Fairbanks. She was gay and affectionate, as if they'd never quarreled. A bellman brought down her luggage and all her purchases, 16 boxes. At home that night, she said she was sorry for her behavior at the polo game. He offered the same apology, and they made love twice in an hour. Afterward, while she slept in the curve of his arm, Mac wondered if she was ardent and agreeable because he was willing to challenge another man, with her admiration as the prize. 39. With a thunder of drivers, screech of wheels, spurting of sparks, neighing of unseen horses, Burlingame came to town. A switch engine shunted 2 SP livestock cars onto a siding. Mac and Johnson watched the ponies come down the ramps and stamp, swirling the golden dust. "Holy shit," Johnson muttered. "How many'd they bring?" More ponies clattered down the ramps. There were 26 in all. "I knew Fairbanks wanted to win," Mac said. "I didn't know how badly." At a Friday night reception before the Saturday game, the hosts entertained their opponents. Fairbanks mingled easily and affably with the local people, but the other members of his team weren't as social, ill at ease in their suits and stiff collars. There was Billy Rodine, a white-haired, pug-faced little fellow with a tough air. There was Petty Clerk, a stringy young man with patent leather hair parted in the center and a face heavily pitted by some childhood disease. The third was Roscoe Eagle, a huge bow-legged man with a broad, broken nose. He looked like a cross between a cowpuncher and a Plains Indian. He said he hailed from Oklahoma, but that was all he said. "Old fellow, I smell some rotten fish here," Jeremy Fripp whispered to Mac. "That's to say, I smell the odor of cash." "What do you mean?" "If those three chaps are clubmen, I'm dear old Queen Victoria. Your chum brought 3 paid players." 6 Burlingame people, 3 couples, arrived on the Saturday morning train. It was a perfect autumn day, fair and warm. The club erected 2 open canvas pavilions, and about noon the spectators began arriving with portable tables, luncheon hampers, silver wine buckets, fresh-cut flowers, and sun parasols. The field swirled with the smells of dust and dung, perfume and tinned lobster. The 24 Riverside ponies, exactly enough as long as there were no mishaps, filled temporary rope corrals behind one set of goalposts. Burlingame used similar corrals on the other side of the field. Mac donned his canvas helmet with a sense of trepidation. The hired opponents were an unfriendly, unsmiling lot. Fairbanks walked over before the opening ceremonies, swinging his mallet jauntily. Mac tightened the girth on Fireball, his first chucker pony. "Splendid new pony, Mac. Real beauty. I don't know how we'll fare against a team like yours." He delivered the mockery with a straight face. "Hold back," Mac warned himself. "Anger is what he wants." "I'm sure you'll find a way, Walter. Those friends of yours look like real polo blue bloods." "Well, they're keen for the game." "Are they keenest before or after they get their pay?" Fairbanks gave him a startled look, then a hostile one. "You smarmy little upstart." After the ceremony of welcome and introductions, the 2 mounted umpires took the field, then the teams. Eric Portfield rode at the number 1 position, Mac at 2, Johnson 3, and Clive 4. Their opposites at Burlingame were Petticlerk, Eagle, Fairbanks, and Rodine. At the strong rider positions, Johnson and Fairbanks were presumably the best players. The ponies snorted and fretted, eager to run, and when the whistle blew, the spectators cheered. The sideline referee threw in the corked ball, and the opposing teams charged it. With horses and men clustered so close, the rules dictated a half swing to knock the ball free. Fairbanks took a looping full swing, missed, and struck Clive's right knee. Clive cursed and clenched his jaw manfully. The umpires missed the foul. Pockmarked Petticlerk cut the ball loose with a shot under his pony's neck, right to Roscoe Eagle, who drilled it 160 yards down the field with a forward shot from his offside. So that was how it was going to be, Mac thought as he galloped Fireball in the pursuing pack. Win at any cost. All right, he was warned. The Burlingame men were hard riders and cool and deliberate about their insults and attempted fouls. A minute from the end of the first 7-minute chukker, Eagle dashed past Clive and Eric Portfield. With an artful back shot from his near or left side, he put the ball through the 24-foot opening between the goals. The chukker ended with Burlingame up 1-0. They rested the customary 4 minutes. The crowd was quieter. Burlingame's skill and aggressive play were apparent to the Riverside folk, and they were not sanguine about the outcome. Johnson looked grim as the team trotted out on fresh ponies. The teams changed goals as they did in every chukker. For the first couple of minutes, they raced up and down the 300-yard field with neither gaining an advantage. Fairbanks was a fast rider and a good player. Mac couldn't deny that. Mac captured the ball and sent it toward his goal with 2 precise foreshots. The rider following the line of the ball had precedence over the others and could not be interfered with, theoretically. Fairbanks was no respecter of theory. As Johnson took the ball, Fairbanks cut back and forth 10 feet ahead of him, much too close with horses traveling full speed. Johnson shouted for him to veer off, but Fairbanks kept riding directly ahead. Suddenly Fairbanks pulled his pony up, causing Johnson's pony to plow into him. Clive shouted an outraged warning. Johnson's mount lost its front feet and started to go down. Instantly, Mac saw that the falling pony would throw Johnson forward, then crash on top of him while Fairbanks galloped away unharmed. But Johnson leaned back and savagely reined the falling pony, literally pulling its head up by physical force, and he kept it up until the pony regained its footing. All of it happened in seconds, and Mac gasped and wondered if he'd really seen it. Johnson's furious face proved that he had. The Texan cursed at Fairbanks while the umpire called a foul at last. "Dastardly," Clive said to Mac. Then he repeated it to Rodine trotting by. "Dastardly. That's the most dangerous kind of fall in the game, and you know it." White-haired Billy Rodine grinned and said, "Fuck yourself, Limey." He trotted on. The officials awarded Riverside a free shot at their goal from 30 yards out. Eric Portfield missed the shot and play resumed. Fairbanks hectored his teammates like a general in the field. This was no game, but a grudge match, with prestige, reputation, God knew what else at stake. The chukker ended with the score unchanged. Third chukker. The afternoon sun broiled the field and the dust swirled thick. Riverside rode hard, but somehow they couldn't break through and score. Fairbanks's sweaty face showed a faint smile at last. The game was flowing his way. Clive forwarded the ball with a powerful shot, then Johnson hit it. Riding a rangy little sorrel named Soubrette, Mac came pounding back from the goal for a shot that could put the ball over. He rode with his legs sticking out and away from his mount. Fairbanks charged from the left, his pony shouldering into Mac in a hard ride-off. Mac reeled from the impact. Then the lawyer snapped his right leg out of the stirrup and hooked it under Mac's left leg, giving him a hard elbow in the ribs. It broke his concentration and put him off balance. Suddenly Fairbanks raised his right leg to tip Mac and throw him off his pony. The sky, the field, Fairbanks's glittering eyes tilted crazily, and Mac grabbed the saddle with his left hand to abort the fall. Shaking himself free of Fairbanks's leg, he watched the ground speed by underneath. He was hanging off Soubrette at something like a 45-degree angle. Then he saw the ball. Furious at the foul, he struck downward and back, making hard, solid contact. The ball rose in the air and sailed between the posts. In the largest pavilion, Carla jumped to her feet so precipitously that she upset her 5th glass of wine. She applauded wildly, perspiration bleeding through her heavy rouge. Behind her hand, Mavis Bunthorne wondered aloud to her intimates about Carla's applause. Was it for her husband's goal, or for the foul by the handsome lawyer that almost unhorsed him? The chukker ended in another 40 seconds, tied at 1 goal apiece. They rested for 10 minutes at the half. Riverside's grooms offered the usual encouraging cliches, but none of the riders took them seriously. They had the full measure of Burlingame now. It was the kind of team Johnson had warned against earlier in the season, the kind that would do anything to win. The whistle blew. Possession seesawed back and forth for 2 minutes, then Johnson fouled Eagle, who swung at him with his mallet before the umpire warned him back. Burlingame was awarded possession and the referee threw the ball in at midfield. Pettyclerc hit an aggressive back shot to Rodine, who forwarded it to Fairbanks. Mac intercepted it, leaned in, and drove it toward his goal with a sloppy offside back shot. The ball bounced ahead of him to the right. Fairbanks seemed to like attacking from the near side. He came in that way again, behind Mac, galloping close. Mac turned his head slightly and saw the bobbing head of Fairbanks's pony. The lawyer turned his pony into Mac's at precisely the right angle, and the pony's pelham bit tore Mac's shirt and raked his back. Fairbanks laughed and pulled away, easily avoiding a spill. Mac rode the rest of the chukker with the hot, warm feel of blood on the small of his back. It ran under the waist of his riding pants and over his buttocks. "God, man, you're soaked with it," Eric Portfield said at the end of the scoreless chukker. Mac leaned over, hands on his knees, hurting.
We'll put Jeremy in, old sport, Clive said. I'll finish the game, Mac said. Tear up a shirt, a rag, anything to bind it up. But, old fellow, no one will think the less of you if you quit. As it is, you'll likely bear a scar for months. Quit ragging him, Johnson snarled. If he says he'll ride, he'll ride. The others started to protest, but something stopped them. Mac turned around. Against the sun's glare, he saw Fairbanks striding up to them. Mac couldn't believe the gall. Chance, I'm sorry the bit caught you that way. My horse turned into you by accident. Mac wiped the sweat in his eyes. Of course, Fairbanks, by accident. Get out of here, you jackleg, Johnson said. Fairbanks stepped back, feigning aggrieved surprise, and left without another word. In the fifth chukker, with the score still 1-1, Mac and Fairbanks again came together side by side. Fairbanks attempted a back shot, missed, and let his mallet deliberately overswing. Mac saw it coming and ducked, and the mallet hit his canvas helmet. The pain jarred him, but at least he hadn't lost an eye. 2 minutes later, racing side by side, Mac and Eagle chased the ball toward the Burlingame goal. Both players raised their mallets high for the next shot. On Mac's near side, Eagle drifted back quickly and reached across to hook Mac's mallet with his. Mac screamed a curse. Because of the wrist strap, he couldn't let go of the mallet. Eagle snorted and reined his pony to the left, pulling Mac's right arm and mallet over his head. Mac fell from the saddle and his pony, Royal, went down too. Mac hit the ground in a cloud of dust, and the impact sent fiery new pain up and down his bloodied back. Play halted. There were more oaths and recriminations and another penalty against Burlingame. Mac no longer had any doubt about Fairbanks. There was one man, and only one, whom the lawyer wanted his teammates to foul. Royal struggled to her feet, lame, but it proved temporary. Mac swallowed dust, blistered out a few more profanities, and got up. The pain was excruciating. Johnson trotted over. Listen, you'd better stop before... Umpire, I want a remount, Mac yelled, hoarse by now. A wild-shouldered shadow came between him and the white-hot sun. Sorry, I don't know how that happened. Eagle grunted and rode off. Before the last chukker, Fairbanks brazenly walked close enough to inspect the ponies saved for Riverside's final effort. Mac's Jubilee drew his eye particularly. Checking her saddle, Mac gave the lawyer a hard stare. He'd changed to a borrowed shirt, but blood had soaked it too. Quickly, Fairbanks finished his count of the Riverside ponies. The team had no extras. He hurried back to his men. Fairbanks was tired and a little desperate. He'd expected Burlingame to obliterate the opponents. Now he decided on his strategy. If he could put Mac out of the game, well and good. But if he couldn't, he'd remove that splendid pony from the field. Once Mac's mount was down, he'd be forced to finish the game on that blown-out plug from the first chukker. The advantage should be enough to allow a Burlingame score. He called the other three to his side. Gentlemen, let's be clear. Unless you pull this game out, you'll be off the payroll. Petty clerk, swabbing his pocked face with his helmet, spat on the ground. We're doing what we're paid to do, you high-assed son of a bitch. We're professionals, Rodin growled. Then prove it, or you're finished at Burlingame and everywhere else. I'll see to it. The ball was tossed in for the last chukker. Fairbanks bided his time. He needed the perfect opportunity, nothing less. It didn't come until there were only 2 minutes remaining. Clive Henley hit the ball, and Billy Rodin chased and retrieved it with an expert tail shot, Mac and Johnson racing in pursuit. Hanging back, Fairbanks set himself up for the crucial play. Rodin's next shot angled the ball obliquely toward the goal. Fairbanks pursued it to the left of its line while Mac galloped in on his right to check the play. Fairbanks knew that aim was critical. Aim and the appearance of an accident.
He booted his pony pitilessly until the horse pulled slightly ahead of Max, then counted down in the enormous rushing silence of his brain. Instinct and experience told him when to strike. Savagely, he pulled off the line and delivered a hurtling full swing. It missed the ball and struck Jubilee's front tendon. With a bellow, she went down, Mac tumbling again. Whistles blew and the game clock was stopped. There was a sudden hush. Fairbanks reined in, then walked his horse toward Mac, who was running to Jubilee. The little Spanish horse was floundering on her side. Pleased, Fairbanks saw that he'd hit just right. Jubilee's playing days were finished. Tan dust clouds drifted over the field. Mac knelt beside Jubilee, stroking her. She kept trying to raise herself and uttered great bellowing neighs of pain. Fairbanks said, "Chance?" Hazel eyes seared his. "It's turning into a bad luck match," Fairbanks said. "I didn't see you behind me." "The shit you didn't. You destroyed this horse. Get away from me before I do the same to you." Fairbanks started to reply, thought better, and shook his head in what he hoped was a sorrowful way. He swung his pony around and got a nasty shock. All of his men were staring at him with expressions that stunned him. Roscoe Eagles was the worst. His brown eyes brimmed with loathing. "I love horses. Any man who'd ruin one to win a game is scum." "Shut up," Fairbanks whispered. "Shut up and earn your money or you'll be mucking stalls the rest of your life." "I'd rather," Petty Clerk said. Billy Rodine said, "So would I." One by one, they turned their mounts and walked them away. Play stopped for 10 minutes as grooms rigged a canvas sling around Jubilee and dragged her off. The competitive joy had gone out of the game, and the spectators. Very little noise came from the canvas pavilions. Mac trotted back on the field on Fireball. The 3 hired riders seemed to play more slowly now, even clumsily. Fairbanks shouted and hectored, but it did no good. With perhaps a minute left, a foul by Rodine awarded the toss-in to Riverside. Eric Portfield took it, but the ball was soon driven back into Riverside territory. Mac took it out of the pack. They needed 250 yards for a goal. Mac shot it forward to Johnson, and the Texan slammed a beautiful shot of 150 yards. Fairbanks bent over his pony in wild pursuit, snapping a look over his shoulder. Petty Clerk, Eagle, and Rodine were all behind him, their refusal to help all too apparent. Hell with them, Fairbanks thought, concentrating on the key shot on which everything depended. A back shot toward the sideline that would allow regrouping for an overtime. He galloped up beside Hellburner Johnson, who gave him the most murderous look he'd ever seen from a human being. A lemon-colored bandana streamed behind the sweaty Texan. Both of them jockeyed to hit, but Johnson had lulled and fooled his opponent. Instead of taking the shot, he leaned his horse into Fairbanks and bumped him out of play. Fairbanks let out a raspy cry, unable to control his mount for a moment. Mac came up at full gallop and hit the ball resoundingly through the goal. Before Fairbanks could rein in, the whistle blew. Riverside 2, Burlingame 1. Johnson trotted to Fairbanks, mopping his face with the soiled bandana. "You're lucky you lost nothing but the game, mister. I wouldn't stay in town after it gets dark." In the canvas pavilions, the celebration was restrained, even somber. Champagne foamed, and there were expressions of pleasure at the victory, but they were half-hearted. The couples from Burlingame invented excuses for leaving immediately. Walter Fairbanks didn't want to set foot in the crowd, but he reasoned that his best defense was a pretense that every serious foul and fall had been accidental. So he marched in and stared down all those who stared at him. Tiny strain lines showed in the sunburn at the corners of his eyes. He felt a headache starting in his forehead, like an iron nail pounded there. Tomorrow morning he'd be too sick to eat. Defeat of any kind undid him. A major defeat rocked his life off the rails. He blamed chance this time. At least Carla didn't shun him. She was so flushed and spoke so fast as she drew him aside, Fairbanks decided she was drunk, sexually aroused, or both. He remained rigid as a soldier, sipping champagne with one hand, plucking his sodden shirt from his skin with the other. "You played splendidly, Walter." "It got a little out of hand." "Not your fault. Accidents happen. I'm very impressed." She stepped closer, and he noticed the fresh stains of spilled champagne on her bodice. Her eyes had a hot, bleary look. "Please," she whispered, a gloved hand caressing his wrist. "When you have business in Los Angeles again, let me hear from you." Her eyes darted past him. "We'll visit somewhere that's more private." The overture astonished him. Then suddenly it lifted the burden of defeat. Here was a way to win a more important game. He smiled, some of his charm and confidence restored, then he toasted her. "Thank you for the invitation. I shall certainly try to accept." She squeezed his wrist, then let go when she noticed Mavis Bunthorne watching. The champagne refreshed Fairbanks. What did he care about these provincial parvenus or their opinion of him? "Where is your husband, by the way?" "He said he wouldn't be coming over. Jubilee's badly injured. I'm afraid Mac cares more about his damn polo ponies than he does about his wife." The pistol shot hit like a thunderclap. Conversation stopped, and a woman's gasp rolled through the tent while the echo rolled over the field. Long shadows of the pavilion stretched out on the parched and broken grass. Before dark, Fairbanks left Riverside on the Los Angeles local. He'd given the grooms pay envelopes for his men, who were nowhere to be seen. 40. Mac sprawled naked on their bed. Doc Mellinger had treated his back after the game, taking 2 stitches and bandaging the wound. He was spent and wanted nothing more than to sleep and forget. The victory didn't have much savor, not with Jubilee destroyed. He watched the movement of Carla's shoulders across the room. Wearing a satin gown, she sat in front of her makeup glass, rubbing at her cheeks. All evening she had showed unusually high color, as if the game's excitement lingered long afterward. Damned odd. "Carla?" "What is it?" she replied without turning around, still rubbing her cheeks, rubbing out age lines she imagined she saw there. Her motions were jerky, nervous. "Now that the game's over, I'm going to schedule a trip to New York later this fall." "How long will you be gone?" "I don't know, a week or 2. I need to look at some irrigation equipment, and there's a firm of civil engineers I want to contact. Then I have to see about financing for those 3 ranches I'm buying up north." She swung to face him. "California banks aren't satisfactory any longer?" He couldn't imagine that she cared, but he answered politely, not wanting another fight. "You know I'm into a lot of ventures. Starting and expanding them takes capital. I should have credit established with the New York banks." She began to brush out her long yellow hair. "Suit yourself. Just don't expect me to sit here idly and do nothing while you're gone." With more candor than he intended, Mac said, "I don't expect anything from you anymore." She threw the hairbrush down, and they stared at each other without even minimal friendliness. Angrily, he said, "Good night," and rolled over on his belly to sleep. 41. Slush, soot, noise. The elevated roaring. Horse-drawn vehicles jammed hub to hub up and down Broadway, Fifth, the crosstown streets. Here and there a gasoline carriage, a rare sight. A boy herding pigs along 42nd Street, not so rare. Telephone poles and water troughs beyond counting, and everywhere ripe brown manure, its smell perfuming the wintry air. New York. After an hour there, Mac longed for the sunshine and uncluttered landscapes of California. At the firm of Wardlow Brothers, civil engineers, he met the principals, twins born in Savannah. Each had a pink pate and a fringe of white hair like a friar's. They reminded Mac of Teniel's drawing of Tweedledum and Tweedledee. "Gentlemen," Mac said, "I've just visited Professor LeConte, who retired from his chair at Berkeley last year. Joe LeConte is a superb geologist and natural scientist," Clemens Wardlow said. "A Christian and an eminent Georgian," said his brother Cole. "In younger days, we mustered with him against that devil Sherman. He recommended you two as the best hydraulic engineers in America. I want to hire you for an irrigation project, a new town." "In California? We know nothing about California," Cole Wardlow said. "A definite problem," put in his brother. "I want you to come out there," Mac said, "for as long as it takes to study and understand the Cienegas, the canyon runoff system, the entire situation. Then I want your best recommendation, and I want you to build it." Dubious, Clemens said, "That would require a considerable investment of time." "A problem," Cole said. "It's a system for a new town, you say. Challenging. Perhaps we could adjust our schedules. But, Mr. Chance, have you considered the potential cost of our travel and consultation?" "Another problem," Cole nodded. "Enormous." Mac threw a banded packet of $100 bills on the desk. "No, that isn't a problem. I want you gentlemen to come to San Solaro, and I'll sit here till you say yes." William Randolph Hearst roared into the office with his characteristic energy. "Mac, Nellie told me you were coming. She's in a meeting. She'll be here soon. What a sight you are. Hardly the penniless pilgrim who threw our girl into the bay." "True," Mac said with a smile. He'd dressed carefully, wanting to make a good impression. His overcoat was an expensive Chesterfield with a velvet collar, his hat a black Homburg with a ribbon edge to the brim. Hearst was in his 30s now, gangly and pop-eyed as ever. Seeing him brought good feelings of old times. "How are you, Willie?" "Never better. Welcome to the Journal. Morning, evening, and German language editions." He thumped papers neatly racked on a wall of Nellie's office. The office on the 3rd floor overlooked Printing House Square at Park Row and Spruce Street. Down in the square, snow flurried around the noble bronze head of Ben Franklin's statue. It was 3 days after Christmas, 1897. Hearst sprawled in a chair. "We're starting to run rings around Joe Pulitzer. Can you imagine?" "I can, knowing the kind of stories you like and some of the reporters you hire." Hearst grinned. "Willie's Yellowfellows. I know it's meant to be an insult, but I like it. I never forget the man I first imagined as my typical reader back home. The grip man on one of the cable cars. Not much schooling, perhaps, but a lot of innate intelligence and curiosity. That man is bored during most of his waking hours. He wants excitement." Hearst plucked a paper from Nellie's tidy desk. Journal solves grisly axe murder. He slapped the headline. "The gee whiz feeling." Footsteps in the hall quickened Mac's pulse, and then Nellie was in the doorway. "There you are," Hearst exclaimed. He went over and swept an affectionate arm around her. "Still one of my best, Mac." Mac caught his breath. She looked trim and smart and very citified in a dark skirt and long-sleeved blouse, the rich color of an acorn squash. But she'd lost her suntan. She was sallow, like most New Yorkers he'd seen. Into those pale cheeks color rushed now, and she gave him a swift, almost flustered look that was at odds with her sophisticated air. It isn't all gone. She still feels something, he thought exultantly. She tossed sheets of copy on the desk and rushed to hug him. "I heard you were in the building. I'm sorry I was so long. I was tied up with Mr. Brisbane." Mac smiled and shook his head to say it didn't matter. His palms were warm, his mouth dry. Suddenly he wondered if he should have come. Seeing her again was painful. Nellie moved toward the window. "We were expecting you long before Christmas." "I know I said that in my letters. I had to postpone the trip 3 times. Press of business." "Chance the California millionaire," Hearst beamed.
You said you'd do it. You did. At the window, Nellie watched the snow, as if reluctant to look at him too long. He felt a heartbreaking desire. Did it show? How is everyone? How's Bierce? Still in Washington, slashing away. Hearst pulled another paper from the rack, a front-page cartoon caricatured old Huntington with dollar signs for eyes. He had his hands deep in the pockets of an oblivious Uncle Sam. Just when we've got the old devil on the run, beaten on the debt issue, I'm going to lose the young woman whose copy helped turn the trick. You mean our Nell? Now wait, it isn't definite, she began. Yes, Hearst cut in. Miss Ross may not realize that her departure is inevitable, not to say imminent, but I do. I've read her novel. A novel, Mac exclaimed. You always said you'd write one. And it's damn good, Hearst said. Nellie, take the day off. Show our California tycoon what a big city looks like. Yes, sir, gladly. And she turned to look at Mac again, ravishingly beautiful to him as she stood before the window, New York's rooftops a winter quilt of black and white behind her. What a special woman she is, he thought. Her long-sleeved blouse with its full flowing tie glowed like the California sun, but not half so brightly as her eyes. She showed him the sights, including one he especially wanted to see, Bartholdi's immense Statue of Liberty in the harbor. They gazed at it walking arm in arm through light snow in Battery Park. They went next to Coster and Biles Music Hall at 34th in Herald Square. In the darkened auditorium, they watched flickering projections on a 20-foot screen. Surf rolled in and crashed on the beach at Dover, England. An eccentric comedian danced and fell down. A woman with ringlets, slow eyes, and gauze pantaloons swayed and twisted in a harem dance. Broadway stars May Irwin and John Rice indulged in a prolonged humorous kiss, his soup-strainer mustache tickling the lady's face. Despite the humorous tone, the kiss footage had aroused preachers and incited demands for police interference. The climax of the Vitascope show was film of a locomotive rushing down a track straight at the audience. Many at the matinee screamed, and Mac unconsciously grabbed Nellie's hand. Open-mouthed, he sat spellbound in darkness. Afterward, they ate at one of Nellie's favorite spots, the German Gardens, across Printing House Square and around the corner from City Hall. He told her about the New York bankers, about Wardlow Brothers and Professor LeConte at Berkeley. Nellie had studied with LeConte and admired him. He was a charter member of John's Sierra Club. She in turn told him stories about the paper. Hearst had backed Bryan in the recent presidential campaign, and she'd trooped around the country with the candidate, one of the first women ever to report from the campaign trail. You can't imagine the places I slept. Silver-tongued oratory all day, bedbugs all night. Mr. Hearst continued to believe in the power of articles about pseudoscience and sex, so she wrote many of those. Do sea monsters threaten our shores? Republicans caught in love nest. The journal still boosted its circulation with stunts, though some were now on a much broader scale, with international ramifications. Almost every day we print a dispatch about the Cuban rebellion, cruelty to prisoners in Spanish detention camps, priests beaten and burned alive, nuns raped and fed to the sharks in Havana Harbor. I'm glad I'm not involved with our foreign news. Most of the stories are invented. Why? Mr. Hearst wants war. Joe Pulitzer up the street at the World wants war. They're trying to prove who wants it most. For principle or circulation? Not funny, she said, batting at his head. It was the spontaneity of old times. Her hand accidentally brushed his, and she reacted with a start and a frown, then renewed concentration on her plate of schnitzel. Mac felt guilty about his own abrupt physical reaction, mercifully hidden by the red and white tablecloth. Guilty, but not surprised. God, he loved her. Nellie's studio flat overlooked the East River and Roebling's mammoth bridge to Brooklyn. It was not an untidy place. In fact, the first impression was of spareness and space. Yet it had a bohemian quality,
compounded by stacks of books and manuscripts, a guitar with colored ribbons hanging from the neck, the familiar palettes of fur, her silver samovar. Many mementos of California decorated the walls, bright Indian blankets, the photo of her relative in the round fur hat, a lithograph of the bay that made him homesick. As the dark came down and lights twinkled along the East River, the snow fell harder outside the 3 large arched windows. Glad to be inside, Mac sat reading Nellie's manuscript in front of an applewood fire. A Daughter of California dealt with the Anglo takeover of the state after the gold rush. It told the story of an affluent young woman, a Californio, who fell in love with a raffish American adventurer despite the warnings of her parents and friends. What the American really wanted was not the girl, but the family's rancho. After he married her and took it away by means of the property laws and her inferior position under them, he threw her over. Her suicide in the ocean ended the short novel, which was part history, part treatise on women's rights. The prose was lean, like a news dispatch, though it was more emotional, bitter. He heard Bierce in it. The general style of the work was gritty and naturalistic. Because of the author's omniscient viewpoint, the reader was never deceived about the romance, as the heroine was. The ring of Nellie's telephone had interrupted at one point. After the operator made the connection, she spoke softly. "No, Frank. No, my dear, not this evening. I have company. Yes, Friday. As we planned. Yes, I do. Yes. Good night." She hung up the earpiece and without comment busied herself in the open kitchen attached to the loft. So she wasn't lonely, nor living a spinster's life, pining for him. Why had he been conceited enough to think she might be? He hated the unseen Frank. He squared up the pages after he finished the last chapter. "Nellie, I'm no critic, but I think Willie's right. It's powerful stuff." "Thank you. I worship the work of Emile Zola. The Dram Shop, Germinal. Of course, all you get in English are censored versions, but I hope I've paid him homage." "I write a business letter. It creaks. You write without any sign of effort." She laughed. "You can't imagine the hours and the agony it takes to achieve that effect." She carried the plates to a small candlelit table by the center window. "It's going to be published, isn't it?" "Yes, Appleton's, in the spring." "That's grand. Congratulations." She brought a green bottle to the table. "I've had this for weeks, anticipating your visit." "Miraville Winery, Napa Chardonnay. What a treat." He touched her hand at the same time as the label, standing close to her. A troubled look fleeted across her fire-lit face, and she stepped away. The wind made the windows whine. He felt a chill off the glass, and another, different sort as they sat down. "You really haven't told me much about yourself," Nellie said when they began eating. "Not much to tell. I keep busy. I keep making money." "Is your wife well?" "Yes, Carla's all right." He snatched his wine glass and drank. The snow fell faster. He could scarcely see the bridge now, and the heights of Brooklyn not at all. He watched the snow a while. Last night, in that fine, soft bed at the Astor House, the blizzard nightmare came back. When I walked outside this morning, there was the same snow. I know why I live in California. She smiled. He sampled the cold vegetables she'd prepared with a touch of vinaigrette. "These avocados are fine." "They're from home, like the oranges for dessert." She pointed to a bowl on the kitchen counter. "Can you buy California navels here?" "Yes, at the grocer's on the corner." "Those oranges might well be mine, you know." "There, you see? The railroad isn't all bad. Please don't tell Mr. Hearst I said that. Now I want to hear about this yacht you're buying." "I haven't actually commissioned it, but I'm talking to designers, and I know what I want. 200 feet minimum." "Won't that require a huge crew?" "I anticipate 40 to 50 men. I can afford it. I told you I'd go back to San Francisco in style." and you're ready.
Soon.
It just delights me that you're doing so well. You must be very content.
Content? I don't know. He picked up the wine glass again, deeply chilled by the invisible breath of winter radiating from the window panes. He rose and walked to the fireplace. The apple wood burned sweetly, its light burnishing the bowl of oranges so they glowed like spheres of gold. There's always one more Klondike to explore, one more vein of gold to find. Sometimes I regret that I'm too busy to chase off to Alaska and follow the new strike.
But you are successful and happy?
He turned around and laughed ruefully. Never ask that question of a married man.
I didn't mean to pry or...
He startled her by striding to the table and setting his glass down firmly. He turned her in her chair, holding both her shoulders from above. No, I'm not happy. I tried to make it work with Carla, but it hasn't.
Mac, please.
She pried at his right hand, a curiously innocent, almost frightened expression on her face. It would be different with you, he went on. That's the real reason I came to New York, to say that. Deftly, she slipped away from him. Standing by the window nearest his chair, she said,
Carla struck me as an intelligent woman. I expect she knows how you feel.
His tooled boots rapped the floor as he followed her. He set the chair out of the way and caught her shoulders from behind. Forget about Carla. He kissed the back of her neck above her collar. The dark hairs were downy warm. His mouth moved to the left, the curve of her shoulder, his right hand sliding around to find her breast. She sagged and pressed back into him.
Oh, dear God.
She clasped both hands on top of his. He released her long enough for her to turn, and she raised her arms around his neck and kissed him with her mouth opening a little, and her sweet tongue telling of memories of Yosemite, the fall's roar all about them, and this same fire licking up within them. The moment broke when he started to pick her up in his arms.
No, Mac.
She was quiet but firm and pushed him away with a final, dogged,
no.
Why not? No one will know.
We'll know.
Nellie, I love you.
I love you. That doesn't make any difference. An affair is never worth the turmoil and pain it causes. It hurts everyone, even those not directly involved.
Shocked, he realized she was admitting something. Anger found its way into his voice. You're an expert, are you? She collected herself by the fire.
Yes, but never mind the circumstances. It's in the past. It happened soon after I came here. I think I was trying to get over you. Anyway, if we did what we'd both like, eventually we'd all suffer. You and me and your wife.
I doubt she'd be overly concerned.
I'm sorry, Mac. The answer's no.
She tucked her golden blouse into the waist of her skirt and smoothed it. He could almost see her walling up her emotions with the cement of reason and will.
We must go on with our lives as they are. I have the novel to look forward to. You have San Francisco to conquer. Another page to turn in that guidebook. Do you still have it?
On my desk in Riverside.
Haynes. That was the author. I still intend to look him up someday.
You're changing the subject. I want to discuss...
No, it's settled. I'm glad you came to visit, very glad. But that's all it's going to be. A visit.
Damn your fine high principles, Nellie. She stiffened and seemed to withdraw into herself as she hurried to the kitchen.
Will you be staying in New York a few more days?
She asked, returning with the bowl of oranges. Earlier this afternoon, I thought so. He paused, his eyes bleak. But I find there's nothing left to do. I'll catch a train tomorrow.
Then you'll be traveling on New Year's Eve.
Yes, I'll probably celebrate by watching the snowdrifts go by in some godforsaken place like Iowa or Nebraska. What does it matter? He was furious with her.
He'd never loved anyone so much. Nellie held out the bowl. "Would you care for an orange?" "No thanks. I get all that I need back home." 2 hours after Mac left, the storm became a blizzard. Nellie heard the building creaking and stumbled from her hard, narrow bed to peer out the window. She could barely see the bridge or anything else for the wind-driven whiteness. She hadn't been sleeping. She felt wound tight inside, and her feet were stiff with cold. She'd piled all the fur pallets onto the bed, but they didn't help. How she wished he were here for... No, she mustn't think that. She'd been so close to giving in tonight. Too close. He was a married man now, but he was still a potent force in her life. She'd been stunned to discover when she first saw him with Mr. Hurst at the office. She hurried back to the bed in the frigid darkness and shivered under the furs, remembering how he looked, how he touched her. All the small things he said to interest and secretly delight her. "Damn your fine high principles, Nellie." He said that, too. "Oh, God, yes, I wish I could. I wish I could," she murmured as she turned her tear-streaked face into the pillow. On the last day of 1897, Carla went out to Pasadena on the Santa Fe. The train was packed with tourists, and she resented their noise and good cheer. She could only think of Mac and how he'd abandoned her a week before Christmas to travel to New York. "I'm the one who does the abandoning, my friend. You'll see." The Tournament of Roses is a name well chosen to convey to the blizzard-bound sons and daughters of the East one of the sources of enjoyment of which we boast here in the land of perennial sunshine. So said the official parade program lying open on her lap. It was a splendid morning in the San Gabriel Valley, January 1st, 1898. Carla was expensively, even extravagantly dressed. So were all the ladies crowding the veranda of this fine house on Orange Grove Avenue. It belonged to a vice president of the Bank of Pasadena, a dull little man who did business with Carla's father. Since its inception on New Year's Day, 1890, the tournament had become an important event on the Southern California calendar. A local traveler and promoter had persuaded the Valley Hunt Club to sponsor a parade of vehicles, followed by an afternoon of games and concerts. The promoter remembered colorful flower festivals he'd seen while traveling in the Mediterranean, and he suggested that parade entries carry floral decoration. The event was supposed to be an antidote to the low spirits that followed the bursting of the land bubble in '88. A corporation of private citizens ran the event now, and it attracted more tourists every year. Precisely at 10:30, the guests on the veranda heard music from Colorado Avenue, and they put aside their punch and champagne, their plates of fresh watermelon and strawberries in cream, and crowded to the rail to await the first units turning south on Orange Grove. Utterly bored, Carla nevertheless joined them, feigning enthusiasm. Following the color guard came the city band, blaring Sousa's Thunderer March. Then the gentlemen of the Valley Hunt Club, red boutonnieres in their lapels, red rosettes brightening the bridles of their thoroughbreds. There were marching units and bicycle units. A 10-man glee club rolled by on tandems, singing My Old Kentucky Home. But the loudest applause was reserved for the vehicles, artfully smothered with roses and geraniums, carnations and marigolds, sunflowers and chrysanthemums in blankets and garlands and sprays. Every wheel bore flowers, and every harness and headstall. Green chains of twining smilax complemented the flowers. Carla soon grew glassy-eyed at so much color. Entries ranged from modest to magnificent and were sorted into categories, starting with single Shetland pony carts, tandem goat carts, and burro carts. Hotels and businesses entered huge, gleaming 4-in-hand and 6-in-hand road coaches, driven by professional whips. On top of these splendid equipages were giggling, waving girls, the prettiest to be found. Pennants of blue, yellow, and cardinal decorated the first, second, and third prize entries in each category. Professor Thaddeus Lowe, who had operated the Union Balloon Corps in the Civil War, was represented by 6 vehicles. Lowe and his family rode in the first one, a George IV Phaeton. Something of a local celebrity, the professor operated a narrow-gauge scenic railway running to the summit of a peak named, predictably, Mount Lowe. Carla's host and hostess sought her out. "Enjoying yourself, my dear?" the banker's wife asked. "Oh, yes, it's beautiful." She hated it. "After lunch, we'll drive to the park," the banker said. "There are bicycle races, ring tournaments, burro races. It's thrilling." Anyone thrilled by a burro race is an idiot, Carla thought. She smiled. "I certainly hope to go with you, but I seem to have developed a ferocious pain just here." She pressed a spot between her eyebrows. "I have it at certain times. It lasts for hours, sometimes a whole day." They understood the feminine code and withdrew graciously. At the conclusion of the parade, she pleaded indisposition and returned to her suite at the Green Park Hotel. She ordered a light lunch, ate it, bathed, and settled down to wait for him. It was 10:30. They lay naked in the darkness beneath the crinkly sheet. "I'm glad you telegraphed me, Mrs. Chance." "And I'm so happy you could arrange to come down for the tournament, Mr. Fairbanks." "You're certain your husband is still in New York?" "Yes. You'll be able to conduct all of your urgent business without interruption." He laughed and seized her billowy breast. He was hasty, even a bit rough, but his muscles and his masculine smell aroused her. Her arm flew around his neck, and like a devouring animal, she opened her mouth. Soon he was jerking up and down deep inside her. She hung on his neck, imagining Mac's face if he could see this. Then, overcome, she flung her head back and cried out. Fairbanks took her 3 times in as many hours. After they slept, at her insistence, he came into her again. At 4:30 in the morning, he crept out, shut the door, adjusted the Do Not Disturb tag, and returned to his own hotel. 42. On February 15th, the battleship Maine blew up in Havana Harbor. Of her crew of 350, 260 died. Everyone suspected a Spanish mine, and war fever spread like an epidemic. A balky President McKinley backed step by step toward armed intervention, flogged by his Republican colleagues and the yellow press. Hearst and Pulitzer trumpeted their vindication and demanded military action. "Remember the Maine!" Villa Mediterranean seemed a long way from all that. A copy of A Daughter of California arrived, its flyleaf inscribed, affectionately, N. Mac decided not to show it to Carla. Carla had been surprisingly pleasant, even ardent, when he came home. One evening early in April, they went driving down on the flats in their black trap with the elegant thin gold stripe on the side, taking a dirt road through the groves of ripening Valencias. The dark green leaves rustled in a warm breeze, and the perfume of the trees was thick and heady. Carla asked him to stop the trap. Noticeably pale, she rubbed her arms. "I'm so glad spring's here." "Are you feeling well? You seem to have lost color lately." "Just a little faint now and then." She fixed her eyes on the multicolored clouds of evening, and it was hard to say whether she was disturbed or merely intent. "There's a reason for it, Mac," she said finally, resting her hand on his. Mac snatched the receiver off the hook and racked the crank around twice. God, when would they get the new express phones that didn't require cranking? "Central Exchange?" "Harriet, this is Chance. Ring Doc Mellinger, please." "Mr. Chance, it's 8:05. I was just about to close up and go home." "Damn it, Harriet, this is an emergency. Ring him." Dr. Gustav Mellinger answered in his perpetually grumpy Teutonic voice, and Mac barked, "Doc? Mac Chance.
Will you come up here first thing in the morning? You need to see Carla. She's expecting again."
Later that night, they lay in each other's arms.
"It's wonderful news," he said, "but I'm not sure when we—"
"One of those nights right after you came home. The baby's due in early October, I think."
"Does it please you, Carla?" She was silent a while.
"I'll be honest, I never intended for it to happen again. Papa told you I'm not the domestic type, but I refused to risk my life by going to one of those filthy midwives in some back alley in Los Angeles. I'll make the best of it."
"Yes, yes," he said, chafing her hand to warm it. "Things will be better from now on." With a bitter little laugh, she patted his cheek.
"You're always so optimistic."
"No, I feel it. I'm sure of it." He wanted to be enthusiastic. Why was it so hard? On April 19th, Congress passed a resolution declaring that Cuba should be free of foreign domination. It empowered the president to so inform the Spanish government and intervene with appropriate force to bring it about. McKinley put his signature to the resolution next day. At the end of the following week, Mack and Johnson took a Friday night walk through the packing house down on the flats. Both of Mack's packing houses were show places because of the general cleanliness and electric lights. The place was busy, and the spring crop looked exceptional. For this seasonal work, Mack employed mostly older men, married women, and young girls, at least a third of them Mexican. They worked in large, interconnected rooms. The finishing lines ran straight through archways. Windows without glass admitted plenty of fresh air. Mack and Johnson started their walk at the sorting conveyor. Oranges put onto the conveyor by hand had already been brushed, then washed. Farther down, men and women on either side of the conveyor plucked up the rolling oranges and sent them onto 3 spillways, one for each grade. They worked quickly, their white cotton gloves darting and swooping like so many hungry birds. Mack leaned over the shoulder of a stout woman and plucked an orange out of a channel. "That's a standard, not a fancy, Margarita." He gave her shoulder a forgiving squeeze. She returned an apologetic smile, and he and Johnson walked on. Mack broke the skin of the orange with his thumbnails, then sucked the juice and some of the pulp. Johnson stared at the light fixtures. He had a distracted air this evening and kept tugging at his sky-blue bandana. Something occurred to Mack. "I'm going to put stools in here. Convince the exchange to do it everywhere." "Why should the growers spend the money? Why should these people stand up for 9 hours and break their backs?" As they passed into the next large room, Johnson's green eyes drifted back to the ceiling or somewhere beyond. Mack said, "Where's your head tonight? It isn't here." "Down in Texas, I reckon. That's where I'm going." "Back home? Fort Worth?" "Camp Wood, San Antonio. Leonard Wood and Roosevelt, that blue-blooded pup from the Navy Department, they're putting together the 1st Volunteer Cavalry Regiment. I read all about it. They want men who can handle a horse, cowboys, polo players. I fit on both counts." "Is the regiment supposed to fight?" "Damn right. Chase those damn spics out of Cuba." "Hugh, 46 is too old for that." "I'm only 45. I'll shoe-black the gray in my hair and lie like hell. I seen a lot of sights and wonders, but never a war. I bought my train ticket this afternoon." Depressed suddenly, Mack walked on. In this room, the wide conveyor with its spillways branched into 3 separate packing lines. On each, women wrapped the fruit in pieces of bright orange tissue. Farther down the line, other women, Mack's best, carefully chosen, speedily packed the fruit into 2 compartment crates. A Calgold label with the old Prospector covered one end of the boxes containing the fancy-grade oranges. Less attractive labels with different trade names identified the lesser grades. The packers chatted and laughed as they worked. Many had the tanned, coarse look of farm wives. This room was even noisier than the sorting room. As soon as a box was full, a packer yelled, "Box!" and a rustler ran up. Rustlers were always strong young boys because it was the hardest work. A filled box weighed 70 pounds.
Mac noticed a boy's thumb bleeding as he raced by with his load. The box's coarse shook often ripped palms and fingers. Mac took a pencil and a scrap of paper from his shirt pocket. Got to tell Biggerstaff they need gloves in here. He put the paper against a pillar and scribbled. Listen, you got any objection to me traipsing off? No, I told you before. You can always leave whenever you want. If I go, I won't be around when your kid's born. I mean, in case you need help. They walked out a side door into the warm, breezy dark. Isn't a hell of a lot you could do for me if you stayed. I'd cheer you up if I could. You ain't exactly been clicking your heels over the prospect of a youngster. Electric lights from the shed fell across Mac's bleak face. I feel guilty about it. I don't know why this mood's on me. Maybe... He shoved his hands in the back pockets of his jeans and gazed at the rustling trees. Maybe it's because the whole marriage doesn't amount to much. Johnson spilled pouch tobacco into a cigarette paper and rolled it. Well, you was pretty impulsive about getting hitched. But then, being impulsive's one of your good traits, too. Not like that stiff-collar lawyer Fairbanks or some others I've met. I'm not sure Carla wants the baby. I don't expect she does very much. She's a handsome woman, but she ain't cut out for home and hearth. Puts a double burden on you, if you want my opinion. I don't think so. Johnson struck a match on his pants. Too bad. You get it anyway. He lit the cigarette dangling from his lips. You clean forget about your wife sometimes. You're busy 18, 20 hours a day. You was in New York a mighty long time just for some business calls. That newspaper girl's in New York, ain't she? The one who wrote the book? Forget about her. She has nothing to do with this. Johnson didn't believe it, but he didn't argue. All right. I'm just saying once again, don't nail Carla too hard if she gets the fidgets. You ain't exactly paying court to her every minute of the day. Still, none of that matters a tad when it comes to this here youngster. You're the papa, so you gotta do your part, and maybe some of Carla's too. You want to raise the kid right. Do you think I'd want to do anything else? That baby will be cared for regardless of how Carla feels. Why, sure, Johnson said softly. I was just reminding you. America fought a splendid little war on two fronts, and it lasted 105 days. In the Caribbean, General Shafter's expeditionary force whipped the imperialists on the island of Cuba, and General Miles whipped them on Puerto Rico. In the Philippines, Commodore Dewey, General Wesley Merritt, and Philippine rebels besieged the Manila garrison. On July 30th, McKinley demanded Spain's surrender and dictated the terms. Spain capitulated during the second week of August, agreeing to cede Puerto Rico and Guam to the United States and allow her to occupy Cuba and the Philippines. The victors counted about 5,000 lives lost, 90% of them to yellow fever and dysentery. In late August, Sergeant Hellburner Johnson came home from the war. About 24 people gathered at the Riverside Depot to meet his train an hour before dawn. Mac drove the black trap through a heavy wet mist that enfolded the town. The headlight of the local stabbed the fog and the train chugged in. As the conductor helped Johnson down the steps, the well-wishers clapped. Johnson shook his head, amazed. He picked up his portmanteau in his left hand, supporting his right side with a forearm crutch. His right foot, the one they'd replaced with cork, dragged over the wooden platform. A Spanish sniper had hit him on July 1st during the advance on the hilltop village of El Caney. Ain't nothing like them Mauser bullets. You heard 'em coming through the palmettos. Zzz. If you heard 'em go chug, you knew they got somebody. I heard one go chug and looked down, and it was me. He'd recuperated in a Tampa hospital for a month. Considering his permanent injury, he was in good spirits. Teach me to go sashaying off to war like it was a party. Well, I never was much for dancing with the ladies. Rather get 'em into bed right off. He was full of stories about his regiment.
Newspaper boys couldn't decide what to call it. Teddy's Terrors was one handle. Teddy's Gilded Gang, that was another. Finally, a name stuck. Rough Riders. Stories about the second-in-command. Teddy really ran the outfit. He's an all-right sort for a dude who wears little spectacles the size of dimes. Stories about Nellie. Colonel Roosevelt, he read her book. Dean, the Harvard football quarterback, he was carrying it. So was Stephen Crane, a reporter fella. He said Nellie was famous. She's getting there, Mac agreed. The book is selling fast. It'll be published in Europe this fall. Johnson had questions, too. How's Carla getting on? Physically, she's fine. She's big now, and she hates that. She stays in bed a lot. I sleep in another bedroom. She wants it that way. On the night of September 27th, 10 days after Mac turned 30 without a celebration, Carla went into labor. Nearly 24 hours later, Dr. Gustav Mellinger stepped out of the master bedroom. Mac jumped up from a chair where he'd been dozing. Before Doc Mellinger shut the door, Mac heard a squall. "Doc, is everything?" "Fine, my boy. Your son is fine. Your wife is doing well." Mac slumped against the wall. He'd slept only lightly, sitting up since the vigil had begun the previous night. His rumpled clothes had a stale odor, his skin a clammy feel. In spite of it all, his spirits lifted. "Tell me about him." "He weighs 6½ pounds. Very strong lungs. You can see him. Your wet nurse has already cleaned him up." The old German stood aside with a gesture of permission. Mac tugged his vest down and tucked in his shirt. As he put his hand on the knob, Mellinger squeezed his shoulder and gave him a keen look he couldn't interpret. Congratulations? Or some kind of commiseration? He heard his son's soft, sucking cry before he saw him. The wet nurse held him in clean, soft cotton blankets. Her name was Angelina Olivar. About 35, she had only last month lost her first child, an infant son. Her shiftless husband had run off some months before. She had long braids, compassionate eyes, and a huge bosom contained in a tent-like blouse. "Signor Chance, mire que magnifico si ve." With a new father's trepidation, Mac lifted a corner of the outer blanket. He gasped at the strange sight of a little red head with a cap of blonde fuzz, slitted eyes, puckish open mouth. He touched a tiny fist, still moist. Slowly, like a dawn, the miracle of birth lit Mac's face. The boy-child started to cry again. Angelina Olivar jogged him in her fat arms and nodded Mac onward, toward the bed. Doc Mellinger had chosen to deliver the baby under gaslight, keeping it trimmed low, and the dimness softened some of the harsh ancillaries of the birth. Basins in a corner, still full of pink water, bloodied cloths. In the rumpled bed, Carla sat with her unkempt hair spilling over the shoulders of her gown. Her dark blue eyes looked huge as moons, and momentarily vacant. She was pale, sweaty, as unattractive as Mac had ever seen her. He took her hand. The line of her mouth remained downcast. "The baby's fine." "I know." "Are you all right?" "It hurt. My God, it hurt. I've never felt anything so awful." "What shall we name him? We talked about it, but we never decided. I'd like to give him my father's name." "Give him any name you want." The bluntness stunned him, but he tried not to show it. Carla rolled her cheek onto the pillow, away from him. He felt suddenly helpless. "Do you want to hold him again?" "No, I did my part. Now you take care of him, just like the rest of your property." And so he did. He named his son James Ohio Chance II and ordered special blankets from Los Angeles. On the corner of each, in handsome embroidery, the seamstress reproduced the familiar cartouche, but with the initials J.O.C.
43. In the late fall, engineers from Wardlow Brothers established a field office at San Solaro. Mac hired a firm of land planners and interviewed real estate men in Los Angeles. Before Christmas, he signed an agreement with a successful broker named William Hazard. Hazard's Sundown Sea Realty Corporation would be the primary selling agent for the new town. In January 1899, Cole and Clemens Wardlow stepped off the Southern Pacific in Los Angeles and soon plunged into their studies and preparations for designing a water system. The brothers neither drank nor smoked. For relaxation, they read the scriptures. They worked 6 days a week and as many nights. On Sundays, they worshiped at a Baptist church. Toward the end of the month, a wrinkled envelope without an address brought Mac a tear sheet from the monarch of the dailies. On January 15th, the Examiner had published a poem called The Man with the Hoe. The paper presented it in decorative type with an ornamental border. Across the bottom, Mac found a scrawled message. A wonderful work of socialist conscience. The whirlwind is coming. Marquez. The poet, Edwin Markham, drew his inspiration from Millet's famous painting, now owned by the Crockers. The first lines captured the image in words. Bowed by the weight of centuries, he leans upon his hoe and gazes on the ground. In the body of the poem, Markham unleashed his wrath on the proprietors, the owners, who condemned the man with the hoe to a life of crushing labor. O masters, lords and rulers in all lands, is this the handiwork you give to God? This monstrous thing distorted and soul-quenched? The poem spread from paper to paper like a prairie fire. America embraced it as a literary sensation. Swampy Hellman didn't embrace it, however. On one of his weekend visits, he found the tear sheet and complained to Mac. This is garbage. This Markham, who is he? Some pink anarchist from New York? A schoolteacher. Oakland, I think. They got lynch ropes in Oakland, too. You know what Mr. Huntington said about this? He said any good man should be grateful to have a hoe. Come on, Markham's right. Too many rich men exploit the poor. I like the poem. You like anything that's radical. You're a crazy person, a disgrace to your class. How you got such a fine son, I don't know. Here, I got things for him. A toy pistol, genuine Colt reproduction, bang bang. Outside there's a little surrey you can hitch to a pony. He can ride around the estate. Mac laughed. When he can sit up, you'll spoil him, Swampy. I got a right, I'm his grandpa. And a queer old bandit, Mac thought. Marquez wrote of the whirlwind of rising expectations among working men. What would Swampy do if that storm caught him? As a matter of fact, what would he do? How will it be with kingdoms and with kings, with those who shaped him to the thing he is, when this dumb terror shall rise to judge the world after the silence of the centuries? By March 1899, the old depot office at San Solaro had been remodeled and expanded. Watercolor renderings and a plaster model of the new town, complete with blue water in the canal, offered prospects an attractive view of their future residents. Mac had written personal letters to all of the people who had closed on the earliest lots, describing the new water system and his plans for a real community and encouraging them to consider a home in San Solaro. He had 3 replies from couples near retirement who said they would enthusiastically consider it. While the derricks pumped away, carpenters hammered up the framing for a row of 4 model cottages. They were done in Mission Revival, and were small, neat homes of stucco with roofs of red tile and central patios to let in the sunshine and the fragrance of flowers. In his mind, Mac defined the kind of future buyers he wanted in San Solaro. Solid, settled, middle-class folk eager to work or retire in Southern California. He didn't want a town of country club types or part-time residents. He spent most of his weekdays in San Solaro, while Johnson stayed in Arlington Heights to supervise the groves. The Texan had discarded his crutch and no longer limped so noticeably. Once a day, he practiced walking in front of a mirror, balancing for minutes at a time on his cork foot, or simply standing and watching the reflection, making sure his shoulders were level.
Don't want the field hands calling me a second-class man. Don't want to give up my glorious polo career, neither. Those fellas on the club, they start thinking I'm a crip, they're liable to vote me off. Ain't fair, but that's how people treat somebody with a hurt like this.
Mac returned to Villa Mediterranean every Friday and spent long hours with his son, whom he took to calling Little Jim. Carla usually wasn't home, and when she was, she showed no interest in the baby. Mac's interest, on the other hand, was boundless. Each new development, a gurgle that a proud father could misconstrue as speech, a bump on the gum that might be a tooth, was a source of wonder. Angelina Olivar tended the child well, and she never spoke a word against his mother. In April, construction began on a breakwater at San Pedro. After years of advances and reverses, C.P. Huntington at last gave up the harbor fight. Mac tried to imagine Huntington's face, probably waxen and sullen with the rage of senility. He was almost 80. Mac pictured Fairbanks, too. It was shameful to be so vindictive, but he enjoyed it thoroughly. A few days later, the Sundown Sea Realty people began bringing prospects from Los Angeles. If Mac had a free hour, he showed them around the tract personally. He was with a couple from Michigan one Thursday afternoon, strolling by the canal. "So if you build a home here, you can be assured of a permanent water supply. San Solaro Irrigation, the company set up to be owned by the residents, just completed negotiations for all the land between here and Cat Canyon. The canyon runoff will be a primary source of our water. Wardlow Brothers is designing a 2,000-foot tunnel to trap and channel the flow in the underground gravel beds. We'll also have a diversion dam and all the lines necessary to bring the water down here to a community reservoir. Pure fresh water will be piped to every lot. It will fill this canal, too, though the canal's function is largely ornamental. The Wardlows are the best in the nation. They're working this minute in those temporary offices you saw. As a general partner in San Solaro Irrigation, I'll finance the system and you'll vote 10 shares of stock that accompany your building lot. Assuming, of course, that you decide to buy." "I've decided," said the gentleman, a retired bank officer. "I like the layout, and I like your cut, Mr. Chance. Straightforward." Mac thought of Wyatt Paul's hyperbole and smiled. "Well, I try to back up every promise. I do have a few more questions about—" The gentleman stopped, noticing a man from the Wardlow office hurrying toward them. The man drew Mac aside. "Mrs. Olivar just got through on the telephone. She asks that you come home right away. Your son has a bad fever, 103 or 4. He's had it since Monday night, and the doctor can't bring it down." "What about Mrs. Chance? She's there, isn't she?" The man replied with an embarrassed nod. "Yes, sir, but Mrs. Olivar said, she said your wife refused to be bothered. She told Mrs. Olivar to call you." Mac apologized to the retired couple and left immediately. He also lost the sale. Riding the local trains, it took him most of the afternoon and part of the evening to get back, arriving at the Riverside station at 9:30. One of the housemen met him with a pair of saddle horses, and they galloped up to the heights. Mac was grimy from traveling and exhausted, too. The hours en route had left him free to worry. He dashed directly upstairs to the large nursery. Doc Mellinger met him with encouraging news. The fever had broken about 6 o'clock, and little Jim was sleeping comfortably. Carla was downstairs in the living room. Mac recognized the slurred speech and slightly foggy gaze. How long had she been at the liquor? "Carla, Jim's your responsibility, too. I can't be here all the time." With an airy wave and an unsteady step, she started for the sideboard. "Then someone else will have to be. I went through the ordeal of having him. That was enough." He placed himself between his wife and the liquor decanters and jerked the glass from her hand. "Listen, for 6 months you've hardly looked at that boy. You let another woman suckle him." "Yes," she shuddered. "The very idea's repulsive." And you force Angelina to take care of him all day, every day, except when I can get home. She pushed his arm. Get out of the way, I want a drink. Keep your voice down. You don't get another drink until I say so. I may never say so. God damn it, you run everything else. You're not going to run me. She struck at him with her fists. He dodged away, tossed the empty glass in a chair, and grasped her wrists, holding her easily. She tried to stamp his foot. Carla, calm down and listen to me. I'm telling you again, you have a responsibility to the boy. Why? I didn't want him. I don't love him. Mac let her go then. He stepped back and stared at her. That's the most obscene thing I've ever heard. It's the truth. She beat her leg with her fist and started to cry. I warned you I couldn't handle marriage. Papa warned you. I was sick of it 6 months after the honeymoon, but I kept trying. I kept hoping it would be different with you, but it wasn't. It isn't. I don't give a damn. You have a duty to that child. Duty? Go to hell. I'm not cut out for duty. I'm good for drinking and for screwing and for being shown off to your friends like a piece you bought at an auction gallery. But no duty, Mac. Fuck your duty. Fuck it. Fuck it. She ran past him to the liquor, and this time he let her. He listened to the glassware clinking and her crying, and tried to sort it all out. His emotions whipsawed back and forth between fury and compassion for her wretched state. How could he cope with this? He had to start by calming her. Touching her shoulder, he said as gently as he could, Let's go for a walk. It's a beautiful evening. We'll talk. We can work this out. She reacted like a wild thing. Whirling around and ducking free of his hand, she threw the contents of the full glass into his face. The bourbon stung his eyes, fumed up his nose, and dripped from his lip. We can work out nothing, Mac. Nothing. He listened to the retreating footfalls, a frantic staccato. A door slammed. A bolt shot into its socket. He closed his eyes. Then he reached for the whiskey himself. He woke with hot light striping his face. He blinked several times while his brain slowly deciphered the meaning of the slanted sunshine. The light fell through the louvers of shutters left partly open in his office. His mouth tasted like wool and dirt. He rolled over before he realized he was close to the edge of the leather couch, and he fell on the polished floor with a nasty jolt that woke him fully. The clock behind his desk showed 10:15. Picking up the empty bottle from beneath the couch, he placed it on the desk near the guidebook. His appearance in the crowded kitchen created a sudden hush. Angelina, is little Jim? Fine, Signor Chance. The fever is gone. Imelda is with him while I eat breakfast. Her brown hand hovered apologetically over a plate of cornflakes. Mac watched the cooks bustling at the stove and chopping block. Rodolfo Armendariz, the elegant major domo, sampled soup simmering on a hearth hook, avoiding the eyes of the master of Villa Mediterranean. Rodolfo's silver goatee matched the silver chasing of his short velvet jacket. Is Mrs. Chance downstairs? Mac asked him. The major domo looked at him nervously, then handed the ladle to a cook's assistant. Rodolfo, what's wrong? The elderly Mexican gripped the lapels of his jacket and replied gravely, Signor, your wife departed in her carriage shortly after daybreak. She drove herself, by her own request. To go where? Signor, she did not tell us. Was she sober? The major domo avoided his eye again. One of the cooks rattled her implements, which was answer enough. Drunk and crazy out of her head. Damn her. Damn her. Wild-eyed, he ran up the staircase and flung open the doors of their bedroom suite. Empty drawers lay about, and the tall carved wardrobe stood open, everything were removed. He walked toward it, feeling stupid and slow, as if someone had pounded him with heavy blows. He shut one door of the wardrobe, then the other. The mirrored front flashed an image of the unmade bed, and also of a folded note. He snatched it off the pillow, knowing what it would say almost before he identified the sloppy hand. Things are intolerable. I'm leaving you. C. 6. Power and Glory, 1899 to 1903. At the end of the century, San Francisco was old enough to be recognized as a major city. Her population approached 350,000, and she ranked second only to New York as a trading port. She was old enough to replace her tumble-down buildings with splendid new architecture, even skyscrapers. Page Brown's new Ferry Building, with its 235-foot clock tower, loomed over the Embarcadero, and the new City Hall would be magnificent if they ever finished it. San Francisco was also fully old enough for a tradition of personal feuds. This grew in the dark soil of politics, watered by the blood of slain men, in a climate that tolerated old-fashioned American violence. In 1859, U.S. Senator David Broderick, a Democrat, and Judge David Terry, also a Democrat, but of the hotly conservative chivalry wing, exchanged insults, and Judge Terry challenged Broderick to a duel. They met on the shore of Lake Merced. Broderick was unfamiliar with dueling pistols, and his hair-trigger discharged too soon. Given this advantage, Terry took careful aim and drilled Broderick's chest dead center. New laws against dueling didn't stop the feuds, however. In 1879, editor Charlie DeYoung of the Chronicle criticized a political candidate in print, and the candidate promptly announced publicly that Mother DeYoung once ran a whorehouse. Charlie DeYoung promptly shot him. The candidate lived, but his son entered the Chronicle offices one day in 1880 and shot Charlie to death. 5 years later, Mr. Adolph Spreckels, the sugar magnate, got so fed up with the paper's personal attacks on him that he entered the editorial rooms and shot Charlie DeYoung's brother Mike, who was now in charge. A quick-witted bookkeeper in turn shot Mr. Spreckels. This time, both wounded men survived. As fin de siècle San Francisco prepared to enter the new, presumably more enlightened century, one might assume such primitive frontier violence would end. But no. It was by now a tradition, and there was much more to come. 44. On a fall day in that same year, 1899, Mack and Hellman met for a noon meal in Los Angeles. It was their third luncheon in as many weeks, Carla's departure having created a new bond between them. They were rather like foreign legionnaires who'd endured a forced march barefoot across miles of hot sand and lived to reminisce about it. They dined until 2:30. Hellman complained of gas, so they took a stroll to work it off. Carla's father was in his middle to late 60s now. He was secretive about his age, though he insisted others celebrate his birthday. His hair no longer showed any trace of its original blonde color, and his paunch was huge and jiggly. The old bandit wore a wrinkled suit of window-pane plaid, bilious yellow and brown. To adorn his summer shoes, white buckskin and brown leather, he donned yellow linen spats. The spats bore souvenirs of the street, his unbuttoned vest and shirt souvenirs of the meal. Mack, neat and proper in a summer wool, high collar and four in hand, was always amused by Hellman's peacock wardrobe. Hellman fanned himself with his straw hat as they strolled down South Spring Street. The mild breeze brought them the chug of oil wells pumping away. Mack decided it was time to give Hellman the news. Carla filed for divorce. I had a letter yesterday. She hired a San Francisco lawyer, a former partner of Walter Fairbanks. What grounds? She's charged me with adultery. Hellman blinked and almost stepped in a horse pie in the intersection. With who? A woman in New York. It isn't true. Then you got to contest it. No, she wants out of the marriage, and she'd be certain to win in court. My reputation's pretty bad. Consorting with defrocked priests, hiring Chinese, opposing General Otis. Otis had commanded volunteers in the Philippines in the recent war. He'd received a brigadier's commission, and he let no one forget it. Hellman shook his head.
That girl. She's something. You should give yourself credit, Johnny. She stayed with you a long time. Longer than I expected, I can tell you now.
Mac twirled his cane. Some of the shock and pain had burned itself from his system. He was sleeping soundly again, with only an occasional nightmare. Have you heard from her? I haven't. Not directly, since she walked out. Hellman scratched his lumpy nose.
I had a letter last month. She's in Europe, Carlsbad, drinking champagne and bathing in the mineral springs. Be better if it was the other way around.
He sniffed.
I thought about cutting off her inheritance, but that would just bring her back. Your son, Jim, he'll grow up better without her. Now, don't look at me like that. I told you plenty of times. I love Carla, but I know her inside and out. Say, what's this crazy joint?
Mac turned to a familiar storefront. Gaudy posters covered most of the glass. Dark paint opaqued the rest. He knew the place, number 311 Spring Street. He stopped in whenever he could. He pointed with his cane. Thomas Talley's Phonograph and Vitograph Parlor. Amazing new mutoscopes and Edison kinetoscopes. Wholesome, educational, entirely suitable for families. Hellman scowled.
Are these here the moving pictures I read about?
That's right. The kinetoscope is a peep show machine developed by Edison's laboratory in New Jersey. The mutoscope is a competitor. In the back, Talley's got an Edison Vitascope. It projects the moving pictures on a large screen. Edison put his name on the projector, but I understand he doesn't think much of the process.
Smart man. Don't sound respectable to me.
Mac opened the door and they peeked in. Peep show machines lined both sides of a long aisle. There was one patron, a man in a cloth cap, crouched over the eyepiece of a mutoscope. At the rear, a clerk on a stool lazily turned pages of a paper. The rear wall was divided between a curtained doorway and a partition of painted wood with 7 peepholes sawed out. Chairs faced the 3 lower ones. A sign touted the Mammoth Projecting Vitascope.
Don't look respectable neither, Hellman said. What kind of pictures do they show? The hoochie cooch?
The clerk recognized Mac and waved. And other things. It's all pretty tame stuff, really. 15 cents a peep for the machines on the aisle. The film inside is 50 feet long. A small motor runs it in a continuous loop between the projection bulb and a revolving shutter.
You're really an expert on this stuff,
Hellman said, taking the tone he might have if Mac had announced he favored dynamiting the presidential mansion in Washington. It's an exciting process. The back room's even better than the peep shows. There, you sit in the dark in front of a big screen, and the effect is, well, staggering. People won't go back there, though. Talley had to install those holes for looking through. Even with that, you can see how many customers he draws.
Sure, you wouldn't catch decent people in there.
If you mean families, you're right. I've never seen one.
But you've been inside.
Often. Moving pictures are wonderful. Someone just needs to figure out how to use them right, maybe to tell stories. Then they have to make them respectable. Mac opened the door a little wider. Come on, you can watch my friend Corbett lose to Fitzsimmons. They've been showing that film for 2 years.
Go in there? No, sir. I got my principles.
Mac laughed, shrugged, and called in, Sorry, Ned, another day. The clerk waved again without looking up. Hellman stumped away quickly, as if escaping something pestilential.
How can you take up with such crazy newfangled ideas? They just upset the apple cart.
Swampy, things never improve unless new ways upset the old ones.
Too much of that out here, the old man exclaimed. Too damn much. More than any place I ever seen.
That's one of the good and rare things about California. New ideas flourish. There aren't so many old restraints. People like that. He thought of Fairbanks, cold as some marble bust in a museum. I take it back. Not everyone likes it. But I do.
I keep saying it. You're the craziest rich man I ever met.
Mac held up on the corner. I'll tell you something really crazy. I just bought a house on Nob Hill, 3.5 stories and 40 rooms. It takes up half a block on Sacramento and Clay, right behind Jim Flood's mansion. I bought it sight unseen." Not much astounded old Hellman, but that did. Eyes popping, he said, "You mean you're finally going back?" "It seemed a good time. I have the money, and there isn't a lot to hold me in Riverside. Billy Biggerstaff is a competent manager." "What happened to your cowboy friend?" "Sailed off to Alaska to see the territory and pan some gold." Mac raised his cane and rested it on his shoulder, gripping it so hard his knuckles whitened. He stared into his father-in-law's pinkly sweating face. "I'm going back and rub their noses in it, Swampy." On December 1st, Captain Piers Norheim docked the steam yacht off Catalina Island. She had come around Cape Horn from Long Island, where she had been delivered to her owner, Oswald Henry Langford III, only last spring. Shortly after, Langford's wife had discovered her husband in a hotel tryst with his mistress, shot him, shot the music hall girl, then shot herself. It was an enormous scandal, and it brought on the market Langford's splendid steam yacht, built at a cost of $850,000, which came complete with a master and a crew of 43, all temporarily out of work. Captain Norheim was 60 years old and vastly experienced. He'd been at sea almost continuously since shipping out of his native Copenhagen at age 14. After exhaustive checks by marine brokers and insurers hired long distance, Mac bought the yacht. She was the equal of the vessels sailed by Morgan, Drexel, Whitney, the Vanderbilts, if not superior. She was 250 feet long, with a low, lean hull and a clipper bow. A stack jutted amidships between two vestigial masts. Her interior was a luxurious maze of deeply carpeted staircases, carved balusters, coffered ceilings. Paneling and moldings changed from room to room, surprising and pleasing the eye with lavish variations of oak, cherry, maple, chestnut, of Chippendale, Empire, and Louis XV. A marble fireplace welcomed guests to the dining salon. A smaller one cheered those who used her library. Some 790 separate lamps drew their illumination from an electric plant below. Her annual payroll ran $50,000. Her annual operating cost, $175,000. Her appetite for coal was enormous. What of it? He was worth $9 to $10 million, and the carefully managed wealth kept compounding. However, as Pierpont Morgan liked to say, if you had to ask the cost of running a yacht, you couldn't afford it. Along the sleek bows, tasteful gilt letters proclaimed her name, Queen of Hampton. "Get rid of that," Mac said at his first meeting with the spare, frost-eyed Dane who skippered her. "I will, sir, but what's the new name to be?" "California Chance. I want owners' flags run up using this design." He tapped a drawing of the JMC cartouche. "I want to see that above the door of every stateroom. I want to see it on the china and bed linens. I want to see it everywhere." On the last day of the year, California Chance bore through a sunlit sea at 15 knots as the hilly coastline, winter brown, slipped by to starboard. Sunlight streamed down on Mac, and the wind and the salt smell invigorated him. He watched the coast with a meditative look in his hazel eyes. Somewhere inland ran a road he'd stumbled down years ago, ignominiously escaping to the south. The yacht's clipper bow pointed north, and the sea crashed against it and broke in noisy celebration of his reversal of that old defeat. Spray landed in his face, and he tasted the brine triumphantly. He stood with hands locked at the small of his back, behind Captain Norheim and the helmsman, under the quarter-deck awning. Signal pennants and the owner's flag streamed from the otherwise useless masts. The 4,000-horsepower steam power plant seemed to shiver the teak deck and run its throbbing power up into his braced legs, renewing his hope, driving out bad memories of an ill-conceived and ruined marriage. He recalled the old litany, "Never be poor again. never be cold again, and added a line, never be a nobody again. He looked forward to establishing that fact in the communal consciousness of the city. Mac had chosen his wardrobe carefully. White shoes, white flannel trousers, a navy blazer with the cartouche embroidered as a breast-pocket coat of arms. He wore a billed cap, again with the familiar emblem, and around his throat a new style of scarf from England called an ascot. It, too, bore the initials. No one ever questioned the ceaseless replication of his identity on clothes and possessions, and no one joked about it. Mac was a good-humored man generally, but some things were beyond the bounds of humor or discussion. At his side, Angelina held James Ohio Chance in her strong arms to keep him from toddling into danger on the tilting deck. The little boy wore a child's sailor suit, dark blue with white piping, that Mac had bought for him. He kept dragging off the cloth cap by yanking on its red pom-pom, and Angelina kept putting the cap back on. Finally, she gave up, exclaiming, "Senor Chance, the wind is too strong, and he refuses to wear his hat." Mac tousled his son's fair hair. "Never mind. The fresh air and sunshine are good for him. Besides, I want him with me when we sail into the bay. How soon, Captain Norheim?" The Dane with the marvelous chest-length white beard snapped open a brass telescope and raked it along the shore, where a few fishing boats bobbed in small inlets, and white cottages neat as cubed sugar perched on hillsides. Then he consulted a chart in the binnacle and spoke to the helmsman. "I estimate the bay in slightly over an hour." "Splendid," Mac said, with a hard shine in his sunlit eyes. The yacht lifted and fell, and the motion of her passage stirred his pulses. He had no problem with nausea, not even in the worst swells. Norheim said he was a born yachtsman. When it came to the child, however, Angelina was unimpressed by Mac's wealth, importance, or occasional ferocity. "That is too long," she announced. "I will take him below." "Mind the clock and watch a porthole, then. Bring him up when we enter the bay. When he's big, I want to tell him he was there when we came back." She left the deck. California Chance sped north through a sea strewn with the flashing gold of the morning light.